This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. I think Alex is here already. Obviously, my mom, I hear her greeting him currently. But you know, we have a jam-packed show today. But before we get to that, let me tell you what's happening in my life. Okay. So first and foremost, in between the time period that I stopped streaming and started streaming again, here are some things that occurred. So yesterday, Kaya took a poop. No. Alex, hold off for a little bit. I'm just doing an intro, okay? And I'll have you in a second. Just hang out with my mom and grandma. What? I mean, he can stay wherever he wants. No, I'm not letting him in. No, this is a show, guys. We got to go through the run of show, okay? Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Like I said, last night was a poop-filled night. I am officially, I'm just full-blown a father, okay? And honestly, sometimes it's hard to be the father that stepped up. Personal news equals pimple. I have so many pimples. I don't know what the fuck's going on. My diet has been like atrocious, I think. Anyway, let me tell you, my night was full of poop. Kaya pooped. I let Kaya out to poop, and then she wouldn't. So I was like, all right, I guess she doesn't have to poop yet. So I put her in a crate, the new crate. I built it this morning. It's like one of those like extra large like Kong crates, right? So it's like a really it's a really big one. So you know, it's got a divider in it and everything else. So it was great. Like at first I thought, you know, she's gonna be fine in there. I was wrong. She immediately shat. She immediately pooped in it. My mom saw it. She freaked the fuck out. She doesn't know how puppies are. So she's thinking like, this is torture. She's thinking to herself, oh my God, this is literally torture. Why? Like you're letting your dog like sit in her poop. There's poop everywhere. I'm like, Mom, she needs to learn her lesson. Okay? She needs to learn her lesson. Like, no, this is torture. Anyway, I had to get her out of there. I had to get her out of there, clean her up. First, I had to lock her in an area outside where, you know, her poopy ass paws could be fine. Okay? Then I had to clean the crate and the bedroom as best as possible. Okay? And then on top of that, as though if it wasn't enough, then I had to clean the area that she was on, and then I had to clean her for the first time ever. I had to clean her in the bathtub. And let me tell you, cleaning her in the bathtub was like a fucking journey. She did not want to be in that motherfucking bathtub. I was just like feeding her so many treats, thinking like, maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. Like, you know, come on. Shh, it's okay. It's okay. Was this your personal Afghanistan? Dude, that was harder than anything the U.S. military has ever done. Homie, you're sweating like insane. It's 200 degrees in there. No, I'm not. Dude, parasocial behavior is so funny to me. Like, it's literally a cool 72 degrees in here. Hopefully it'll get a little bit colder in a bit. But, like, why do you fucking think that, like, I'm sweaty? I get in the bathtub with my dog. I can't get in the bathtub with her. It's too small. So, this is the acne patch that like I put on right after I showered, but unfortunately it didn't take. Anyway. So, that was a mission. That was a fucking journey. I sent in, so then this morning I got her second round of shots. So she's finally vaccinated for her second round. And in 3 weeks, she will be able to basically go out and play with other dogs and stuff. So I'm very excited when she gets her final round of shots. However, my vet is kind of dog shit. Okay? My vet's kind of fucking dog shit. I sent it to her yesterday. I sent the poop fecal matter sample yesterday. They didn't look at it. They were like, we can't look at it until you pay us. I'm like, okay, I'll pay you. So like by the time I come in, you know what it is. And they're like, sorry, the vet's not here today right now. He'll be coming in later. Like, so we're just going to give you, a vet tech's going to give her a shot and then move on. It's like, what are you fucking joking? Like, you know my dog has worms. I'm like the vet tech was like, oh, we can't look at the fucking fecal matter without the vet. I'm like, you definitely can. You want to know how I know that? Because if I knew what kind of fucking worms it was, I was like, I have photos of the poop. Like, if you want to look at it and tell me what kind of dewormer medication I need. She's like, no, sorry, we need the vet to look at it. It's like, dog, I could probably get this at Petco. Like, the fuck do you mean? Just tell me just look at the shit and tell me what fucking worm she has so I can just like go and buy the dewormer medication. I just don't want her having worms inside of her. These are very formative fucking years. Why wouldn't you say that then? No balls, lol? No, it's not no balls. It's that I'm not a shitty person. Of course I didn't say anything. I was like, oh, that sucks. Okay. That's all I said. What do you mean? You get off on fucking yelling at like random people that are serving you? What are you, stupid? Of course I didn't do that. That would be insane. They just want you to pay for the checkup? Yeah, vets are so fucking annoying, but it's like, I'll pay. I don't give a shit about the money. Just like, give me the fucking results. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, this dog is sick. You're a fucking piece of shit. Just like literally help me. You know what I mean? Most places only send fecals to a lab. Bro, you don't need a fucking fecal samples. You're like, well, what if she has giardia? Like, we have to look at everything. And I'm like, first of all, she does not have fucking giardia. Like, her water, she's never drank water outside of this fucking house. Like, it's impossible. And also, I just need it for the worms. Like, I just want to know what the dewormer shit is. Give her the dewormer. It's going to take like 2-3 days anyway. Don't they sell dewormer over the counter? Yes, but I want to make sure that like it's the right kind of fucking, it's the right kind of dewormer for the right kind of worms. You know what I mean? Because it's different for puppies. Reasonable criticism of vet techs can't make independent medical decisions. It's illegal for them to do that. That's like asking a nurse to write you a prescription for a medication. No, it's not like that, because it's literally just the dewormer is over the counter. Vaccines are over the counter. I don't need to even go to the fucking. No, like they sell puppy dewormer. I could just like go and get it. Just spring for the concierge vet. You know your private school and your kids. There is no, that's the funny thing. There isn't a thing. You know what I mean? That's not a real thing. Like, there is no concierge vet, I don't think. Or maybe there is, and I don't fucking know. Most vets are already like concierge vets because they're all a scam. You're asking for a diagnosis, they can't do that. Yeah, whatever. I just wanted her to fucking look at the photo and just tell me. Like, it's so dumb. Pumpkin seeds are a natural dewormer, Haas. I know. I'm familiar. I did the Googling myself as well. Anyway, I was kind to them. I'm just like a little annoyed by it because like my dog is sick and like I'm at the hospital for that sickness, and like the dude can't look at like, I don't know, like just look at the poop photo and just be like, confirm my suspicion that it is a roundworm. You know what I mean? Look at my dog's shit, please. Because, like, them taking their fucking sweet-ass time On the dewormer is just like another day that she has worms. You know what I mean? And these are very important. This is very important. It's bad for her code. It's bad for her growth. You know what I mean? I don't want her to fucking have like issues down the line because like my dumbass vet was like, sorry, I had to take my sweet ass fucking time. You know, calm down, dude. No, I'm not. I'm not calming down. I'm mama bear. Anyway, if it's like rice bits, it's tapeworm, noodle-like pieces are hookworm. It's like really fat ones too. You bringing in a fresh sample was the exact thing you're supposed to do. I brought it in a day before too. That's the other shitty part about it is that like it didn't have to get to that. Because like I already sent in, I did the right thing. I already sent in the fecal matter. You know what I mean? Anyway, I guess maybe because like I'm upset because like it's not like human. It's like vet techs are, you know, they're just like normal people. You know what I mean? They're not like, I don't even think they have like the level of like, it's not like a nurse. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason why you can like actually get the vaccines. If you actually you know want to vaccinate your dog, you could like literally do it with over-the-counter vaccines. No, you should have been able to get her dewormer today. There's no reason my tech runs tests all the time. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I know for a fucking fact that like a lot of vets have their techs do most of the work. I know a vet tech. She does a lot of this shit, except for like surgeries and whatnot. You know what I mean? But even with that, they help out, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, like the level of care with like with dog stuff with vets is something that always frustrates me. Go to a different vet. Yeah, I might do that, but we'll see. Yeah, I paid yesterday. I was literally like, can you just send the fecal matter and I'll pay when I get in tomorrow? And they're like, no, we can't look at your fecal matter until you pay us. So I did. I paid over the fucking phone so they could like look at it. And they still didn't look at it. The fuck am I supposed to do in that situation? Like, okay, fuck you. Yeah, I fronted them the poop money. I got fucking skamazed. Why are they so money hungry? Vets are like that. Vets are really fucking bad. Anyway. But yeah. Other than that, I played a little bit of basketball this morning. I feel pretty good. And we're here. We're live. We're alive. Alex is here. I'm going to bring him in a second. Worse in America compared to Europe? Probably. Oh, I love this LolOverruled meme. Okay, he has a lot as well. He sent me a bunch of memes as well. Anyway, I'm gonna bring him in right now, and I'm gonna blast off as well. But minoxidil is bloating your face? What do you mean bloating my face? No, it's not. How much did Kaya weigh at the vet? I don't know, because they didn't even fucking weigh her. I have a scale though. She's 22 on my scale, but I didn't scale her on the vet. Anyway. So esteemed public defender, TikTok heartthrob, LolOverruled, to who's going to do some pro bono work with ban appeals, defend abolition, and react to murder. This is a W crime stream. Get in now. Case reviews on ban appeals? Yeah. Are you done with Zelda? No, I've been playing Zelda like a motherfucker. I'm just done with it on stream. The lady who we got our puppy from dewormed her with over-the-counter meds. She still has worms a couple weeks later, so we took her out to our vet and she dewormed her successfully. I don't know, but she didn't really have any fucking worms or anything in her poop before yesterday. And she doesn't even have worms in her fucking... She doesn't have any worms in her poop today, so... All right, let's blast off. I'm gonna bring him in right now. Okay. Maybe you fed her spaghetti and forgot about it? Yeah, it wasn't worms. It just looked like worms. It was actually spaghetti. You're right, chatter. Household. It's yeah, you can say hi. You can pet her. Yeah, I'm live. Yeah. Here we go. Let's move the camera. Okay, you're gonna have to speak directly into it. Wow, here we are. You're gonna speak loudly, by the way. All right, here it is. Without further ado, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, we have LolOverruled, Alex Peter in the building.
Hello.
TikTok heartthrob, public defender, loves crime and criminals. That's and right. Getting them out of yeah. Going to prison and jail. Can you guys hear him well? Let's see. You're speaking to the microphone?
I'm speaking into the microphone.
Okay, I think it's fine. I might need to like lower the noise gate a little bit, but okay. Your chest hair is amazing, brother. What is it? What someone said?
Wow, thank you so much for that.
You know what? Do you mind unscrewing that from the bottom? No, from the bottom a little bit. Yeah, and then we'll pull it over here a little bit. Yep. Okay, good enough. And then did you rescrew it? Yeah. All the way? Okay, boom.
Wow.
There you go.
This is so professional.
I know. This is a $700 gazillion production that we have going here.
I can tell.
Alex, you're in Los Angeles. Why are you here?
I'm here to reclaim this house for the people. This McMansion that I am now reclaiming for all the people. That's why I'm here.
Yell more. You have to
Oh my
yell.
God.
Yeah. No. I mean, look at how much I'm yelling.
You're not even yelling though.
I feel like my voice is a little bit louder when I speak. Like it's like, ha.
Okay.
Yeah. There you
I'm
go.
in the McMansion.
Yeah.
With Hasan. I'm here to talk about, I figured I was here to talk about prison abolition and what I do for a living.
Yeah.
Which is represent people who are in a little bit of trouble and get them out of tough situations as a public defender.
Legal has nothing on them.
No, I like Legal Eagle.
No, it doesn't matter. You're the
Okay, fuck Legal Eagle. Wait,
Yeah.
can I say oh shit?
Yeah, you can curse. You can say, dude, it's so funny. Everybody before they come, this is super chill. We're just like two people having a normal conversation. It just happens to be in front of thousands of people. But
yeah, very weird.
But there's nothing to worry about. You love speaking. You don't shut up. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna be fine. You're gonna do well. Guests always ask if they can curse. I know, it's so funny.
Wait, hold on. I brought you something.
Oh yeah, you brought me flower. You brought my
that
mom.
was for your mom.
You
That
brought
was
my
for your
mom flowers, which
Yeah.
was very nice of you.
I really like your mom. She's really cool.
Yeah, my grandma's here as well. You're hanging out with both of them
Yeah.
earlier.
And they were feeding me Turkish delights.
They were giving you Turkish delights, and
liked.
my mom was literally like, "Oh, you should bring that inside. You should bring the Turkish delights inside, and he should have it. Tatlı yesin, tatlı konuşursunuz. As in, he'll eat the sweets and then they'll speak sweet." What did you bring me?
I got something special for you.
Okay, what did you bring me? What is that?
This is a book of like a photo book. So we could put photos of us together.
What
memories of us?
What the fuck? Insert your favorite photo here from Old Navy.
So for all of our new friendship, you could put photos of us in there.
Okay. Do you plan on living here? Like, what the fuck's going on? What are you planning on squatting here?
That
man?
was really expensive. So
it's $5.99.
Okay, well,
from Goodwill.
All right, I'm taking it back.
No, I like it. All right, I'm keeping this.
And then also this.
What the fuck is this? Great divorce songs for him. Here's a quarter. Call Someone Who Cares by Travis Tritt. Okay, we got to look this up on Google. We got to fucking... Wait, what the fuck? Here's a quarter. Oh, it came up. This is like a poppin' ass song. What the fuck?
Rip it.
That's a fire belt.
Hell
That
yeah.
that belt is... They don't make them like that no more.
Get into it.
Travis, I want to come back. I miss you.
What? Yo, that's graphics.
You say you were wrong to ever leave me alone. And now you're sorry. You're lonesome and scared.
Honestly, that kind of hair,
And
like you fucked up.
be happy.
What?
You let a man go and he's got that kind of
Oh,
fucking
yeah, no.
lush, dude.
Blew it.
That luscious hair, that lechuga.
This is why it's great divorce songs for him, not for her.
Yeah, ew. If it would be for her, I would hate that. That'd be lame. Yeah, women experience divorce songs differently because family court. Am I right?
Absolutely.
Always favoring the ladies. It's fucked up. What the fuck? Donald gives Ivana $250 million.
Yeah.
Wait. Timely? What? They were talking about Trump even back then.
Wow.
This is from 13 fucking years ago when what the
Wait,
fuck?
this is only 13. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's aged so well. Timeless classic.
Wait, Travis Tritt bans Bud Light from his tour, says other artists are doing the same.
Oh.
Okay, if you're a country singer, you're gay as fuck. So what are you talking about not drinking Bud Light, dude? You are literally automatically dudes who are very country are the gayest. You've been to Texas and stuff, right? Have you?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay, you've been to Texas. You ever go to one of these fucking stores where they sell like, country outfits and shit?
Absolutely.
It's the gayest thing you can wear.
It's camp.
It's so. Thank you.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's camp,
It's
sure.
like you got these tight ass fucking. Jeans on with like jewels on it, and you got like a fucking $5,000 like lizard skin boot
And the fray. Like,
and the fray. It's gay
so
as
good.
hell.
It's
Like,
really
what the
good.
fuck is this?
I love it.
Anyway, I saw your bike video take was horrendous. First time I've ever disagreed with you. Well, I'm sorry, man. Bike take. Bike Karen. Do you know what Bike Karen is? Do you know what happened?
No.
You're a TikTok guy. That's like a TikTok shit that turned into the national news.
Bite Karen?
Yeah. There was like a white lady who was like screaming like, help me. And then like she started crying, but then she immediately stopped crying. And these were like the most agreeable teenagers I've ever seen. They were black,
Okay.
of course.
Okay.
That's why it turned into a national news story.
Wow. I missed it.
Yeah. And it turned into like a race war type situation as everything does on TikTok.
Did she call the police?
No, she was yelling to like basically get that to happen, which
Okay.
luckily, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Which is why I said like this is literally a disagreement. Yes, luckily like cops didn't show up because if they did, it would have been like way worse. But how have you not seen the Bike Karen shit?
I don't know. I have
You've
a
been
jo-
on
I
your-
have a fu- I'm a public defender.
Yeah, this is like public defense, dude.
Fair enough.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you're right. Actually,
This is
I
like
failed.
also this is TikTok. Like you're a TikTok guy.
Okay.
Are you not a TikTok guy?
I'm a multifaceted creator with many different skills and interests.
What have you been doing out here? You've been out here. You just
Hanging out
fucking
with
taking in the
friends,
sun.
taking in the sun, going on hikes. I'm going to. Well, I was supposed to go to some pickets, but
What happened?
I don't know. You tell me.
Wait, what do you?
I mean, like, I don't know.
What am I not allowed? I'm like, don't go to fucking pickets, dude. Yo, fuck those guys.
Yeah, Hasan told me not to go to the picket
Yeah.
because he hates unions.
I do.
And he tricks them by bringing them pizza.
Yeah, but the pizza laxatives.
Hell yeah.
The
I hope
other
you like
song,
that.
the other song is "Have a Nice Rest of Your Life" by Randy Travis. It's all over now. There's a lot. There's
a
10
bunch.
songs.
Yeah. It's good. It's good for your money. The divorce hits.
This is unironically one of the better gifts I've gotten
Thank
from
you.
anyone that's ever showed up here. Most people don't bring gifts.
Thank you.
But this is great. You're not like that other lawyer that asks the audience and gives an answer on responsibility or damages. Oh, like that lawyer who's like, my client murdered an entire family while he was drunk driving.
Panda?
And I got him off on a fucking drunk and disorderly.
Yeah, he's so funny.
I don't think those are real, right? Are
No,
those-
they're real.
What? Okay, that guy should not be allowed to do that.
I mean, I don't love it. I like Panda because I think he's kind of funny.
He is funny.
I will say he's a former prosecutor, which I don't love prosecutors, obviously. Boo.
Wait,
but-
not even the George Soros ones?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, the funded ones. Yeah, no,
George
no.
Soros.
Well, no,
George
I'm all in
Soros
for them.
funded.
But the thing is, actually, I'm kind of mad at them because they haven't cut my check yet,
Yeah.
which I was maybe.
Yeah,
thinking-
aren't you trying to be a George Soros
Well,
funded
yeah, but I
DA
was
one
going to
day?
ask you to do that for me. If
Yeah,
you
I
could
got
reach out
you.
to George Soros and get him cooking on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, whatever. I mean, I've talked to him about it actually. I'm like, do they want to make those videos? And he's like, they're so eager to make them with me.
Yeah, they get
So-
clout and they got a bro.
What cloud? They like, oh, I hit a child with my car.
Bro, I'm
Clouded.
not. I think people's brains are broken. Like
Yeah.
I think they find that to be clout. Clout is clout.
True.
But send a CD to XCC. Funny. Wait, is this guy PNP?
yeah, Panda.
Is that how you like this fucking guy? Why don't you do videos like this?
Because-
kidding.
All right, I'm right side
That'd
of
be gross. It'd be fucking super gross. It'd be like, this is my
here's
home.
My client who lives on the street. We're
Yeah.
gonna make a video today together. It's
Yeah,
very
no.
exploitative. Also, I just want to say generally before, I mean, whatever. Yeah, that's a whole thing. You don't want to be exploitative of like they're not your stories.
No, I
You
know,
know what I
I know.
mean?
That's why I said
So-
it.
yeah, okay.
I was joking. You're not doing like.
Well, maybe be better at joking, I guess.
Oh my god. Okay, dude. I'm trying to get you to not be nervous. You're just gonna fucking rip into me. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. He's family, a regular guest on the show. No, I know he's out of his fucking mind, dude. Actually, this is kind of fun. We could like look at like other TikTok lawyers like you, because you're a TikTok lawyer.
Don't fucking call me that.
Okay. All jokes aside, Alex is a public defender. What is that? Explain to the people. What do you do?
Okay. Yes. A public defender is someone who represents people who can't afford an attorney, and I think the most important thing.
Broke boys.
Yes. Yeah. And I think the most important thing is to realize that a public defender does not work for the state. I think a lot of people think that public defenders like are working in conjunction with the prosecution. Actually, a lot of the time it can be a problem in representation because people will think, oh, they're buddy with the other side. They're gonna, blah blah blah. And there's like this reputation sometimes that causes all these problems in representation. But the truth is, public defenders are some of the greatest, trial attorneys that there are out there. They're just often overworked and underpaid, and that's where you get the problems that come in. But I could tell you, like, after a couple years of practice, like, you could pay a lot of money to a private bar attorney and be like, why did I pay $15,000 to this person, and get this horrible outcome? But there's this, court case that enshrines the right to be assigned an attorney, Gideon v. Wainwright, where actually the guy who won that was Gideon. He was incarcerated, and he like wrote all the appeals, and it went all the way up. And they were like, hey, you should actually have a lawyer when you're going through criminal proceedings because it's really messed up if you don't. And that's kind of where it came from.
Are you familiar with international law in this regard at all, or no? Because like a lot of countries have like weird ass shit. Like
only in terms of admiralty law and sovereign citizens.
No, that's not. But I love that. But that's not what I'm talking about. No, I meant like were there examples of this like globally in other countries before it was established in America? Because like as shitty as like the American criminal justice system is, there are certain aspects of the American criminal justice system which is a wholly rotten to the core institution for the most part. There are still like weird defenses for like average American citizens that sometimes you'd be surprised you won't get in like other countries that we look at as like developed nations that are supposedly much better at protecting civil liberties than the United States of America. I feel like that's one of them is what I mean.
Truthfully, I don't totally know the answer to that. I will say though that it's almost more important, not that it's not important in other places, but like it's almost more important that it's enshrined in law here because of how bad it is here in terms of the number of people that we incarcerate. So like, if you looked at any country, almost any country in Europe, they are incarcerating like 10 or like, 7-8 times less, per 100,000 people than the United States. Like we are putting so many people in prison that it's like, it's well and good that it happens in other places that they have these defense mechanisms, but here it's like really pivotal.
Yeah, no, I just meant like...
No, I don't know. I mean, like, I know about the history.
Not every country will have like public defenders, for example, which is like actually a good thing, even though it doesn't matter because the American criminal justice system is still fucking objectively the worst on the planet with like, I don't know, with I guess exceptions to like military tribunals, which we have here as well. So that's even worse than the current... like in the civilian criminal courts that we have. But yeah, I was just thinking Japan for the most part.
Because you were there and you were committing crimes?
No, well, I wish because I just want to live there. But no, their criminal justice system is really weird.
I don't know.
They will like basically torture you into a plea before there's any sort of like, they have like a 99% conviction rate.
Wow. I mean,
so
we kind of do that here in a way. I mean, like pretrial detention is a form of torture.
Yeah.
And
Japan does that as well, is what I mean.
Yeah.
They do it up
that's
to,
what we do here.
I think it's legal up to 28 days, which is still better than the American system because pretrial detention can be
months,
permanent,
years. Khalif Browder was incarcerated at Rikers for 3 years while he awaited trial for stealing a backpack, allegedly. And he was in solitary confinement for 700 days in that 3-year period.
Yeah.
Like they killed him. Like he got out, but he, unfortunately, he took his own life, and I think there's a direct line, obviously, between what he experienced while he was incarcerated.
There was never any evidence that he stole a backpack, by the way. Like, they didn't even...
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying...
for the record,
blah,
like,
blah, blah.
literally, straight up, it was for a backpack. Even if he had, it's ridiculous, but, like, he had not. There was no evidence whatsoever.
Yeah, so, unfortunately, I think, pretrial detention is a horrible thing.
Yeah, and they can detain you before they know if you actually did anything for like 28 days in Japan. Yeah, which is why they always say, like, if you're visiting and they like suspect you of doing a crime, just say you did the crime instead of like trying to fight it, because usually like that's the quickest way to get out of any issue.
What?
Yeah, it's weird.
So
obviously it's not like murder, you know what I mean? They're not like, oh, you did a murder, like you have to go through the proper process. But if it's like a minor, like a petty crime or some shit.
Well, murder's not really like a big deal, you know what I mean? It's just like one-on-one.
Yeah, true. Yeah, also like murder, very cool as far as crimes goes, you know?
It is sort of the most badass of crimes.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, as defense attorneys say, it's just an assault without a complaining witness.
You're going to be, okay, so you're going to, so as a public defender, you are probably like the most, I would say, the most normal of lawyers.
The most? No, that's not true at all.
No, I think like it's the most palatable to me, at least.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, like,
like what you do is you defend people who don't have money to hire or retain counsel, and you're doing it in you know, criminal situations where like they would literally their detention would be significantly worse. Oftentimes, what percentage of like your clients, I guess, is that the right term? Did you say clients?
I say clients.
Okay. What percentage of your clients are like, you know, arrested over petty shit like loitering or like homelessness?
Well, so like, I don't want to get into my clients specifically, but speaking about it generally, the vast majority of arrests that occur in the United States, like you know, we're talking more than like 75% are for petty crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the way that most people interface with the police in the United States is like on the street, like in their car and on the highway and stuff like that. So most of it is petty, right? And I think that's also a misconception that people have because of the reporting on it by the media in various capacities. And then also like politicians, you know, using it cynically to get points from people to say like crime's out of control, you're unsafe, we need to be tough on crime, and blah, 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 blah. But yeah. So it's a lot of petty stuff. But the thing is, like, I think it's really important to, like, we can make those distinctions for the purposes of like talking about it and understanding the ways in which it's unjust. But with the idea of abolition, we should be careful because there are still a lot of people there are still a lot of violent crimes that happen where people are incarcerated for those things.
You're trying to get in a debate.
I'm sorry.
You're trying to get in a debate mode right now.
I'm not in debate mode. I'm not in debate mode. I'm not in debate mode.
Fucking lawyers, bro.
I'm not in debate mode.
You invite them
I'm
onto the
not
stream.
in debate mode.
Okay, immediately he's just like dropping out. I'm just kidding. We can. And I do want to talk to you about that inevitably. Before we get started on debates, that, you know, Alex immediately went lawyer mode.
No, I was just
This
sorry.
is how
Sometimes
he is.
the thing is, if you just let me talk, I'm just going to talk.
Objection.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Very good.
Was that good?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Shit. What was I gonna say? See, you fucked me up.
Good.
Let's talk about what we were supposed to do today.
Okay.
Originally, we were supposed to do a fundraiser today. We are hopefully going to be able to do it tomorrow. I tried to set it up. Unfortunately, well, my manager is not in the country right now, and I originally thought that we could do it through the actual charities themselves. But on the back end, in order to like do it on Twitch, like a fundraiser, we usually have to use a third party, and it was not fast enough for Tiltify to get started on it. So hopefully we'll be able to do it tomorrow.
No accountability.
Who has a better stash?
Oh, hell yeah. You're getting washed right now.
That's so
getting
washed. To be fair, I don't have any, I'm not like a big stash guy.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now you're saying that.
Yeah.
You know, if the results on that were switched, you'd be rubbing it right in my face.
Probably. I probably would be doing that. You're absolutely correct. It makes sense though. You do have a better stash.
Thank you.
I'll put some respect on that.
It's all right. You're
So-
like 10 inches taller than me. I'm not going to stand up next to you.
Okay. Well, I didn't say anything about that, but we were going to do a fundraiser for 2 charities.
Yeah.
Right. Do you want to talk about them a little bit?
Sure.
And we're still gonna do it, by the way.
still
We're
gonna
just
do it.
not gonna be able to do it today, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, one of them is just the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, which is their bail fund that they manage. So this is, again, we're talking about pretrial detention here. So these are people who have not yet been convicted, right, of something. And the reason that I targeted Atlanta specifically is obviously because of Cop City and everything that's going on down there with the activists there. I thought maybe we could talk about that a little bit, talk about, just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know you've talked about it before.
No, I never talk about it.
Yeah.
I specifically
Okay,
don't.
cool.
Yeah. Because I like it. I'm one of the main donors of Cop City.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I've been funding it.
Okay.
I just thought it was like a cool idea because I want Hollywood to have like more, more police simulations, more propaganda.
Hell yeah. Okay. So we were gonna raise money for that, and then the other
Or Cop City.
no, and then the other organization is called the Releasing Aging People from Prisons campaign, which is this organization that's based out of New York, and it was started by 3 formerly incarcerated sort of community elders, and really the purpose of the organization is
What the fuck is this?
No, these are old. Don't look at my tweets.
It's crazy what people let Hasan get away with just because he's handsome and tall. Once a guy fucked the crease between my thigh and labia thinking he was in my vagina. And when he finished, he asked if I got off. I had to break it to him that he just fucked my leg. This is what I think of when men act like they're equipped to make laws about women's bodies.
I didn't know I was going to come on stream at that time.
Why didn't you guys show me this beforehand? I would not have let this man into my home, okay?
Anyway, yeah, but
Black Cut 13, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Another one. Uh-oh.
oh, don't.
What is this? There's only one way to determine if Hasan is a true comrade. He has to kiss me on the lips. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What is going on? Dude, what the fuck? You guys didn't show me any of this stuff beforehand, and now I have them right here.
Well, why are you pulling it up? They're doing this on purpose.
Yeah, of course they're going to. No, I'm not. Maybe a donation goal. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, hold on, wait.
Are you writing that down?
Yeah, I'm going to write that down.
Yeah. Can you ask LolOverruled if there needs to be a law to make gay people's prison sentences less than other people?
What?
Wait, what do you mean? That's a great question. Are you homophobic? Like, what the fuck? Can you ask LolOverruled if there needs to be a law to make gay people's prison sentences less than other people?
Oh, I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm working on that. Right
Okay,
now.
good.
It's a priority for me.
Is he deleting tweets to us? No, he's writing fundraiser goals for us.
No, I just did a new tweet.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Wait, I thought you were writing the fundraiser goals. What the fuck? You had that ready? What is that?
I did.
Wait, you literally had that ready?
Yeah, I did.
What the fuck?
I thought it might come up.
What the fuck? That's insane. Okay, can you ask LolOverruled if there can be a law to make gay people's sentences longer? I agree. That's what I'm on. No. I'm gonna be arguing on behalf of making sure that gay people stay in prison for much longer.
All right.
Than
only
straights.
bisexual people.
Yes, as long as Kristen Cinema is in permanent jail. By visibility, she's the goat.
She is.
How do you feel about that?
About what? About cinema?
About Kirsten Cinema being the face of bi visibility, at least in this community.
I think it's important to have people in places who have great fashion sense. And so I think it's great, and I love it.
You watched the stream, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with the vibes. Okay,
I
good.
am.
Because sometimes I worry because like TikTok is like a very different space where people kind of walk on eggshells a little bit. And even on Twitter, people kind of walk on eggshells a little bit. This is not like that at all. But that's part of the reason why I have so many fucking haters, so many unhinged haters, because like you can just like let loose. It doesn't matter. People will be very understanding of the jokes that you're making and not take it super seriously.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel that. I think I'm also just conscious about what I say and what's happening.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'll say it for you. Everything I'm saying, Alex agrees and cosigns. Okay, including including by invisibility, which he's a big proponent. He's a big advocate for.
That's right.
Anyway, well, leftist chat loving jokes. Okay, whatever. You have to say unalive around him. He's a TikToker. Yeah, is that like? Do you have quirks like that?
I don't understand that at all, and
How
I
old
don't
are you,
know why.
Alex?
I'm 31.
Oh, okay. You're old as fuck, just like me.
Yeah,
all right,
thank you.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was like Make-A-Wish Foundation for a 31-year-old.
Wait, really?
That I was coming to your house.
This is the oldest guest I've ever had on. No, I'm just kidding. Most of my guests are old. I'm an old person. Okay. How does that work? So like you fucked up. Instead of going to like corporate law, you became a public defender. Ew, you're fucking broke. What's up with that?
Yeah.
How do you pay for your student loans?
Well, I'm lucky because I am getting my loans paid off by this like program that I'm in. If I do it for like 10 years.
George Soros?
Yeah, it's called the George Soros program. He cuts all my checks.
It's called, Release the Criminals Foundation by George Soros.
Yes. Actually, when I went to law school, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but like I wanted to like help. I didn't want to be harmful. And then that's really stupid if you're becoming a lawyer. Also, if anyone's thinking about becoming a lawyer, they should read Dean Spade's essay, like don't become a lawyer, or like if you're thinking about going to law school, read this essay.
What?
It's really good. Because a lot of the most kind of like radical people who go to law school get caught up in kind of the machinery. And truthfully, even a public defender is like a noble cog in a way, right? Like I'm still inside of this machine that is just like constantly crushing people, and I can try to do my best to help, but it's still doing that every single day, and that's what it's designed to do. But when I went to law school, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I think because of honestly like propaganda and everything, people think prosecutors are like really cool. Like every TV show and like Law and Order, which Law and Order, I'm gonna be honest, like does kind of rock as a show, but
very woke. But like in a very liberal way.
It's not, it's sure,
woke in a liberal way where it's like criminals deserve to go in perma-jail all the time and they're always bad and wrong. Whereas like
I like the simplicity of it.
But then also like, you know, they're like addressing trans issues and whatnot.
But yeah,
for your grandma to watch, which is
and also it's got Ice-T, which is huge. I'm a big Ice-T fan.
Yeah.
Love his Twitter. Incredible.
Friend of the show,
Ice-T. But yeah, I didn't know what I wanted to do. And then, I started working for this former public defender on this thing called the Mass Incarceration Project at the Center for Popular Democracy, which is funded by George Soros.
That's it. Oh, dude. Oh, of course. Got him. We fucking got him. All right. That's enough. No, we got him. You're under arrest, sir.
But
I'm holding you in contempt of admiralty court.
Thank you.
This is.
Well, you don't have jurisdiction over my person because you don't have jurisdiction over the body of LOL Overruled.
No, I do.
No,
under
you don't.
admiralty court.
No, you don't, because I am an LLC, and you don't have control over me.
Well, you're in my you're in my domicile.
Oh shit.
Yeah, exactly. I trapped you. I have a strap right here.
I know, it's scaring me. Don't.
It's not a real gun.
Oh, it's not?
No, it does
Don't
look like a
point it at
real
me.
gun. It's airsoft.
I don't want to touch it.
It's airsoft.
Okay.
Look.
I don't want to touch it.
Look at the.
I don't like it.
Okay, here I'll show you.
Okay.
Not real.
All right.
Okay, don't worry. And there's no bullets in it. If you want to, wave it around a little bit. If you want to pull a Ja Morant, you can do that.
No, I can't touch that.
The blicky.
I don't like things that happen when I get my hands on a piece.
Wait, what? The fuck does that mean,
I
dude?
don't know.
Why did you say it like that?
No reason.
Yeah. We are a pro Ja Morant stream. That's why I like to wave it around. Yeah, I'm trying to give it to him so I can say that he was involved in a crime.
He wants my prints. I know you.
Yeah, you got it.
I know you. You're the ops, dude. No, wait, hold on. Wait. Let me just finish the thought because I'm going to go crazy if I don't. Sorry, I'm so boring. So I worked for this program and they were writing policy to overturn the 1994 crime bill, but like at a city level.
So you're anti-Brandon, which is fucked up. Okay.
We're
pro-Brandon.
Yes, I'm anti
on the broadcast.
And I realized, I guess the main thing that changed was I realized that everything I was doing was part of the machinery. Like I was learning how the system functioned. I wasn't learning how to like take it apart. And I didn't want to be a part of that in that way. So I felt like one of the least harmful things I could do was be a public defender. But there are a lot of other great jobs that lawyers, like immigration attorneys, labor lawyers, for the, employees. Like there are lots of people who do great work besides public defenders who deserve, their recognition, obviously, including Olurinatti, my good friend Ole, who's has a YouTube that maybe we'll pull up later.
She's dope. We watched her on the show before. She was supposed to be here as well, actually. Yeah. So she's no longer a friend of the show because she's not here.
That's not true.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh no, I don't want to come."
That's a lie.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh, I'm deliberately not coming intentionally. I hate you, Hasan." That's what she said. Okay, all jokes aside, what is this? Please make Lolo address the "Get Ready With Me" controversy. The controversy being that he deleted it.
What are you talking about?
You did a "Get Ready With Me"?
Which one?
Oh, you've done multiple. Okay, that's not even a controversy. Nice perness.
Blew it.
Yeah, fucking, I pulled you up. He's a lawyer. I just know him from his vlog, says Austinox.
Oh.
Yeah.
Austinox has beef with me.
What is the beef?
He keeps lying and saying that my favorite film is Thor: Love and Thunder.
Wait, that is your favorite film?
No, it's not.
It's literally, you literally said
no,
that's your favorite.
Not.
I overheard you saying it to my mom, you were recommending it.
She said that she liked it and I didn't want to be rude.
That's not even true. She said, ew, yuck, that's the worst. You like Marvel shit? What the fuck is wrong with you? She only watches A24.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What is the... If Hasan makes another big purchase without telling me, I'm going to go ape shit. What's that about?
Probably when you bought a car.
Yeah. Is that?
Yeah.
Did you go ape shit? Was that allowed?
I said if you make one more, I'm going to go ape shit.
Oh, okay. What have I bought since then? Have I bought anything since then? Expensive, chat? I leased it, but it's
Everybody,
fine.
they're pulling up my whole history here.
Yeah. You've said a lot. You've talked a lot of shit.
I know.
What the fuck's that about?
No, I didn't know I was going to, have to walk into your house and then look at you in the eyes.
Gucci shirt? Did I buy the Gucci shirt afterwards? Did I buy the Gucci shirt since then? I don't remember. I thought I bought it out before. I personally am happy for Hasan and his silly clown car. It's a nice car. What the fuck?
I think it's just you in the car. It's imagining you in the car.
It's actually big. It's actually big.
Okay.
It's the, other than the Panamera, it's the only Porsche I can fit in. It's a 4-door.
I just like the imagery.
Yeah. You can drive in it after if you want.
I'm going to steal it.
Oh, okay.
I'm repossessing it.
Well, you do know the law, so.
Yeah.
And also, this is Los Angeles, not like New York. Crime is legal here.
Oh, hell yeah.
If you steal it. Okay, all jokes aside, if you do steal a car, like cops will probably not do anything. Like you would have to be like lucky. If I don't know what the actual statistics are, but cops are extra lazy here. Like, you know how fucking bad they are in New York, where they just like sit around and I don't know.
Well, if you report something, they show up 6 hours later.
Yeah.
And so
they don't. No, you actually can't report something in Los Angeles. We're in a worse situation.
Don't like you.
No. I mean, I pay their salaries.
Oh, that's right.
I pay for their cruisers and their vests and their, APCs.
That's all your personal donations?
No, it's all jokes aside. No, it's my taxes.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah. Myth had to. Yeah, a friend of ours had to literally steal his car back.
What?
Yeah, someone stole it and like joyrode it, I guess. And then he called the cops, and the cops were like, they just were not picking up.
Well, it all worked out though.
B Bonjuk, thank you for the 30 gift of subs. Blood had to steal it as well. 2 of my friends actually had their car stolen, and they had to steal it back.
So don't you think this is a good argument for defunding the police?
No, I'm first of all, I am an advocate for defunding the police. Not many people know I specifically manifested Ethan and Hasan together. I'm going to be their third next year. Take that how you will. What the fuck? What does that mean?
I don't know. You know how much I tweet?
Yeah, you tweet a lot. About me a lot, apparently. We saw this clown car one already. Okay. No, he's one of you guys. Like, but
this
here.
Is like, yeah, and then they're bringing me down.
Alex is a day one fan. Don't let chat slander. Me walking into my mom's room to tell her I threw up. Yeah. I mean, look,
Hasan getting increasingly more uncomfortable as each tweet comes out.
No, not at all. Dude, no, I know first of all, you're a Twitter guy as well as a TikTok guy.
Yeah, that's right.
I know for a motherfucking fact that, like, if you're on Twitter and you are ostensibly on the left, you have to have an opinion about me, and usually it's negative. You cannot have, like, they will pull you into a fucking, what is it, a perestroika? Is that the right term for it? I don't even fucking know. They will pull you into a tribunal,
okay,
a proletariat tribunal, and execute you if you don't say really awful things about, like, how much I suck shit. So for this is nothing. This is positive overall. You're one of the few people that's, like, on my side.
There's still time.
Yeah. His Volume 3 take is horrendous.
They didn't like that. I didn't like Volume 3.
I don't even know what this is.
That's from Guardians of the Galaxy.
What? Okay.
I got so much shit for that.
This is very odd. Wait, you got 52,000 likes on it. What do you mean? You didn't get a lot of shit.
No, like people who love the movie were upset that I didn't love the movie.
Oh.
That's all. That's not important.
This is the equivalent of a porn star's I Met a Fan video. That's so funny. Yeah, true. I jerk off to those all the time.
Gross.
It's actually pretty good. Perestroika was a program that went along with glasnost in the USSR. No, that's not what I was thinking of. There's another fucking Russian term that I'm not remembering. Anyway. Okay. He watches the stream. I don't give a fuck. I can say as unhinged shit as I want to. Okay, so we have a lot. We have a lot to discover. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to get into it. First of all, this is a big crime. This is a big pro-crime stream. We love crime. We watch police chases all the time. We watch criminal interrogations all the time. And I thought, who better to look through a criminal interrogation YouTube video than an actual, lefty public defender, abolitionist who thinks that, murderers should go free, right? I'm just going to slander you.
You're going to get me in a lot of trouble. I mean, I do think that.
Yeah.
We could talk about it more.
Yeah. We can also look at, like, sovereign citizens as well, but probably not like the Mooncat video, but instead like an actual sovereign citizen video.
I love sovereign citizens.
Me too. Are you like a big sovereign citizen fan?
I'm a huge sovereign citizen fan. I love their gumption. I mean, I've also seen some of them in court. Incredible guys.
This guy's so mad. Sorry, I had to read this. The opening rant on vets got me so triggered. I get that Hasan is worried about his dog, but making statements like vets are all scammers and vets are money hungry in front of an audience of 20K impressionable fans is toxic and harmful. Now when a HasanAbi head brings me a sick dog and I make a recommendation, they might decline my recommendation because of a seed of doubt. I sincerely care about the well-being of my patients. Don't worry, man. You're still a vet, okay? You're still a veterinarian. Like, if someone someone's dog is sick, like, they're going to trust you, okay?
Not me.
I've
been influenced.
I thought that was going to be a fucking top of the hour ad break debate. Like, I legitimately thought that was going to be like in there. I started reading it and I was like, oh, this is probably a bait, right? There's no most recent controversy involving you. Oh, too late. I already did the fucking debate before you, bitch. At the top of the hour, there's a streaming ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. We are going to move on. First, we're going to look at some of the other TikTok lawyers and ask Alex why he's not like them. Because they make good content, whereas you make bad content.
Their content is great and my content is dog shit.
Yeah.
That's the big difference. Everybody knows it.
Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Hasan Chauffeur, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see that as the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue. All right. I apologize to all the vets in the chat. Okay, vets are not scammers. Even though
I love vets.
Even like veterans, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
me
also
too.
Veterinarians. But mostly veterinarians.
Okay.
kill that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fucking, I'm a murderer, dog.
My God.
I need you to fucking defend me, and yeah, I need you to defend me in court. How would that work? Could you, if I did that, you can't defend me, right? You're a witness.
You killed someone in front of me?
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't represent you, yeah, in that situation.
Damn, fuck. Okay. I'll think about where I can do murders in the future then.
Yeah, just be more aware. Save a lot on legal fees.
Okay. What about this? This guy would probably defend me.
Court with my client, we absolutely crushed his case. Look, this was a second-time DUI. Yeah, he was leaving the Rufus Du Sol concert at the Hollywood Bowl, had some drinks, had a dirty dog, a delicious glizzy, and allegedly he got behind the wheel and crashed into another car with an angry person in it.
Yeah, that's really fucked up that angry person was angry. The
guy was angry already.
Yeah.
He had a bad attitude.
His lawyer was at the concert too? What the fuck?
Who called the police. Now, it was at issue whether or not he was really the driver or if it was his girlfriend driving.
Oh,
the
interesting.
Police never even asked him if he drove his own car.
Dope.
And he was just standing there talking to the police, doing the field sobriety test.
So pause.
Never even asked him.
What?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Wait, what do you want to say?
So it's like a control issue.
Yeah.
So like who had control of the car, which is one of the only things you can kind of work in a DUI situation.
Yeah.
There's like limited DUIs are tough to beat, but there's limited tools at your disposal. That's one.
Yeah. You know I got arrested for a DUI?
Does not surprise me at all.
In California, but I mean I fucking, what is it called? Nolo
contendere.
No prosecution whatsoever. No court date.
Oh.
They dropped it.
So they just dismissed it.
Yeah, because the fucking assholes. I mean, it was kind of good that it happened. This is a long time ago. I talked about this so many times. Everyone knows, but everyone is always surprised whenever I talk about it I'm talking about it for the first time. But yeah, nolo prosecui.
Oh, okay.
So, what happened is I actually wasn't above the legal limit, but they made me fucking blow on it like 11 times until I could get one, and then the blood work showed that I wasn't over the limit, so they just like it never went anywhere. But they made me do the fucking field sobriety test like multiple times. The lieutenant came in, he made me do it again, and then they were like, "You're definitely drunk, and then they were like, "Here, blow on this," and I blew on it, and they made me blow on it like fucking 10 times.
Yeah,
and then they arrested me. And then I was like, all right, let's do the fucking blood work then. And then they took me to the hospital. Blood work doesn't show that I'm over the limit. So I guess they never even informed me on this as well. That was the most like gruesome, fucked up, like 10 months as I was like waiting if I had a court date or not. And I go to court to see if I even have a court date. And they're like, yeah, you're good.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And I didn't even have a lawyer. Like none of that shit. And because I was broke as fuck. I was just like terrified. I probably would have gotten a public defender.
Yeah.
At that point.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They did the nystagmus thing, like the pen and the flashlight.
Yeah, they did that. They did everything else. What is this? Good morning, Euro. So it's just a reminder that America alphas you in every aspect of life. Back-to-back World War II champs. 2-time nuclear bomb droppers, undefeated in every war we ever participated in. Your food is trash and you don't even have sweet baby raised barbecue. Weebs are more socially acceptable than a European night. Okay. Krish Rehabilitation unbanned. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. You will not be getting unbanned though. It's not pay for play up in here. But yeah, I did all of that. But that was many, many years ago. But it was good because like I've talked about this before. Like I did have a problem, and I had allegedly, definitely driven drunk. I just luckily had not done that night, but I went sober after that.
That's good.
Yeah, I really had to get my shit in order after that, basically, which was a really fucked up thing. And alcohol is very bad. I mean, obviously, drink responsibly, but not good. Anyway,
I'm glad you went through that journey.
Yeah. It would have been better if I hadn't, but
well, you know what I mean. I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, I am now an advocate for drinking and driving. So like, because like think about it this way: most car accidents, sober drivers, overwhelming majority, as a matter of fact,
so
are sober drivers.
Okay,
and And unfortunately, we don't have any data on like how many drunk drivers who don't get caught successfully get home without an accident.
Oh, so you're saying like the stats are on our side, actually?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I think people drive better when drunk.
Sure, that's what everyone says.
Yeah.
Until they don't.
Yeah, until they're wrapped around a telephone pole with their Mustang. But that's worst ways to go out. But yeah, it's just like as long as you get your practice in, I think like, drunk driving should be fine.
Okay.
That's my advocacy.
Respectfully disagree, but I hear you.
Okay. Not very public defender of you. Okay. I'm just saying this guy, on the other hand, he'd get me off.
I'm not saying I wouldn't defend somebody. I'm just saying,
have you
I
don't know if I'm allowed to ask you this, but have you defended someone where you're like, I don't want to defend this guy, like his vibes are off? No, never.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's one that I feel like I get all the time in different ways. It's like, oh, what if someone's guilty is like what people ask, and it's like,
well, you can't.
But the thing is, like, I don't care really about any of that. What I care about is like representing the person to the best of my ability and getting them the best outcome and being a zealous advocate for them. And also like recognizing that the overarching system is so messed up and hurts so many people in different ways that it's so much bigger than like the individual in terms of the representation. And also everybody's entitled to a legal defense, like, not just like from the Constitution, but
typical lawyer speak, by the way, guys.
What? I mean, like everybody,
This is how they get you, okay? This is how defense attorneys fucking
yeah, that's right.
Get the, this is
how I get in your head.
You know who else said that? Alan Dershowitz.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
The number one, the GOAT. The GOAT. He's gotten off so many people.
But
it's true. He did.
Yeah, well, Alan Dershowitz aside, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways to look at it, and it's like representing people who are accused of doing something like especially heinous, to use the Law and Order speak. It ensures that all of everybody else's rights are also, kind of strong and protected, because you want to make sure that those like that wall is in place, that people's rights are actually getting respected, which they so often aren't, right? And it's like, I'd rather one guilty person go free than rather 10 innocent, I'm stupid. I'd rather 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person go to jail.
Damn, you heard it here. That's why he's a George Soros guy, dude. Look at this. He said he wants to get off guilty people exclusively. Pro-crime. We're
right.
pro-crime.
Also, the idea, guilt, it's just like, it's a really myopic way of looking at it. And I want to encourage you and everybody in chat also to try to get away from that and think about it a little bit differently in terms of every time I would represent someone, when I have represented someone, I get their entire case history, I know their whole history, their rap sheet. And like every single person, there's a story behind who they are and how they got there and the things that happened in their life. And like, you won't believe the things that you'll hear of like what people have experienced, like obviously these horrible things and these traumas that have impacted their whole life. And when people go through those traumas and they also live in poverty and they also don't have resources and they don't have healthcare and they don't have housing, it starts to become, of course, this is what happened, Yeah. So I think like it's too small to be like, that guy did something really bad, so like, why are you representing that guy? You know what I mean? And that's kind of how I always feel about it. It's like outside of that and the bigger picture of it as well.
As a public defender, are you allowed to say I can't? Like, are you allowed to recuse yourself? Other than is that the right term? I don't even fucking know. Other than whether you were a witness of the crime or something. Like, are you allowed to say like, oh, I don't know if I can take this case?
I think that's really, I mean, like, it's so contextual, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there can be conflicts that happen and people can get removed from cases, or sometimes legal providers, like different places that are providing the institution can, recuse himself, and there's a different panel of attorneys that will represent that person. In terms of like a personal attachment, everybody's different. My thing is I'll represent anybody, whatever. Let's go, baby. We're doing it. I think maybe some people have certain sensitivities, and that's more reflected in terms of like a case assignment system, right? Because you're part of like a team of people. So I think, but I do think that the vast majority of people are like, we're going to represent these people.
Almost, I've had a client threaten me once, and I asked to withdraw.
Yeah, something that could happen.
Has that ever happened to you? Has a client ever threatened you?
I don't want to talk too specifically about the people that I've represented.
That's fair.
But
I'll respect that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just like to be respectful to them, and like.
Yeah, no.
But speaking
totally makes sense.
Things can happen for sure, and like it isn't always a walk in the park, and people are dealing. It's high stress, for your clients, and it can be high stress for you as well, and that's just the reality of it. And I try to have grace. Like I try to give grace to people in tough situations, and like I've tried to do that in my life as well.
Ultimately, even if I feel like, and you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but like some of the people that you're defending are gonna go to, like they're gonna go to jail regardless. So I feel like it's at least better that like they're not going for 25 fucking years and instead going for 10 if you have that opportunity. Because like what like nothing that could have been solved in 10 years is going to be potentially quote unquote solved in 25.
Yeah.
That is the way I think about it as well. Like whichever way you can shave off and try to create like I guess a more humane system of repercussions. Right?
I want to be really clear with my view and with also the abolitionist view, and I can't speak for everybody and all abolitionists, and I want to be sensitive to that. And if you speak to any abolitionist, they'll give you a different point of view, and it's not totally
because they're fucking anarchists.
But they're not anarchists. Some of them are, but we're not looking to reform. We're not looking to reform. We're looking to abolish the prison, the institution of the prison. And more than that, we're looking to abolish get rid of the conditions that have created a society where it exists and like where people's needs are met. Like it's a very encompassing view. And it's also a horizon. Like nobody who's an abolitionist think it's going to happen tomorrow. And they're not naive. You know what I mean? They're really not. They're doing great work, and they have a lot of hope, and they're great people. Love them. They're great people. And sorry, I did it like that. I'm so sorry for doing that. But
what? What did you?
That was my Donald Trump.
That was your Donald Trump?
That was shitty.
Dude, that was so bad. You're going to fucking jail for cringe, dog. How about that? I am not in favor of abolishing prisons for that and that only. Okay. Let's talk about that. So
okay.
We were going to inevitably broach a subject. I am a spokesperson for the most part, right?
The prisons.
Yes, exactly. I have been hired by the private prison.
Hasan Piker facility.
Yes, the prison industrial complex has hired me. No, I'm a spokesperson in the sense that like when I'm doing advocacy, I try to direct my commentary to the audience that I assume is listening.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And in most circumstances, I feel like the audience that's listening are normies, right? They're not like very well read. They're, just getting started. Maybe they like Bernie Sanders or something. My audience at this point on a Sunday morning is going to be a little bit more the core audience. So obviously this is like a more well-read a part of the audience. But in general, I like to cut my commentary for like the average person who hasn't thought about these ideas thoroughly. And that's why I always say that, like, functionally speaking, I am on board with a lot of what the abolitionists advocate for, but I will not admit that readily when I'm doing commentary on a particular subject, because I feel like that makes me a more effective communicator. And what I mean by that is I completely understand, as far as all I've read, I completely understand the theory behind abolition. I can even steel man it for you if you would like. At prison abolition. We can talk about police abolition as well, separately from that. But I still don't agree with it as far as, in the interim period or the short-term period, or maybe even in the perfect society as well.
Okay.
But that does not mean that I believe that, we should be incarcerating in the way that we are currently in the United States of America. Like, I'm not one of those people who's like, well, what about the Boston bomber? Like,
I don't, yeah. And like, I don't expect people to be on board with it the second they hear about it, especially like, it's more about learning about it and thinking about it and the fact that we take these systems for granted, the way the police work, the way the prison industrial complex works. So it's not saying, hey, we're going to do this tomorrow, and that's not what abolitionists think, and that's not what they're asking for. And I do think, talking about reform, there are reforms that are useful and reforms that are not as useful. Ruth Wilson Gilmore calls it the non-reformist reform. It's like things that take power away from these institutions, like take funding away and putting it into social programs, or having civilian review boards for police departments, which is also sort of debated, or closing down prison complexes, bail reform that gets more people out of jail, like stuff like that. That's helpful, but not necessarily taking it apart brick by brick.
Yeah.
And like, but I think it's all these people, all the normies and the people you're talking to can be on board for saying, hey, this thing is inflated and we need to get away from it. And that's not incongruent with like abolitionists. Like,
yeah,
because
no.
we're getting there, right?
No. That's 100%.
Yeah.
But you're a full-blown abolitionist.
Hell yeah.
You don't believe that prisons should exist.
That's right,
They are
baby.
Obsolete. That's what you're saying.
That's
Are prisons are prisons obsolete? What is he doing? He's going into his bag. Oh, what does he have in there? Wait a minute. What?
Look at this.
Oh my God. It's Angela Davis.
It's for you. I brought this.
That's
for
crazy.
You.
Angela Davis, Are Prisons Obsolete? Early fans of the show that have been watching for a long time know that I quote a lot of this book specifically, but thank you for this gift.
Yeah.
I will not be reading it. I hate reading. I've never read. I don't know how to read.
Okay. Yeah, no,
actually.
I figured. Well, I can do it in pictures for you.
Okay.
I'll do it later.
Damn, I pulled up immediately. F-type prisons in Turkey were inspired by the recent emergence of the super maximum security or supermax prison in the United States, which presumes to control otherwise unmanageable prisoners by holding them in permanent solitary confinement and by subjecting them to varying degrees of sensory deprivation. In its 2002 World Report, Human Rights Watch paid particular attention to the concerns raised by the spread of ultramodern super maximum security prisons. Turkish prison system is actually very interesting. They have it is ironic that was it the Murder on the Orient Express or whatever? Like, it was a fucking Agatha Christie novel,
yes,
I think, that made it seem like Turkish prisons are really fucking terrifying. They're significantly better than American prisons, but most prisons are better than American prisons.
Wait, can I show all the books that I brought?
Sure, go ahead.
For you?
Yeah.
So I brought a couple books for Hasan.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorites. It's Mariam Kaba. We do this till we free us. I really think you should read this. I think it's her essays and it's super digestible, and it's really great. Mm-hmm. She's the best. I brought you that one.
I don't know how to read.
I know. Well, it's for your audience.
I told him I don't know how to read, and he's like, no, I'm going to bring books anyway.
I know. I'm forcing you guys to read. I'm so sorry. I'm so boring. This is No More Police, also by Mariam Kaba and Andrea Ritchie. This is more about like police abolition. Really fucking great. This is my friend Erica Purnell, Becoming Abolitionists. Great book. And then another one, but I'll show you that one later. It's not an abolitionist book.
Okay. But
I'm forcing you to read these at gunpoint. No, give me the strap.
No, wait, really? You're going to hold it?
No, I'm not going to hold it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about abolition. Okay. You want to abolish prisons. Yes.
Why? Do you think that we should have abolished slavery? Don't.
No, yes, I do. I do.
Okay. So the foundation of the prison in the United States is based in slavery and anti-blackness and built in white supremacy. And those are the direct roots of it as we know it. And certainly for the last 60 years since like drug war with Nixon, but even before that, where the prison population in the United States has exploded. But even before that, it was once slavery ended, prisons became the alternative to it.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think that's like...
Okay, what's next? Okay. You're going to tell me Louisiana State Penitentiary is basically a plantation? Okay.
Yeah.
What? Oh, come on. Come on now.
I think that's a really important thing to think about is there was a time where people said, let's abolish slavery. And people said, come on, this is like part of what we do and we've got it going on and it's not so bad. And even Angela Davis in her book talked about how actually at the beginning of the prison system, it was almost worse than the plantation system because, and this is to say they're both horrible, right? But in her words, they had a buy-in when they owned slaves because it was their property. And then when the prison system came in, nobody technically owned the people anymore. So they could just use them freely and didn't care what happened to them. So it was even more brutal than the plantation system.
And now we have convict leasing.
Yeah.
Which is the same shit.
In California, people get paid,
firefighters?
Couple cents an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's it is modern day slavery.
By the way, I don't disagree with any of that stuff.
Okay.
I completely recognize it. I talk about that all the time. This is not really a debate on that front. I agree with that. I guess my own perspective. If we're to like find an area of disagreement, if we were to look for an area of disagreement, I think the only disagreement is, and this does not justify the current carceral state as it stands. I just want to qualify that immediately. But the only thing I would say is that there is a necessity for some form of institutionalization that is for rehabilitation overall, that is managed by medical professionals. But like there needs to be I feel like it's I don't know. I don't want to use the term containment, but I feel like if you've done something really fucked up, obviously for the most severe cases, like there needs to be, I still believe that there needs to be like some democratically organized, completely civilian controlled group of individuals that go, okay, we have to look at this. We have to, we have to analyze this. We have to ensure that like, this person is like properly rehabilitated and can reintegrate into society and maybe for a duration, not out and about to continue doing what they're doing. So that's my belief that there is there are edge cases always that does not, again, justify the current existing structure at all. So functionally, I am on board with everything that the abolitionists are fighting for at this stage. But as far as antisocial personality disorder related crimes or things that like our current level of medicine cannot account for with respect to rehabilitation, there needs to be like a holding.
I think we're talking about a couple things. I want to sort of like recognize my own limitations in terms of talking about some of these things, especially when it comes to people who are struggling with like mental illness and other things. And I think like I'm careful. I'm cautious about that. Also, just because I feel like we all accidentally, even like when we have good intentions, are like especially with Jordan Neely and everything that happened with Jordan Neely, like sort of deputizing ourselves to say what was going on with the person, what their situation was. But I think it's kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit. Like I understand people's concerns and like kind of what you're talking about, but I really think it's important to recognize that we're talking about a world that we're not sure exactly what it actually looks like because we haven't really lived it yet. And we have a set of...
I agree.
And so it's like, but I don't believe at all that it's utopian. I think that it's moving towards that world again. And I hear what you're saying about like democratic alternatives and stuff like that. It is a centering, in terms of harm, we want to center people who are harmed, victims, which our current system doesn't do. And we want to create practices to center those people and then ask a question, which is, this is transformative justice, which is how do we prevent this from happening again with this person, and what were the circumstances that led for this to happen, right? And what you're talking about kind of is, I'm very weary of the idea of like social death, you know what I mean? Like, and that's kind of what the prison is like. And even in, and if you talk to people who have mental health crises and get into one of these facilities, those can be just as bad as prisons. They can be brutal.
Oh, it can be worse than prisons.
Oh yeah, it can be a horrible, horrible place.
Yeah.
So
it wouldn't work in the way that it does. Even like what I'm talking about right now, it's not like prison. There's no solitary confinement. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think that I also don't like ceding any ground, because I think it gives into, it still lets this system exist. Like even the idea of just like when we just talk about, well, that's a little bit unreasonable, that seems a little bit too out there, so we just need these reforms. The reforms become institutionalized. Like they just become part of the business as usual. That's always been very true of the police. And if you look at the history of policing in the United States, it's like the last 100 years. Every time something happens, they have a commission.
Yeah.
They investigate. They say we need new technology. And they've been doing it for they did it in the 1930s. They did it in the 1960s, the Kerner Commission. So
the overdrive came with, I guess, special weapons and tactics, especially, right? Or surplus programs and
it's just
militarization.
Money.
Yeah,
right,
militarization
right.
of the police.
Money gets poured.
All the time, they're constantly saying we need to fucking train them better. We need to train them better.
Right.
And that's why I find myself obviously functionally on your side of this conversation. It's just that when I'm communicating it, I think when I'm communicating to a broader audience, everyone is always going to say, what do you do with the pedophiles?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What do you do with the pedophiles? And the reality is, or what do you do with serial killers? This is 1% of the fucking prison population, and obviously is not justifiable for the current carceral state that we exist under, because 99% of the prisoners, their crimes are born out of their material conditions. Actually, 100% of the prisoners, their crimes are born out of material conditions, but which are solvable. But there's always going to be edge cases. There's always going to be edge cases which people will hit you in the head over.
Yeah, I mean, there are some. Yeah, I mean, yes, we're talking about it's a small percentage, but obviously people think about them, and when they think about particularly bad crimes that they don't like. And I think part of the question that we need to ask in that situation is, what do we do? What do we do today? What do we do about those things today? And we don't do that much about those things today. The police, they actually get an arrest and they go through a prosecution process on less than 10% of the things that they investigate and that get reported. And then in terms of, when we're talking about really nasty stuff, very, very low conviction rates, things that even go to trial, people that actually go through the system and the process. So yeah, we're talking about this infinitesimally small portion of the overarching population, but it comes up again and again and again. And I think you actually kind of put it very well, which is it can't justify the entire system as it is. Abolitionists,
and I don't believe that.
Abolitionists don't this is important too. Abolitionists don't believe that violence will cease to exist in the world. You know what I mean?
So how do you deal with it?
I think community-based alternatives. I mean, I think restorative justice practices, which were originally created in indigenous communities, which brought together the person who did the harm and the person who was harmed, and sort of actually had the community aspect. And for smaller things we're
getting the community to pelt the pedophile. Is that what we're doing?
I mean, when it comes to that stuff, I mean, okay, Larry Nassar, the guy who was, and also this is a trigger warning for people because of what the subject matter of this is. Larry Nassar, did all this, sexually assaulted all of these girls on the USA gymnastics team. This was back a couple of years ago. And he was sentenced to a zillion years in jail, 140 whatever years in jail. Larry Nassar going to prison. There's a problem, because if we like it when the system worked today. Do you know what I mean? We like that. It makes us feel good. But the truth is, it didn't actually work because Larry Nassar was able to abuse people for years and years and years and get away with it. And what about the institutions that allowed him to do that and the people who turned a blind eye to him doing that? So we need to, not as like a normie who's just learning about abolition, because it takes a little while, but as abolitionists, we need to like recognize that the systems don't justify, these microscopic wins don't justify the system. And it's still a system that will replicate itself again and again.
No, I mean, I agree with all that.
Yeah.
I do. I agree with all that. But the reason why I guess qualify, or the reason why I clarify that like I still need like, or I still believe that not that this justifies the current system and not that this justifies prisons as we understand it currently, but I believe that there's a need for like a level of containment for a brief duration, even if, and it's not, and the reason for that is not like punishment. I'm not even talking about like containment for punishment. It's more so containment for, let's say, a medical diagnosis, which can be very complicated. This is like I said, antisocial personality disorder related crimes are, as it stands, and maybe perhaps forever, impossible to diagnose accurately and impossible to correctly understand and stop. Like the system that we have is like what the Psychopath's manual. It's fucking bullshit. It's outdated. It's antiquated. It sucks. The UK, as far as I understand it, has like basically a permanent asylum, like permanent institutionalization protocol set in place. Once you're like, once you are identified as like a psychopathic criminal, which is insane to think about. But there's certainly no current way of adequately dealing with it. And I don't even know if there ever will be, but there is a need for something like that.
Yeah. I mean, I still disagree. I think I understand what you're getting at. I think the reality is, and even based on the conversation we're having right now, I mean, I don't have all the answers, right? Obviously, but it's also not on each individual person. It's us as like a collective in solving this problem. And I think that should be the focus when we talk about it, because a lot of the time gets kind of derailed in terms of this conversation of, serial killers. Yeah, the guy's doing this, the guy's doing that. And again,
which is why I usually don't have this conversation, for the record.
Yeah.
Because I think it's unproductive, because I don't agree with it. Like, I don't agree with the other side. Like, I'm not trying to justify prisons and it existing by bringing up edge cases. You know what I mean? Because it's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things because of how much work that needs to be done to even work within the system that we have currently to try and make marginal improvement.
Yeah,
improvements as best as we can.
But also, like, what does a society look like where people have their basic needs met and the resources that they need? Like, we do have kind of a vision of what an abolitionist world looks like in wealthy neighborhoods.
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So, like, that's, the cops aren't walking around the wealthy neighborhoods. You have to like call them if you needed them to come there. They're not policing or criminalizing those populations.
Absolutely.
So
agreed.
I think like we need to think about things in that way. And I think, as people who are kind of, maybe we don't all totally agree and you have your reservations about it and everything, we're all on this like train together and we're heading towards this destination. And I think we can get there. I think we can be productive together in getting there.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
there's these like spooky, scary cases, but like, it's something that we can't know fully and nobody has the perfect answer to, because we don't exist in that world. We live in one where it's the world that we know, where we spend $100 billion+ a year on policing, where we have, a prison industrial complex that's billions of dollars, where there, that's the world we exist in, where every day the New York Post is like, this guy came out of jail and
ultimately
cut this guy's head off.
Ultimately, that's precisely the reason why I never have this conversation, because like it's ridiculous to like dunk on abolition as a concept, even though I do like making fun of anarchists and saying they're smelly, or even abolitionists and calling them anarchists, like Cinemarxism in the chat, who's like fucking very upset at me. He's great.
I think
great
cameraman,
director.
Are sometimes upset because they think that we're going to like reproduce, you know, a system like the same system, and I don't believe that that's the case. But I understand the concern.
Well, but no,
okay,
my point was this. The reason why I usually don't debate abolition.
Well, we're not debating it. We're talking about
even
it.
talk about abolition all too much is because
homies.
it's so. Yeah, of course, it's so far in the. It's so far out in the future, like it's so beyond the pale that like I don't care if someone calls me an abolitionist. Other than optically speaking, I think that it's better to not say that if I'm in a conversation, because everyone is going to straw man and gotcha once they they say like, oh, you're an abolitionist, like they're going to be like, what are you going to do about the rapists? Like I could, if I wanted to, and you've probably had this conversation many times, like trap you in numerous different like rhetorical traps that make it optically impossible to speak on the matter and effectively communicate your side without just basically saying we have to do community, or we have to do like community-based solutions to like violent pedophiles and shit like that. And it's not a justification for the current carceral state or any prison system in general. So it's like, I get it, I understand it, which is why I don't talk about it usually.
Yeah, and I mean, I can lead a horse to water, but I can't like, okay, if there's not a carceral system, I mean, I don't like saying it, you know what I mean? Like, and someone has done some, what happens if somebody kills somebody else, right? What's the resolution to that?
Yeah.
I mean, there's different resolutions. There's like reparations. There's, having someone pay, doing stuff for the family, admitting wrong, XYZ. But also, you can't in an abolitionist society, hypothetically, you couldn't stop like somebody from going and doing something to that person.
Fucked up. Yeah.
So like, I don't know, you know what I mean? But I don't think that's the answer. Like, I don't like a violence alternative. I think it's more about just recognizing how it is. Also, Ole has a really good video on this that she just put out that might be worth.
If Marxists say that the state will wither away in communism, then surely the carceral state will too. Yes. I mean, that's ultimately the reason why whenever people are like, oh, you're a communist, I'm like, I don't really give a shit if you call me that. I don't care. I don't care whatever you call me. Ultimately, it doesn't change my perspective at all. Olurinatti made a What is Prison Abolition video. Are you hungry, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel about sweet green salads?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, I'm gonna order right now for both of us. Then I'm gonna order because I'm starving. I usually eat at this time, so we can do that while we watch this Olurinatti video. It's like she's here, but not really.
I mean, they're killing my friends. It's as simple as that. And I've been all the years that I've been alive.
So you don't agree then? I mean, when people say, oh, it's okay for him, he's escaped.
What have I escaped? Where, anyway, would I go to escape? To your country? Where would a fleeing black man go if he wanted to escape? If you break faith with what you know, that's a betrayal of many, 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 many people. I may know 6 people, but that's enough. Love has never been a popular movement, and no one's ever wanted really to be free. The world is held together, really it is held together, by the love and the passion of very few people.
I'm an abolitionist. Yes, that does mean I believe we need to abolish prisons, policing, and America's entire criminal system as it exists. But we recognize that the powers that be won't simply open up all the cells and close all the courts tomorrow, just as we recognize that we do not yet have the resources, the institutions, and the support systems in place to make that feasible. But we also recognize that mass incarceration is invested in ensuring that we never do, which is why the first thing you should know is that abolition is a vision for the future. A world
I agree
where we
with all of these
police,
takes,
courts,
by
and
the way.
That's what I told you.
Because instead of pumping money
of
into
course.
the criminalization of the
That's
most
why I say, like,
disenfranchised among
optically
us, we put that money.
That's why I say, optically speaking, if I'm going to be making an argument, like it's one that I think. Here's the thing, Okay? The difference between policing as the way that we currently understand it, policing as a theory versus policing as a practice are two fundamentally different things, even though policing as an institution was designed around, asset extraction, asset management, protection of capital, protecting and serving the interests of the wealthy, no matter whichever way that it existed, either in the North with around trade routes, around like harbors and whatnot, versus in the South with slave catching and the like. So I get all of that, but the anarchist or the abolitionist solution to that would be some form of democratically organized group of individuals that are upholding the democratically voted on hierarchies, I guess, that everyone in said community agrees on. So to the average Joe, when you describe it like that, it's just policing in a truly representative democracy. It's still technically people that are going to be tasked with upholding law and order, kind of, or at least like maintaining the presence that there is like some kind of law and order.
I don't know that I necessarily agree. I think that look, inside, again, it's kind of hard to talk about, but like inside this like area that this weird area we're talking about, there's this democratic idea, but also abolition as a concept is also thinking about like your community as like your neighbors, like having relations, because this is also part of the problem with capitalism is that we are so atomized and like separated from one
alienation
another.
And isolation.
And obviously the vibes right now in this country are so supremely fucked up. And I think that is also a reflection of how atomized we are. But when you have a community and you hear something going on next door and you hear two people yelling and you maybe think it's like a domestic violence situation, when you know those people and they know you and you can knock on that door and not think they're going to shoot you, the guy's going to shoot you, that's a very different situation. Or when your stereo goes missing and you know that it's your cousin that stole it or whatever, you're going to be like, why did Jerry steal my stereo? And you're going to call your aunt and you're going to be like, he stole my stereo. Can you get me a new stereo? Or you know what I mean? Like, I think it's important to think about it in that way. Like it's a fundamentally different way of being and also like, again, meeting people's material needs. And it's not, and please, for the love of God, it's not utopian, right? Because we have the resources to do all these things, but we make these policy choices in terms of the money which I know you know that, but like it's a policy choice and then that's it.
Yeah. But we don't just exist. We do exist in a broader society as well, though. Like we exist in a larger formation than just like the simple smaller communities that you are talking about, which is why there still is like a need for some level of enforcement. Is what I end up arguing on the side of. Like there needs to be a group of individuals that. Everyone is like, yeah, that's great. These guys are the guys who are going to operate the courts, for example. You know what I mean? Like, I suspect that you still believe in like a court system, right? Like you believe that there needs to be like some level of adjudication, judgment, like a court process, even if it's to like uphold simple contracts, even if it's to resolve simple matters, whether it be community organized and is like small, there needs to be a means of arbitration, a place where you can do that.
I think, if that's a system that becomes imposed because of a collective, my preference is like smaller autonomous I mean, I don't want to get super in the weeds on this, but like, I understand your trepidation and I hear what you're saying. I think a lot of people do this, and I think it's I would just ask you and like people to try to fight the inclination to give in. Like I feel like it's ceding ground in a way. Like I hear you, but I think that idea of like there needs to be enforcement or there needs to be this, I think it is giving too much credit to the system and not realizing that even in our own minds we have like reproduced the prison in our own minds. That's what I think.
What do you mean by that?
Like, it's hard for us to imagine.
Also, you need to order food as well while you're doing this. Go ahead. But don't show it on camera. Okay. So yeah.
I don't want people to see my order.
Yeah. Well, or my address. I think that
it's
would
on
be,
there.
Well, it could.
I didn't know where you lived. You had to send me it.
Yeah. Anyway, go on.
I was gonna dox you. What did you get?
I got a custom salad. Do you want the same? I mean, it's like super high protein.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay, pussy.
Here you go.
Wait, that's it? What did you get?
I got the pesto parm.
That's it?
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't want something nicer than that?
What do you mean? It's fine.
Okay, whatever. All right, dude.
Let's go to Ole.
No, let's
go to Ole. It's fine.
Oh, come on. What do you mean? You said a prison of the mind. Like I'm a little bit confused by that. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying I think that we are. It's hard for us to imagine a different world. You know what I mean?
I agree.
It's hard for us to imagine a different world.
Yes.
So I think that's kind of what I mean. And we reproduce these things, and even what we believe is possible is different. And I think we should have like a more expansive view and a more hopeful view. And at least for me, that's like, I hear what you're saying, right? But like, even for me, I'm like, all right, but you know what? Let's do it live. Fuck it. Like, let's go. Let's do this.
Okay. All right. Fair. No, I understand that. It's like, I mean, it's the Mark Fisher quote. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. Yeah. And I agree, and that doesn't sway me or that doesn't change my mind on my opinions on capitalism and abolishing it. So why not the same for prisons? It's just that the difference there, for me at least, is like I don't have all the answers for that either, right? What a perfect transitional socialist state looks like. How do you abolish? How does the state cease to exist? All these are questions that I do not have answers for, certainly. I mean, many other people much smarter than me have thought about it, theorized it. But for the life of me, I still cannot comprehend a world in which like there's no enforcement of people who are just gonna, because there's always gonna be like the very small, slim, like silly people that are going to behave in bad faith. And it's kind of like the way I see it, for example, do I believe that trans women, for example, should be able to compete in athletics with cis women? Absolutely. What if I were to say no right now? I was just like a transphobic dude.
Kill you if you
out
did that right
out of
now.
nowhere. I was just like randomly transphobic. You had no idea.
Just go
no,
full Joe Rogan.
No, I of course I do. Right?
God.
I do. I don't think that it's like it's unfair or anything like that. And are there, for example, like game breakers a little bit? Like, can certain bad faith actors break that? People who claim that they are non-binary, but like they're doing it specifically to compete, to make a point. Like Republicans, they do that from time to time. I'm sure you've seen it, where they can't like find an example of it in the real world, in the wild, so they make that example up themselves. Where they're like, well, see, I did it. Like I claim to be a woman, and I'm doing some random fucking weightlifting competition.
Mm-hmm.
I have an abolitionist perspective on that, where I just like, who cares ultimately? Because I feel like the stakes are not as high. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I ultimately consider that to be like frivolous, no matter what happens. Yeah, like Zuby did that fucking weirdo, right? Or the milk porn dude, the dude who like put on like gigantic breasts at school. Remember, like that's not a trans person, but he was like, I'm trans, and like everyone used that as an example to be like, this is why trans people are weird and gross. Like we gotta make sure that they're criminalized or whatever, right? And it's fucking ridiculous. Ultimately, though, those edge cases, even if there isn't like proper enforcement on those edge cases, I don't think that it's going to create like a major. I don't think that it's going to like legitimately destroy society in the way that we operate. And the stakes are not as high in like athletic competitions or whatnot. So a little bit of like scumbaggery can be dealt with, in my opinion, through the individual community that is like self-selecting or like whatever commission is in place for that athletic endeavor that people are engaging in, they can make that assessment individually in a decentralized manner. Whereas when it comes to criminal justice, I do feel like it's not a concession I can make for for things that I personally believe in, even if I do understand that like solving the underlying material conditions would eradicate, like, as you said, this doesn't happen in rich communities, but crime still does happen in rich communities.
Sure.
And how do you deal with that is something that I just can't get over. For me in particular, because I feel like that's a much, like, the stakes are higher than simply athletic competition.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just keep going back to the same point over and over again.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that you are a transphobe.
No, I said I don't care. Like, I'm saying I'm on board with trans women competing with cis women, and like edge cases like bad faith actors who aren't trans are not going to break that. I know. Yeah. Crime happens in rich communities, but much more rare as the victims are not in that community. No. That's what I'm saying. Crime still does happen in rich communities. Actually, there are certain things that we should be criminalizing that we don't, like wage theft, for example, or
$50 billion a year. I think I made that up. I think it's $50 billion.
It's a lot. It's much more than like fucking regular theft or grand theft auto or grand larceny in general.
Yeah, no, it's more than all those things combined. All property crime combined is wage theft.
Like, how do we, in an abolitionist world, like, what do we do to the fucking CEO that's like, I guess there would be no CEOs in an abolitionist world, but like, what do you do to the guy who's dumping, fucking toxic waste into the water supply? You know what I mean? And he's not stopping.
Yeah, well, we'd stop him from doing that. We don't let him do that anymore.
What's the enforcement mechanism? What's the enforcement mechanism? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think you're negating like the reality of like a community's ability to get involved in difficult situations, which they're able to do. We're talking about the abolition of the prison industrial complex, which is like this formation that exists. Guy pumping chemicals into the water. How do we deal with that guy? I mean, like, he's going to face the people that he has harmed. You know what I mean? That's how they're going to deal with that guy. I think, like, again, if something, it doesn't mean that there's not going to be severe repercussions for that person. Like, there likely will be severe repercussions for that person. Just a question of how it works and whether it's just purely punitive or, figuring out a way to make those people whole. 50 billion, I was right.
You were right. But in 2014, so
damn.
get your numbers up. It's probably way higher now. Yeah.
So if they killed him, that's okay. I mean, I'm not saying it's okay, but
whatever happens. That's what you're saying.
I'm not saying that.
Like, ultimately, what? Anyway, let's continue with this video for now. Well, I'm actually holding off on it because like we can keep watching it when the food gets here, and then it's easier to watch it without me pausing it nonstop.
They said I'm pro mob justice.
Yeah, like, I mean, it turns into like Chaz and Chop, right? Like, I mean, that was a bit of a joke regardless. Like, that was not like a real, anarchist formation or
Seattle?
anything. Yeah.
Okay.
But like, how did Chaz or Chop, how did that fall apart? Well, it fell apart when there was like one dude, I think it was like literally a landlord, if I'm not mistaken, who like set up a brigade of like armed security for that community. And then they ended up shooting at like a bunch of black teenagers who were in a minivan who were, I think, legitimately harassing the community as well. And they were constantly targeted by like right-wing white supremacists too. So they were on edge. And then they ended up shooting at them and I think killing one of the teenagers.
Yeah.
So like,
it's horrible.
So like, okay, so then all you did in that situation was like community enforcement turned into police by a different name. And then it actually acted out in an almost identical way that like police would behave in that circumstance.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's a difference between security and safety. And I feel like the stuff you're talking about is security and not safety. And I think that safety, again, and I hate to be a broken record here, is because maybe it's not satisfying to people, right? But like, safety is this idea, you know, that's based in a group in the community of people knowing each other, and being able to actually connect and hold each other accountable in different ways. I think, like, you know, an armed militia or whatever. I mean, look, we see how it works now, right? Like, is it working out now? No, it's not working out now. And so I don't love arguing about what exactly the future looks like, because to be honest, I don't know that it's the most important thing in the world, because we don't know exactly what that future looks like. And you know, as we're talking about this more and more and like going back and forth on it, I'm realizing that now I totally understand why you feel this way, where you're like, yeah, I don't want to talk about this but I think it is.
No, I don't want to talk about it because it's unproductive, because our goals are completely aligned, 100%, which is why I don't like talking about it.
But I think I do think it's a valuable thing from the perspective of getting people to think about it and look into it. People are talking shit.
They're talking shit about me. Don't worry. They always do. Cause
let's go.
This is like a big tent, left leaning even, and maybe even some right wingers in here as well, like community. So, there's always going to be like, there's going to be anarchists, there's going to be fucking Maoist third worldists, and then, and liberals and even conservatives in here. So like, obviously, there's a lot of, difference in opinion.
I also just want to say, like, look, my job that I do for a living is a harm mitigation job. The realities for most of my clients is they're in a really bad situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're looking to decide between bad and worse choices a lot of the time. I am not, I live in the real world. I understand how the real world works. I'm asking for people to be open to a different vision of the future, and also like look for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, go check it out. That's, if anything, the only thing I hope that happens today is like people think about it a little bit more and look into it and figure it out, and also are more supportive of people who talk about it and don't think that they're complete idiots who don't know what they're talking about, which I'm probably one of the worst. I'm probably one of the biggest idiots around, which I sort of also said at the beginning. But
no, I'm an idiot too. I'm very stupid, so it doesn't matter. We're having a
mid off.
We're having a stupid off. And listen, for the record, for everyone who's in the chat right now, they're like, oh well, you know, maybe Alex is not doing the best job here describing abolition. I could do a much better job. No, the fuck you wouldn't. Okay, no, you wouldn't. So shut the fuck up. For everyone always fancies themselves to be this like incredible communicator when in a situation like this one, where like you get tense no matter what, you know what I mean? It's an unfamiliar surrounding, unfamiliar environment. You know, it doesn't work that way.
They're cooking me.
What, me?
No, I'm kidding.
No, they're not. They're not cooking. But ultimately, all right, let's watch this, and then we'll go through points point by point.
Crime, like poverty, unemployment, poor housing, starved school systems, mental health issues, and more. We must reckon with what our criminal system is to understand why abolition isn't about depriving us of the means to stop crime or address harm. It's allowing us to design a system where we do those things for the very first time, because that is not what we currently do. Mass incarceration is slavery, a fact that the 13th Amendment explicitly acknowledges by abolishing slavery except for anyone convicted of a crime. In the same breath that the U.S. government purported to...
The only abolition we advocate for here is the abolition of the top of the hour ad break, by the way. Sorry. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, there you go. You can be a full-blown abolitionist in that regard. 100%. Okay? For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, by taking an Amazon Prime account and connecting it to your Twitch account, you can get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue. Speed Razor, thank you for the 5. Get the sub.
Abolish slavery. They established the means to continue the practice. And slavery is as much a business as it is a sin. And a business is meant not just to continue, but to expand, to make more and more money. Nearly 2 million people are incarcerated in America, over 400,000 of whom have not had a trial or been convicted of any crime. Nearly 60% of all incarcerated people are Black or Latino, And the vast majority of incarcerated people earned wages below the poverty line prior to their arrest. And America makes over $11 billion yearly in goods produced by prison labor, both private and public. Incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people owe at least $27.6 billion in fines and fees nationwide. Their families spend over $2.9 billion in commissaries each year, in addition to another $14.8 billion in costs associated with moving, eviction, and homelessness brought on by these cases. No system that is designed and maintained in furtherance of making money by subjugating and imprisoning specific populations for allegedly committing certain harms simultaneously intends to rid us of those harms and thus their means of production. So if slavery is a system of bondage where a person is treated as property, deprived of their freedom and personal liberty, and forced to perform labor for another's gain, mass incarceration is slavery. And it's making the rich richer and absolutely no one safer. But I understand that in spite of everything I'm going to say to you, if this is the first time you're hearing about abolition, or maybe you even know a little about it, it might seem impossible or crazy. And that's fair. The first time I heard about abolition, I was a junior in college being introduced to Our Prisons Obsolete by Angela Davis by my thesis advisor, and it sounded crazy to me too. But if you want to change someone's mind about something, the first thing you need to understand, what I believe my professor understood when she referred me to Angela Davis, instead of engaging how taken aback I was at the very concept of abolition, is that nobody ever abandons their entire worldview the first time it's challenged. It doesn't matter how many facts, stats, case studies, compelling narratives, or undeniable evidence you have on your side, people simply do not rip the foundation out from under themselves at the first indication that there may be cracks. People believe what they're taught, and rarely on their own do they have occasion to question what was presented to them as fundamental truths. The sky is blue, grass is green, cops are good, robbers are bad, justice is served when someone goes to jail. But just having it brought to my attention that we didn't always have or rely on prisons, combined with the realization that there are other countries that do not invest in punitive prison systems and instead invest in genuinely care-based, community-based, rehabilitative models, immediately shifted my world. Just learning that it was possible to have a society without prisons instantly diminished how radical the mere suggestion had seemed to me, because up until that point, I'd never noticed that because I was born into a world with prisons, I thought they were as natural to earth as dirt, water, and air, rather than the man-made institutions that they are. But before we can understand how we get to abolition and why it's necessary, we first must understand why mass incarceration and prisons aren't, and exactly what they're meant to accomplish. When you say you want to abolish the prison industrial complex, or more specifically, policing in prisons, one of the first things people ask you is how then will we stop crime? And the premise that underlines that question, that our existing system does this, is wrong.
I agree with that. Yeah, like I don't think that our current system stops it. Obviously, if they did, America would be the crime-free utopia. It would be like literally the least, like there would be no fucking crime. We technically have 25% of the entire world's prisoner population inside of our borders. I mean, unless we fucking incarcerate every single citizen, like it's not stopping. It doesn't seem to be. We have horrible rates of violent crime in comparison to that. It seems like maybe the underlying material conditions, poverty, is what is causing a lot of this crime to continue happening. But she brought up a really good point as far as like care-based structures, right? Like rehabilitation-focused forms of criminal justice. I don't know if Olurinatti's talking about like Norway or whatnot, and I feel like that's an example that gets used all the time. But I like to point to social democracies, which of course I understand are still, still rely on third world exploitation and natural resource extraction to exist in the way that they do. But like when you look at domestic policy in Norway, especially criminal justice, versus America, it's dramatically better.
Sure.
It's still not the best, and there are still problems, right? I'm not saying that like they have everything figured out, but I like to use that comparison to show what is possible, and show that like that is a successful, viable alternative to what we have. That also kind of, in my opinion, still proves that there is like a necessity for some form of some form of containment.
You slipping that in there, man. It's just like the knife in me every time.
Yeah, but
no, I think yeah. I mean, I hear you. I think that part of the issue in the United States specifically is that it's so racialized. The prison system is so racialized. And
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the history there, but even just, the current enforcement and, the majority of people in there are people of color. They're also the people who are constantly criminalized and surveilled by the police, that it's hard to imagine that any massive reforms, which unfortunately even like in our political climate seem like impossible, even those reforms like still wouldn't be, as effective, right? Like
it wouldn't.
It's good. It's good to have like baselines maybe, but I would point back to that idea of like the non-reformist reform. Like I'm not against reforms, right? I'm not against helping. I wasn't against bail reform. It was great. It got a lot of people out in New York. It was really helpful. I'm against things that like maintain power structure or like build them up or give more capacity versus like, kind of taking it down. That's a little bit or a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's still better.
You want to fight?
Marginal improvements. Well, I mean, what happens when one party loses?
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm just saying, like, no cops, no.
I got the strap.
No cop. Oh, I have it right here. It's on my.
You don't know how fast my hands are.
It's on my side of the table. Yeah, no jail anyway. So fuck it, YOLO. Why not?
Does not address, stop, or prevent crime because that's not what it's intended to do. In fact, it's meant to reproduce it. America's criminal system is a vehicle for maintaining racial, social, and economic inequality by criminalizing poor Black and brown communities, using them for labor, and saddling them with debt, trauma, and rap sheets whose lifelong collateral consequences can rarely be outrun. It's not a coincidence that the same communities dubbed high crime areas are those most under-resourced and remain that way generation after generation. We all want to live in a society that is free of crime and the social ills that reproduce it. But continuing to invest in policing and mass incarceration of communities whose well-being we've never invested in only takes us further and further away from that goal. In America, the police killed at least 1,195 people in 2020 that we know of, and they've already killed 320 people this year. Black people were 26% of people killed by police in 2022, despite being only 13% of the population. According to the Vera Institute of Justice, police arrest someone every 3 seconds in this country. Yet, a 2020 review from University of Utah professor Shima Bergholm found the police solved just 2% of all major crimes. But the United States has the...
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
You have a... Yeah, no. You have a 50-50 shot in the United States of America of getting away with murder.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like those odds.
Yeah. It's like... It's pretty wild to think about. Actually, no. It's the majority is... You don't have a 50-50 shot. You have like a 51% shot of getting away with murder.
And I mean, even if you look at like clearance rates, those don't always tell the whole story, right? Because because there's also people that are falsely imprisoned, like people who are not guilty. Yeah.
But it's much more convenient for the institutions to say, all right, you're guilty, you're going to jail, fuck it, YOLO, for sure. I don't think that like the number. I still don't think that the number of people that are that were found guilty of a crime but they were actually innocent is at like, I don't think it's like a 50-50 situation, but especially with like.
But okay, wait. But like, also think about the things that we criminalize, right? I mean, it's like.
Oh, I'm talking about murder and stuff.
Okay.
No, I wasn't. No, dog. I'm not talking about. No. I'm 100% on board. I'm 100% on board with like, all low-level offenses. Like pretty much everything that people do, I recognize they do because they have to. Like they have to find like. Whether it be selling drugs or even all the way up to like extreme cases that you would consider extreme cases of violent crime, even like rape and things of that nature are, in my opinion, absolutely crimes that are rehabilitatable, I guess, if that's the correct term for it. And also, the best way to solve it is not necessarily draconian punitive measures, which are demonstrably not successful in playing a role in deterrence. Because if that was the case, America wouldn't have any of it at all, right? But instead, to solve that, you have to look at the cycle of poverty and crime.
I think there are, you know, it is a hard thing to talk about, and it is a hard position to have, because it isn't always, you know, we're talking about like a low level thing. And I think it's important we also not just talk about low level things, because like more than half of the people who are in, you know, who are incarcerated in state prisons are there for technically what is considered a violent crime. And I think we should, you know, it's important to dive into like what is a violent crime, because like only 3% of burglaries that happen actually involve like violence between two people. Like the vast majority of them, they don't even see the other person. Like it's in like the front of a house or in an apartment building or something like that. So like the way violent crime is even defined by the law can vary drastically state to state. You know, like in Kentucky, it could be like if you have ammonia for making like methamphetamine and you're like transporting it, that can be a violent crime. There's just like all these different definitions. So even when we hear the term violent crime, it might not be something where we think of actually a harm occurring to another person. But like, obviously there are things where someone is harmed, right? And I agree with what you're saying, which is how do we create alternatives to prevent those things from happening in the first place? Like, why does the environment exist?
It's
and like
crime prevention does not happen, but with policing. 100%. Crime prevention only happens by solving the underlying reasons as to why this exists. Like trying to eradicate patriarchal constructs is a significantly better solution to trying to eradicate like rape, for example.
Well, it's also
than it is to just like jail rapists. Like it's about stopping it before it happens. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab the food, by the way. It's here.
okay. Are you gonna leave me alone here with poor chat?
Yeah, you're fine. You can do it.
Oh my God, I'm so scared to be here alone.
All right, keep talking.
Keep talking?
Yeah, keep talking for the food.
Oh my God, guys. I'm really hungry. Hold on. All right, chat. How's it going? Everybody go support Olurinatti though. Go sub on her YouTube. She's great, and you should be supporting her. This is really nerve-wracking. I don't think you realize. What up? We're hanging out. It's great.
You can say whatever you want. You just go do your propaganda.
Do my propaganda?
Do your crazy propaganda, crazy man.
Okay. I mean,
I'm gonna grab
I think like when you're talking about something like, where you good?
Yeah.
When you're talking about like sexual assault and stuff like that, I think it's also important to recognize, like in terms of actual enforcement, how many rape kits go untested currently, and also like when it comes to cops, the second largest crime that the police commit is sexual assault, oftentimes against people that, you know.
Sometimes legal.
Yeah. Well.
Until recently.
Yeah. So I think that's also important to think about that inside of these contexts. It's not to ever excuse people from doing some kind of horrific thing that obviously has someone who is harmed, but I think it's really important to recognize that the system as it stands right now doesn't center the victims. It really does not center the victims. And so many times you'll hear from people who went through a court process where they actually dealt with prosecutors. They didn't care at all what that person who was harmed was saying, and they were just using them because the only thing they care about is the conviction. And that's unfortunately something that happens a lot. Or maybe even someone gets into sort of a domestic violence situation. It's very complicated. I've represented people in domestic violence.
Where'd my gun go?
I don't know, dude. But
what the fuck? Yo, this is why you can't trust lawyers, bro. He took my blicky. That's fucked up. Go ahead. Go on. Sorry.
I've represented people in domestic violence situations, and like sometimes the person who was harmed in that situation isn't interested in the case. They want to get it dismissed. There's complex dynamics there, And the prosecution is not always necessarily interested in that. They don't always necessarily care what the person who is harmed actually has to say. And that's also why I tell people, really try not to call the cops. Like so often I'm representing people who they were the ones who called the cops because they thought they were in a dangerous situation. Something bad was going on and they got arrested. So, it's something to be conscious of.
Okay.
I just went on and on.
All right, let's keep going with Olurinatti's video, and then we're gonna move on to watching Murder, and you're gonna probably advocate to get the murderer out too. You fucking love crime, dude. What the hell is this?
The highest incarceration rate in the world and spends an estimated $300 billion yearly on policing in prisons. A figure that has continued to skyrocket despite record drops in crime. Yet, political leaders in the media continue to sensationalize and manufacture crime waves to scare the public into feeling unsafe, no matter how divorced that feeling is from reality, so that we continue to support inflated police budgets, militarized police departments, and incarcerating residents of the most under-resourced communities. Still, people ask abolitionists, what will we do about the rapists and the murderers without prisons? First, it's worth noting that more than 80% of arrests nationwide are for misdemeanors, low-level, and non-violent offenses. Rape, murder, and other horrific and sensationalized crimes are simply not a reflection of the bulk of what's in our criminal system. They're just what receives the most media attention. Further and importantly, condemning violence doesn't stop it from reoccurring. Understanding and alleviating the causes of violence does. But to the question, what do we do about the rapists? To that I ask, what are we doing about them now? In a piece for The Guardian titled, Who Will Protect You from Rape Without Police?, Moira Donegan answers the question perfectly, and she says, and I quote, "But the notion that abolishing the police will have negative repercussions for women radically misunderstands both American policing and sexual violence. Police abolition need not be considered an abdication of the responsibility to protect women, but rather a way to fulfill it. Police never investigate most sexual violence because most sexual violence goes unreported. According to the Rape and
Or done by the police.
Incest National Network, or RAIN, a little less than 25% of sexual assaults are reported to the police, significantly less than other violent crimes. There is ample evidence that sexual assault victims who distrust the police are correct. Police departments systematically fail to make arrests in sexual assault cases, and their failures are mirrored throughout the justice system. According to RAIN, only 4.6% of sexual assaults ever lead to arrest, 4.6, and only 0.9% are ever referred by police to prosecutors. Conviction rates are also lower than for other violent crimes, in part because of police mishandling the sexual assault cases. Then there's this troubling fact.
Also, the idea that like cops are diving in front of dicks to like stop them, what do you think? Like they got a bulletproof vest on and they're like diving in front of a penis before it fucking enters a body? Like, no, it's not how that works at all. And they barely do the thing that they're supposed to do, which is like investigate. They don't do that at all. So I'm all of that I understand and agree with. I mean, it's bullshit. I guess it basically comes down to this. If crime is happening right now, and our current solutions to crime, and this is the best argument I can make for abolition, which is what you should have made.
What do you mean?
But you didn't.
You know what? I'm just taking it day by day, okay?
Okay. The best argument for abolition is this. There is always going to be crime, and the current carceral structure that we have and the current criminal justice system that we have fails to meet the theoretical goals that it ascribes, it sets out to do. Okay? And not only that, but it actually contributes to more crime happening. So if there is always going to be crime, a better way to solve it is by focusing almost exclusively on the underlying material reasons as to why crime occurs, and moving away from that, and still, some crimes are going to happen, but it would be better solved by the community rather than a police force or a prison system.
Hasan is mansplaining to me right now.
Also, man, oh gosh, she's so fucking cute. I'm gonna turn on the Kai cam. But like, this doesn't mean that crime is not going to happen. It's going to happen. It's just, but it's already happening, and they're not doing anything about it anyway. So you might as well have a better solution that, you know, focuses almost entirely on the reasons as to why it happens and solve those problems instead. Anyway.
I'm trying to eat my salad.
Okay.
The police themselves are often perpetrators of gender violence, and they frequently use the privileges and protections of their job to hurt women with impunity. Police households have dramatically higher rates of domestic violence than other homes, with approximately 40% of officers having intimate partner violence in their households, compared to...
My favorite fact about that statistic is that that's self-reported in a fucking survey. The first and last time that they ever did that, by the way.
That's awesome.
It was in the 90s, and they were like, oh, we're never doing this ever again.
I didn't know that was self-reported.
Mm-hmm.
That's unreal.
Self-reported statistic.
To just 10% of the general population. Sometimes police failures to investigate sexual violence look like the result not just of stupidity, but outright duplicity, she says. One study of the New York Police Department discovered it was knowingly undercounting rapes in its public figures, using a deliberately strict definition of rape in order to shrink the number of reported rapes in New York. An inquiry into the NYPD found its Special Victims Unit division to be grossly dysfunctional, with officers instructed to simply not investigate misdemeanor sex.
Mariska Hargitay.
Why do you say no?
Because she failed us.
Oh. Okay.
Sexual assault cases. Conservative estimates indicate that American...
Good reacts, man. Don't quit your day job. Don't quit your day job to do this.
Okay.
Police departments have over 200,000 untested rape kits in their possession, with DNA samples that could be used to identify rapists and prevent future assaults collecting dust, often because police have not bothered to send them to be tested. On top of that, a 2015 investigation by the Associated Press found that roughly 1,000 officers lost their badges in a 6-year period for rape, sodomy, and other sexual assault, sex crimes that included possession of child pornography, or sexual misconduct such as propositioning citizens or having consensual but prohibited on-duty intercourse. A 2003 national study by the Police Professionalism Initiative found that 40% of reported cases of police sexual misconduct involved teens, often young women involved in youth engagement and job shadowing programs. Despite our reluctance to state plainly what mass incarceration is, it's why abolition is neither radical nor unnecessary.
Okay, but she didn't talk about how to
Abolition
deal with
is about preventing harm, and the fun...
But this is the point. The point is that, like, it still is going to exist, but the current means of solving it are not real, and they are actually making it worse.
Yeah.
Ironically.
Well, not ironically.
I mean deliberately by design.
Right.
But yeah. But the point is, optically speaking, no one is going to get on board with that because they're going to say, okay, well, that's... Most people don't, is what I'm saying. Most normies don't. They look at that and go, like, I haven't been able to figure out a good way to advocate for this to the Normans, you know what I mean? Where they will always still go back to, like, okay, what about, rapists? Like, what do you do when someone rapes them? Do you just, like, go do a kumbaya circle? You know what I mean?
No.
That's just...
I mean, I think, it's these... they're difficult questions, but I think it has to do with, like, restorative and transformative justice. So restorative justice is saying we talked about it a little bit, but the idea of you're centering the person who is harmed and you're asking what they need. And oftentimes in a restorative justice situation, it's like community members who lead sort of like an arbitration process where these two people come in and someone admits a harm that they have done, and they apologize to this person, they express remorse for it, and then they figure out a way for this person to, make some kind of amends for this harm that they've done. And I understand that some harms are far greater than others, but it's like, it's an alternative to a system that is purely punitive and tells you that there are good guys and bad guys, and we put the bad guys away, when we know that it's so much more complicated than that. And that's also just like not how life works, you know? So I think, you know, I get what you're saying, but I think ultimately what it boils down to is you are saying kind of some of the answers, which is like the system says it's about this, but actually it's not about this. It's not about safety. It's not about improving our lives and all these things. And it's actually exacerbating the problem and making it worse. And in fact, that historically is what it does and what it is by design. So we should get rid of that system. And so I think like you're not totally at odds with it. You just don't love the idea of being like, yeah, I'm an abolitionist because then you know someone's going to say, what do I do in this situation?
But that, and also I still do believe that, you know, but just like you do, I guess, that there is like a way to solve that. But, you know, if people don't want to admit it, if people don't want to admit a crime, for example, like I still think that there's going to be need for detectives. I still think.
I think you just want to be a detective, and that's like why you have the strap.
No, I do not want to be a detective.
It's okay, you can admit it.
Detectives are still cops. I don't necessarily like cops.
Necessarily.
I don't like cops at all. I'm a Twitch streamer. I qualify everything. You want to take her out?
Hey there.
Okay, she's been sleeping the whole time. So. But you can take, and she's like currently on her bully shoes, so don't take her out right now. Come back in a little bit. Okay, well you got her attention, so you can take her out. She hasn't peed at all yet in a while.
So different and big now.
What do you mean?
Free her.
No, quickly pick her up.
Free her.
Don't let her go. Okay, and take her.
I won't rest until she is free.
Take her to pee right now. Oh, close the wrong. Okay.
Fundamental recognition that what we're doing now doesn't do that because it's not meant to. Instead, it makes matters worse because it's meant to. Even if we believe that there are just bad, poor people doing violent things, what is solved by locking those people in a box and making them spend every waking moment defending themselves from violence, sexual assault, and other abuses, all while trying to survive the psychological abuses of incarceration? If we also saddle them with fines and criminal convictions that prevent them from ever leaving poverty or the circumstances that led them to prison, not only have we done nothing to address the violent crime that's been condemned, we've given them every reason to act violently in the future. Then those people are released and sent back into the same struggling, under-resourced communities. That's why mass incarceration only ensures that communities that were already plagued by crime and violence never escape it. That's the problem with using prisons to disappear people while never addressing the underlying problems. The problems survive, even if the people don't. That's why defunding the police, ending cash bail, and other laws, policy, and reform efforts that actually take power away from the state and decarcerate are central to getting us to a world without policing in prisons. But while FAIR doesn't create that world, it is precisely what keeps 2 million people locked behind bars, while the social ills that led them there rage on unaddressed. It's what keeps us protesting.
Shut the fuck up about the echo, you dumb bitches. The noise gate is off so that you can hear Alex's voice better.
America's criminal system, all while continuing to invest in that system. It's not fear of the people we've locked away. It's fear of the reckoning with the fact that despite incarcerating more people than anywhere else in the world and spending more money on some local police departments than other countries spend on their militaries, you aren't and don't feel any safer. The fear is in starting over. The daunting task of what it would mean to start from scratch. The fear of trying to create something new and possibly failing. The fear of admitting that all the harm mass incarceration has caused was for naught. And knowing that what's been done to people, communities, generations cannot be made right. Fear, just like guilt and defensiveness, cannot create. But it does keep us stuck in place, hiding our problems behind bars. Everybody knew peacocks were fly as fuck, but did you know they could fly? Like, we knew they ran.
Okay.
She killed it.
It was great. But like I said, the ultimate conversation still revolves around edge cases, extreme shit, or even crime that occurs regularly that currently is not being addressed at all, which should be. You did not even like that salad.
I liked it. I'm nervous.
You didn't eat any of it.
I had a little bit of it.
Why don't you finish it?
Don't be weird.
What? Do you not like it? Do you want me to give you something else? That's my gun. Oh, you can't point it at me. What the fuck? You're gonna get me banned. What the fuck? Yo, I disbarred. Disbarred. The gun's fake, everybody. The gun is fake.
Oh my God, sorry.
It's not a real gun. It's not a real gun. I'm not a feeder. Okay, I'm a bit of a feeder.
What's going on now?
All the arguments seem to revolve around American system being bad, which I agree, but abolitionists think that the Norway system should be abolished?
I mean, I think that it still exists inside that same framework. Like it's better, you know, to some extent, and like obviously, what is it? The prison in Oslo, I don't remember the exact name of it, is like considered like the most humane prison in the world.
Yeah, they're making fish cakes.
Because they have like space and they have access to the outside, and like I think all that stuff is well and good. You know, it's also a different context because they have better funded social program and everything, like in Norway, right?
Yeah.
But I think that you know, a lot of abolitionists are anti-capitalists, and so it's. I think it's a
that'd be weird. Pro-capitalist but anti-prison would be very odd. They go hand in hand.
I think it's, you know, I think it's also is it Halden? Yeah, Halden prison. It's a fundamental like change to the way our society functions. I think that's why it's a horizon and it's not, you know, next week or next month, which may be why it becomes something frustrating to think about. I also see people talking about like harms, you know, that they've maybe experienced or like really difficult traumas that they've gone through. And it's never to like minimize something really bad that's happened to you in any way. It's just, again, just like a recognition that even at the individual level, the system is not really effective, and it shouldn't be, you know, an individual experience shouldn't be generalized to the entire population, because not everybody experiences things in the same way. And also not everybody needs the same, you know, I don't know. They don't need the same thing in terms of a restorative process. So it is different for everybody. Socialism? I don't know. Communism?
Okay.
Playing some games? What are we doing?
We are going to watch When an Evil Mother Realizes She's Been Caught. We're going to do true crime.
Okay, hell yeah.
With the true criminal. Yeah, main concern is reoffending. The rapists need to be separated from others to prevent harm in the meantime. I know we're done. We're done with the debates. Okay, we're no longer debating. Alex has defeated me in the marketplace of ideas. I'm a full blown abolitionist. I believe in abolishing prisons, and also watch The Suitcase Killer. It's insane. What the fuck? That's not even that's a thing that happened like last month. People already made YouTube essays about it. We watched it happen. Wasn't that like the new? Oh no.
Was that the TikTok?
No, it didn't happen last month. What the fuck am I talking about? No. We did watch it. We watched it. I thought it was like recent news story. We watched the JCS of it. This one is horrible. Enjoy. When an evil mother realizes she's been caught. And we're covering the case of Deja Watkins. Okay. I don't know if this might be too much, dude. Is there like one that's like a little bit lighter? Is there like a regular murder one? Like, Jesus Christ.
People are saying this one is horrific.
Yeah.
I'm Anne Widdicombe, and I'm in.
I mean, I've watched it so many times, guys.
We don't need to watch.
I can't. I've watched this documentary so many fucking times on the broadcast at this point. I'm Anne Widdicombe. You know who this is?
No.
She's a psychotic Tory that goes to Norway, their most luxurious prison, sees how successful their fucking methods are, and then at the end of it, her takeaway literally is like, "Well, it can't work in England.
Yeah.
It's poppycock." Like, literally, just like, her takeaway is like, yeah, doesn't work for where I'm at. Here, I
Less
think right
clear is whether this level of luxury is needed for rehabilitation. All I'm interested in is whether this approach seriously reduces the reoffending rates.
It really
And
is
if
her
that means a
voice.
bit of luxury, then okay.
What I'm wondering, as I finally leave here, is whether I've spent the last 3 days looking at something which is very nice, but which is actually just a puff of theory, and a very, very expensive theory at that.
Absolute psycho.
She's a queen.
That's not a theory, you fucking idiot. You experienced it in action. How can you say it's a theory?
She's got a great
Or
haircut.
whether I've actually been encountering a revolutionary way to treat criminals.
There you go. Reduce the documentary to that. What is this? I don't.
Psychology.
I'll be perfectly honest, I wanted to kill someone for a long time.
This was when a psychopath realized the little girl tricked him. Okay, we'll watch this one.
It's like an urge, and it was kind of a time that I could get it out. You are that sick fuck. Steve was pretty much excited. It definitely wasn't his first time. It was like, yeah, it's awesome. You'll get used to it, Chris. It gets addicting, but we'll take care of it.
When an inconceivably brutal crime rocks the small town of Mount Vernon, New Hampshire, police and residents alike are desperate to stop the monsters before they can strike again. But as the haunting case begins to unravel, they soon realize that no one could have prevented the truly evil acts that were about to be set in motion. As it would turn out, a group known as the Disciples of Destruction would stop at nothing to make their twisted dreams of violence, horror, and gore a sick reality.
Why they all got the same haircut, bro? What the fuck?
They look like your chatters.
What? No, they don't. My chatters are handsome.
Oh no, now I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, as fuck. You're a chatter.
I know.
What the fuck?
And yet,
yeah, you're gonna look like that tomorrow when we set up the fucking fundraiser.
Yeah, we'll see.
And we shave your head for $50,000, which you said already.
So now you brought it down.
No, it was always 50 grand.
No, because you said it should be higher.
I never said that. Austin Ox said that. You might have thought that was me, but that's not me.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Don't worry, we'll 100,000 we'll kiss, okay? How about that?
100K we kiss?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that on stream.
Wait, what? We're not kissing off stream. What the fuck?
100K we'll kiss off stream.
So, again,
what's it like to interrogate a Hollywood celebrity? Who's Bryce Shear Gray? Okay, let's continue with this one.
not everything went according to their plan. The killers soon learned that one of their victims was actually still alive.
I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that you don't even hit girls, let alone go out and treat them badly. If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Chris, it's funny you should mention that because I want to let you know she is going to survive, fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real good.
Home to around 2,000 people, Mount Vernon is most notable for its quaint and quiet reputation. With little to no crime, it was never expected that the tranquil town...
Wrong. It's always fucking places like this that have so much goddamn crime, dude. And like ones that rarely ever get solved too.
It's a sleepy town.
Yeah, they always
no crime.
But it's always like that. It's always like, oh man, that's crazy. I can't believe this like quaint little fucking town had a gruesome murder. And it's like, no, that's actually, it tracks. It tracks with the statistics. It tracks with the violence rates. If you look at per capita violence rates, like it all tracks. It makes so much sense, as a matter of fact.
Town would be the setting of one of the most shocking murder cases that the nation has ever seen. Among the community lived the Cates family, including 42-year-old Kimberly, her husband David, and their daughter, 11-year-old Jamie. They resided among a beautiful neighborhood located on Trow Road, where the growing forestry made for a peaceful stretch of land. Kimberly was a pediatric nurse and David was an engineer. But the most fulfilling job that the two shared was being parents to the bright and outgoing Jamie. They were a happy family, but sadly, they could not have foreseen the horrors that were in their near future. It wasn't uncommon for David to travel on occasional business trips, leaving Kimberly and Jamie at home. But he'd installed an alarm system inside of the house that would contact the local authorities in the unlikely event of an emergency. And to further their peace of mind, Kimberly had also made an agreement with one of their neighbors, promising to keep an eye on each other's property. Although, due to the town's low crime rate, the idea that residents of Trow Road could be targeted victims of crime was never considered. Before David left for his trip on Saturday, October 3rd, 2009, the house's alarm system had unexpectedly malfunctioned, rendering it inoperable. Despite this, the family remained unconcerned. But as David walked out that door for yet another work trip, he couldn't have ever imagined that the world he knew was about to be tragically ripped away from him.
This guy's the narrator's voice is insane. By the way,
it so much.
He talks about this like it absolutely fucking slaps. Like he's just talking about murder, like the most gruesome murder. Like it's a fucking Michael Bay production. You know? Yeah. This child was brutally massacred.
Another typical weekend for the mother-daughter duo, where they made plans to shop at their local mall the next day and possibly stop by Jamie's karate studio. At least, that's what Kimberly had messaged to David before she and Jamie went to bed around 8:30. Jamie would often sleep in her parents' bedroom while David was gone, and this weekend was no different. From the hotel in Maryland, David messaged his family a good night. Around 4 in the morning on October 4th, 2009, a chilling 911 call was made to a local dispatcher. The voice was that of a little girl, soft and quiet and very hard to hear. But what the dispatcher could make out was the whimpering cries of a terrified child begging for help. Unable to gain a clear understanding of what the little girl had been saying, a police officer was immediately sent to the address of 4 Trow Road. Upon arrival, the officer briefly searched the exterior of the home while waiting for the other squadrons to show. Before he was able to make a full circle of the property, he noticed a slight movement out of the corner of his eye, coming from inside of the house. Inching closer to the home, he peered through a kitchen window, where he located a vague image. Someone appeared to be hiding behind the counter. Locking eyes with the petrified little girl, the officer was overcome with a wave of horror at what was before him. The girl was lying on the floor, her entire body coated in blood, and a portion of her foot had been severed. Someone had maimed the vulnerable child. Breaking down the front door, the officer finally gained entry inside, where he found the little girl, shaking and paralyzed by fear. Horrifyingly, she was attempting to scream and yell. However, nothing was coming out. When she could finally speak, she quickly gave her name, Jamie. The officer immediately carried Jamie outside, where he asked if any other people were in the house. She responded by saying that only her mother was in the bedroom. However, in a heartbreaking plea, she begged him not to leave her side. The officer comforted the young girl, stating that he needed to search the residence for anyone who may be hurt, and promised that she was safe. Just outside, another officer made their way to the petrified Jamie, where they could see that not only had her foot been severed, but she had suffered multiple lacerations to her head, legs, arms, and torso. When asked how she received the injuries, she responded by saying, "Some guy had a knife and another one had a bat and he hit my mom." Horrified, the officer asked if Jamie had any idea of who the perpetrators were, and although she couldn't identify any of her attackers, she recalled that one had been bald. However, she also told the authorities, one of them said, "Get the jewelry." She then told the police that she...
Of course. I mean, yeah. Typical of bald people. It's bald activity. Yeah, I'll say it. Don't be afraid to say it. Yeah.
He survived by pretending that she was dead. Soon, additional help had arrived, and it was then that they discovered all of the appalling contents waiting within the home. Authorities were able to follow the blood-stained footprints across the hallway carpet that led all the way back to the master bedroom. What they found upon entry could only be described as a chamber of horror. Not a single member of law enforcement could fathom the massive amounts of blood that had encompassed almost every inch of the room.
Jesus.
And then they found something even more disturbing. The officers could barely stomach the absolute atrocity that was before them. Lying on the blood-soaked bed was Jamie's mother, Kimberly, who had been savagely murdered. Severely wounded Jamie was immediately rushed to the hospital, but there was no telling whether she would survive. Following the sickening discovery, the authorities were left with a mountain of questions. Most importantly, they needed to uncover who had unleashed such an evil attack upon a mother and her child. In an attempt to establish the motive, they began to search the house, and they discovered that various items of jewelry had been taken. In addition, they found that the basement window had been broken into, with the screen laying neatly on the ground. Along with this, the air conditioning unit that had been placed in a window above the deck was missing, yet another potential entry point to the home. South of the residence, tire tracks could be seen along the dirt pathway, and foot imprints were located within the front yard. As word of the brutal attack spread, the tight-knit community was plagued with fear. But what became even more frightening was the haunting whispers making their way to Mount Vernon from the nearby town of Brookline, only 20 minutes away. Apparently, a resident had been visiting a friend's house on Sunday, October 4th, and was introduced to a pair of young men, also from Brookline. Initially, the gathering seemed to be a harmless occasion.
Why are they blurred?
But that would quickly take a dark and unexpected turn. Within a
You don't
short
look
amount
bald.
of time, the new friends had divulged a sick and twisted secret. They claimed that they had just killed a mother and her child, while another set of friends watched.
Wait, who did
The other
say this?
patrons sat in disbelief.
It said that randomly in Brookline, two dudes, neither of them bald suspiciously, said that they had killed a mother and a child.
Wait, were they not bald, or were you just making that up?
No, those guys didn't look bald. I'm saying they were blurred, so I can't tell if they were bald or not. But
to what they thought had been a scare tactic from the two, or a cruel joke. But as you'll come to find out, the truth behind this harrowing case would only emerge after a series of horrific findings. It's possible that the high of committing the crime had worn off, so the assailants were attempting to relive the attack and experience that rush again by describing it to friends. They likely enjoyed the attention and shock from the others, and were potentially confident that there was no evidence linking them to the crime, suggesting that they may have believed
That's
that they were
crazy.
smarter than police.
there's always evidence linking you to the crime, man.
However, they weren't...
Law tip. Can I give that? I give law tips all the time. I'm not a lawyer, but I give law tips.
Yeah, it's fine. You can say you can say that.
There's always going to be evidence that links you to the crime. You know what I mean?
God,
It's just
dude,
about...
This is 90 minutes.
It's just about like how stupid the cops are. And cops are very stupid, so...
smart enough as authorities caught wind of the chilling rumors and were in a mad dash to track
Buckle
down
in,
the
dude.
mysterious young men.
The real shit is
They
going
would
to
turn
be
out
the
to be
interrogation
19-year-old
videos.
Christopher Gribble and 17-year-old Stephen Spader. One day after the horrific crime, they were each brought in for questioning.
Okay, they could be bald.
It was rather odd that Christopher, of all people, had been asked to talk with the police, considering his background. A longtime Eagle Scout, Christopher was a proud member of the Mormon Church.
Suspect number one.
Yeah, just like, wow, it's so surprising that a longtime Eagle Scout and a proud member of the Mormon Church could do such a thing.
And was working towards his goal of becoming a missionary. He'd been homeschooled from an early age, where his parents worked tirelessly to instill the proper values.
I don't like
this had also
homeschool slander,
coincided
though.
with Christopher's time.
Why, were you homeschooled?
No, I just I think that they get too much heat, honestly. What? Not this guy. Maybe, allegedly. Maybe.
I mean, I
We'll have to
slander
see.
homeschool all the time.
Why?
It's just not good for social development. I have people in this community that have been homeschooled, and they will admit that. They're the first to admit it.
I just think that they get a lot of heat. That, I don't know. I feel for them.
You're an advocate for homeschooling.
I'm not an advocate for homeschooling.
You're literally an abolitionist and a homeschool advocate.
No, I'm not a homeschool advocate.
Yeah, because you're pro-crime. That's why. Because you want more of this.
No, that's not true. Also, I will say, just generally, I don't love true crime, but
yeah, because you live it.
Sure, yeah.
Because you're a criminal. You do crimes all the time.
Yeah, okay. That's right.
Well, the angle here was supposed to be, I thought this was going to have heavily feature interrogation.
Yeah.
For the most part.
It seems to just be pure narrative of what happened in this horrific crime, murder.
Which is why I was trying to figure, I thought that this was going to be more interrogation. I wanted you to because part of the reason why I like watching these videos, especially the interrogation heavy ones, is like I love making jokes about how bad the cops are. Because like oftentimes it's like dumb versus dumber, where like obviously the dude who did the crime is like really fucking brain broken, and then the cops are also so stupid that they rarely ever like it's about who is dumber in the room.
Okay,
like who is going to reveal more shit. It's a race to the bottom, really, which is why I like watching these.
I'm in the Boy Scouts,
and that's what I thought we were
going
to get to.
Back to his.
I think it gets to it. I'll also say that, you know, in a person in an interrogation room, besides the fact that like a lot of people are, you know, coerced confessions, false confessions, misremembering, stuff like that happens. It's a really stressful environment for a person when they're talking to police officers. They've been taken into custody. There's these guys, they've got guns. Sometimes, you know, they got their hand on their gun and stuff. Like, it's a very, like, I don't think people shouldn't underestimate how stressful and crazy that situation is for people.
No, not me, dude. I'd fucking, I would. I would rhetorically dance around them, dude.
Yeah,
after my murder.
Yeah.
You
blew into that thing 11 times. You said.
Yeah.
You danced when you blew into it. You were like,
I did.
okay, sorry, I'm gonna blow into it again.
What do you mean? What am I supposed to do? I'm fucking.
Don't blow into it,
bro. I was literally what? No, then they can like take your license away.
Yeah,
in the state of California. In the state of California, if you can refuse to take the breathalyzer test, but
yeah, I know.
Lawyered.
I'm just giving you.
I just fucking lawyered your ass, dude.
All right, well, calm down.
Community, supposedly building a shed for the Brookline transfer station, a drop-off site for waste and recyclables. Although things weren't always as picture-perfect as they seemed, it was no secret that Christopher had struggled with the social portion of his life, where making friends became an almost impossible task.
Oh God, it was
the few that he did have recall his awkward demeanor and tendency to ramble during conversation. On top of this, social cues were somewhat of a foreign concept to the Eagle Scout, making for a rather difficult childhood. Human beings have a fundamental need to connect with other people. When someone is unable to or has great difficulty forming even platonic relationships, this can be a red flag for a personality disorder.
Imagine.
Nonetheless, he carried on with his aspirations of one day becoming a Marine.
Another red flag. Immediately. 2 red flags in a row. It's over. Lock them up. I'm also the vibes police. That's what I do advocate for. I don't want to abolish police because I want to be the vibes-based police.
Okay.
Where, like, if I vibe check you and you got bad vibes, you're going to jail.
Okay. And that's the entire system?
Yeah. Like, wanting to join the Marine Corps, bad vibes.
Okay.
Probably should incarcerate this guy, re-educate him.
Okay.
Until he doesn't think crayons are delicious.
What about a guy who, like, wears a lot of Hawaiian shirts?
Oh, fine. I mean, fine. Yes and no. So if it's because I like wearing a lot of Hawaiian shirts.
That's right.
So if it's like if you're like a chill dude and you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt, that's fine. If you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt and you got like a tactical vest and you know you're just like
what is that called? The
Boogaloo Boys.
Oh yeah, those guys.
Yeah. Then it's like you don't pass the vibe test. You're going to jail. As long as the Hawaiian shirt isn't $300, yeah. I mean, I would never purchase a Hawaiian shirt that's $300. Mine was, what was it? I don't even remember. It was $1,000.
Enrolled in the U.S. Army Cadet Corps Group in Nashua, New Hampshire. There, he won the Academic and Good Conduct Honors Award. Unfortunately, the excellent student would find himself failing out of the training course in 2008. It was around this time that Christopher's friends and family noticed an odd shift in his behavior. And you'll soon find out exactly why that is. The date is October 5th, 2009, only one day after Kimberly's body has been found.
See, so, okay. Okay. I'm fine watching this. I just, like, I want to be clear that I really don't like true crime. But I think, like, it's also hard because he's got this scary voice and he's like, and then the heinous thing that happened next, like, you wouldn't believe. Like, you hear his story, right? And like, there's all these signifiers of some, you know, obviously that's what this person is like trying to get at, but like it just kind of, it makes me sad. Do you know what I mean? Like it like I do you know what I'm saying? Like that's also sort of like why I don't like this stuff because
there
I don't want people.
You're seeing that as multiple points of opportunity for rehabilitation before something severe happens.
Yes, exactly,
right? Exactly.
So
society failed this person. Every criminal technically is someone who has been victim to the oppressive constructs they exist under. I do recognize that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Found. The detective reads Christopher his Miranda rights before jumping right into the much-anticipated interrogation. The following never-before-heard interviews have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
What time do you get up Saturday morning?
Probably 10-something.
Okay.
Me and Steve had gone.
Why do they put that? The following video is not legal advice. Do not rely on the information in this presentation without speaking to a licensed attorney.
I don't know. Is he talking to a lawyer?
I don't know.
Planning to go around.
No, it's a crisis counselor.
The pair of friends had supposedly visited a couple of local yard sales, but were unable to find anything worth purchasing. Following the unsuccessful shopping spree, Christopher drove Stephen back home.
That's always
but this wouldn't be the last
right
that they
before a
see
murder.
of each other on this day.
As you get closer to Saturday evening now, you guys making plans? Saturday night, weekend night, you're gonna go do something?
We were gonna just all chill like at Walmart or something.
Mm-hmm. Who do you chill there with? Who you usually hang out with you guys?
Me, Steve, Billy. Quinn's a friend of ours, but he couldn't get out that night.
Okay.
He tried and, he ended up having to stay home.
Okay. Is that what you guys actually end up doing?
Well, we went over to Walmart.
Chill at Walmart? Bro, some of you very clearly are bicoastal elites, and it shows, okay? Yeah, motherfucker, if you live in a town where like 80% of the town are your fucking relatives and shit, in like a 2,000 person town, yes, you go to the Walmart parking lot and do drugs. There's not really anything else you can do.
Yeah.
That's how you know. That's how you know it's fucking rural, okay? Also, maybe this is the Ameribu Turkish guy in me, but I do love going to, big
You love Walmart?
grocery stores. Yeah.
You love Walmart.
I love Walmart, especially their business practices. They're so excellent.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean like I've been very open about this. I've talked about this a lot, but I love the concept of like being able to buy 38 different brands of Oreos, even if I'm not going to eat it. I like it being there.
Just for you.
Yeah. And for everyone. I think that it does have a very good sedentary effect. Like it creates it sedates the masses.
And you like that.
Yeah, it's a mechanism of control that I find to be much more peaceful than the alternative, which is enforcement. You should be on board with that.
Yeah.
Like authoritarian enforcement. Because there's always going to be...
What's your favorite Oreo?
Double stuff.
Yeah, but like just double stuff straight up?
Yeah.
You don't fuck with those mint ones?
No. Okay, see? Vibes-based, going to jail. Like you would be going to jail. You're in
those.
You're it. Yeah, I'm the vibe police. You are absolutely in jail.
Oh,
you are under the jail.
People don't like
Keep
them.
talking about it.
It's not popular.
Your jail sentence got
I don't
10
care.
years longer.
I'm gonna eat it.
That's insane. No, jail.
Billy, I guess, had stuff to do, and so he didn't get there till later.
Mint is for adults. First of all, no, that's like I chew gum all day. I love mint. Okay, I love mint in my tzatziki. I love spearmint. I love all forms of mint. I don't even hate like the little minty chocolate that they give you in a nice hotel. Okay, they put it on your pillow like an afternoon nightcap. Okay, that's fine. An Oreo, like a minty Oreo, is the worst form of what you're talking about. You cannot advocate for mint Oreos and claim that it's for adults. We're talking about a fucking Oreo, dog.
I think I agree.
Wait, what?
I think it's for adults.
Oh.
So
I thought you were going to say you agree with what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, no, I really love toothpaste cookies.
It's just not for you.
No,
and that's okay.
Yeah, it should be for no one.
Don't yuck my yum.
No, absolutely. I think that if you like that, jail.
Okay. You're putting a lot of people in jail.
Yeah, vibe prison. That's why I love America. It puts the most people in prison.
Okay.
When the detective questions Christopher about whether that's actually what they did, Christopher avoids answering the question directly, which is a red flag for possible deception.
Oh,
He may be
please.
trying to buy some time to think
they
about
do a
what
lot
he
of
should
that.
say.
That's part of the
In
reason why I
addition,
wanted
he
you to.
mentions two new people, 17-year-old Quinn Glover and 18-year-old William
They
Mark.
will always they will look at an interrogation and be like, well, he sneezed here, which means he's guilty of murder.
He's very nervous when these two cops are yelling at him.
But also, well, one, I like to suspend my disbelief for a moment when I watch some of these things to just like go along with it a little bit. But also, they're operating with the knowledge of what happened.
Sure.
So they're ascribing these like, pseudoscientific body language shit to it's not a cold case. You know what I mean? It's something that has already been concluded.
Marks, also known as Billy, who'd been part of a friend group with Christopher and Stephen.
That's why they can get
Although
away with
Billy
it.
and Christopher had only just met a week prior.
You and Steve went to Walmart, and then Billy met up with you at some point?
I think we did. I'm pretty sure it was this Saturday when we did.
Okay.
Christopher uses a selective memory statement of "I think" and then a qualifier of "pretty sure."
Come
which are
on.
additional red flags for possible deception.
I mean, that's red flag.
Yeah, he's just relaying information to them.
Are you pretty sure about that?
I think this.
Red flag.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
red-
sure you should go to jail for your Oreo mint take. Okay, there you go.
He's describing was only 2 days ago, so it's something he should remember and be
It won't go
certain
up any
about.
higher.
He may realize that if he wants to play it off as though he has a bad memory, then he needs his memory to be poor on days that don't involve crime and murder. However, the detective will likely be able to confirm or deny Christopher's recount of events based on possible surveillance footage or eyewitness statements, which Christopher may be realizing now.
And this is sometime around midnight that you meet Billy?
Yeah.
How long were you guys there beforehand?
I
Well, we
see.
didn't stay.
I'm not gonna lie. I see like 4 dudes that look like this. I throw them in jail.
Pick those guys up.
Yeah, no, I'd be like, nope, that's those guys. Don't know what the crime is. Don't care. Probably did a crime. Throw them in jail.
Yeah.
Why did they buzz their hair like that?
I don't know. It is kind
Fucks
of
up with that.
kind of crazy.
The
is that just
vibes-
how they all look?
Dude, the vibes are so off,
they
dude.
Are, the vibes are quite
The
bad.
vibes are so fucking off. This is like the MS-13 face tattoo of white dudes, okay? Like someone in the chat said this is the El Salvadoran approach. This is my American, Heartland America approach. I see like
You know what? I think
I see a gaggle of white teenagers that look like this. I'm like, I don't know about that.
You know what? I'd like to go back. I'd like to backtrack on what I said. And you know what? Maybe it's just a group of guys. One of them got a haircut, and the other guy say, "Hey, Steve, I like the way that looks. You look pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and shave my head." And then all of a sudden, it's just a group of guys with a similar haircut. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's not.
It
crazy.
looks like 3 different dudes that watched Andrew Tate and like went bald because they love Andrew Tate like fucking Aiden Ross. That's what it looks like to me.
I think they look good.
You're just saying that because I'm gonna buzz your fucking hair tomorrow.
No, those guys. Yeah, it's a good look actually, and maybe more people will get into it.
Yeah, no, I hope not.
Completely in Walmart. To be honest, I didn't really put it to memory much.
Yeah.
I remember we were hanging out, but I don't remember doing much or anything.
Someone who's being deceptive
They
is more
keep using
likely
this
to give
picture.
evasive answers.
I mean, it's
they
not a
want to
great
leave open the
Yeah.
possibility to
See?
change their story if
Vibes-based.
needed, such as if a detective presents evidence that they were actually somewhere different than they said.
Why did he take that photo?
He was showing somebody his knife.
You can't.
I mean, I probably have a photo of me like holding a knife at the camera.
I'm just saying, like, if you're sending someone a knife photo, don't make that face. You know what I mean?
He's just
especially
happy.
if you're planning on doing a murder later.
Well, we don't know that he was planning on doing a murder. We don't even know.
Maybe
that
he
if
didn't think about it
they
at that
did do
point,
the
but
murder.
he does look like he was thinking about doing a murder.
I think you're imputing a lot of things, you know, just based on a couple pictures and a overeager narrator with a spooky voice.
Yeah, which is vibes-based policing. That's red flags all around.
Okay.
If a suspect gives a
By the way, we joke, but like the vibes-based policing is American policing for the most part.
But far worse.
But they're
the vibes are racist.
Yeah, but the vibes are also super racist, and that's kind of how they do it. And then it's just like I feel like it's a lot of ad hoc and post hoc rationalizations that they tack onto to justify the vibes.
a definite alibi with no room for alterations, then it'll be
feel like-
much more difficult to adjust the
What?
story.
Nothing. I think after this stream, collectively the abolitionist community is going to exile me.
They're going to disown you? Well, they like, probably they already hate me, so welcome.
I'm up next.
Later on. In addition, Christopher may feel like he needs to be cautious about what he says in case one of his friends gives a different account. Next, he states...
They already did because of the mint comment, buddy. Yes, dude. True.
...that they made their way to another friend's house, 19-year-old Autumn Savoy. At Autumn's, Christopher recalls that they watched the popular show Dexter, and he begins to describe his fascination with the series.
Who gives, you know...
Another vibe failure.
That is not a vibe failure. We like Michael C. Hall. Oh, no, we don't. Maybe we don't, actually.
Also,
I don't know.
Wait, what? Why? Is he, like, canceled or something?
I don't know. I think he might be.
Damn, that was such a TikTok moment of you to just, like, fucking say you like someone and immediately go, oh, maybe not. What if they've done a crime? Like, okay, well, you didn't know. Who cares, man? It's okay. You can say that.
Basic principle, I think, is
he's just worried that the TikTok abolitionists are going to come after him.
Addicted to like blood and stuff. He really likes blood, and because he kills people too.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the one thing I will say is this: why are you bringing that up in a fucking interrogation? Like, are you trying to look like you did it? Like, I don't understand.
I mean,
I'm so mysterious, dog. I fucking love Dexter, a guy who is a serial killer.
We're hearing snippets of an interrogation. We don't know how long exactly it went on for. Sometimes they have people in there for hours. They maybe don't give them water and food. They can be delirious. Again, it can be extremely high stress. You know, you don't know exactly what you would do in that situation. Not saying that you've done some horrible thing, but like, you don't know. And like,
no, not me, dog. I would never bring up Dexter.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
I'd be like, I like all the shows where there isn't a serial killer. See, I just got away. With it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'd be like...
And then they'd be like, this is not the guy.
Yeah, they'd be like, oh, fuck. Damn, guess we got the wrong guy. Exactly.
Because of that, which probably sounds really bad in a homicide investigation, saying like, watch that.
I mean, he fucking recognized it.
Yeah, okay, but that's something I would do, I think, maybe, if I was being interrogated.
If you were being interrogated for a murder after you committed a murder?
I think, first of all, we don't know. Second of all... I would definitely say something
Dog,
like,
you don't have to
not
do
that
public.
I would,
you don't have to.
I'm not. This is my position.
You're like defending this guy.
This
already.
is my position. Okay?
You can't stop him.
That's why you brought me here. Okay.
He can't turn it off.
No, I'm not gonna sit here and watch
my clients
be besmirched. Okay, by this.
Yeah, well,
cretin. Charlatan.
Whoever was defending him didn't do a good enough job, I think.
It seems like...
Being honest, like, we find it really entertaining because he works as a blood expert for the police department. And he goes out when he finds people that they either can't get evidence on or somebody who's done something really incredibly evil.
It smells awful. I'm sorry.
And he goes out and he kills them in this ritualistic fashion. But it doesn't really like show him killing them or anything.
What comes off as somewhat creepy is Christopher's interest in the character and the fact that he's going into such detail about the show. It seems that he doesn't think this will make him look at all suspicious, even continuing to state that they watched several hours of the show before he and Steven slept in his car, which the detectives find to be rather odd.
How come you guys didn't sleep in the house?
There's only like 2 couches inside.
Yeah.
And so we just hung out in the car because it holds in heat pretty well.
The pair had supposedly left Autumn's place around 7 or 8 in the morning before Christopher drove Steven back to his house. They met again later that afternoon at 1:30 and visited more local yard sales. It turns out that they were in desperate need of money, and, just as their luck would have it, Christopher stated that they were able to purchase a decent amount of jewelry for only $20 from one sale in particular.
Dude. What the fuck?
Now, we will find out exactly what they did with the newfound merchandise, while getting to meet our additional suspect, Steven. The detective asks similar questions to that of Christopher's interrogation, where Steven gives the same story.
I just went downstairs and discovered that someone at the mall, you and somebody else went down there and pawned some jewelry. Is that right?
I didn't. My friend did. Chris did.
Chris did. You were with Chris and you guys went there.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody recognizes you as being there.
Okay, I was there.
Okay.
We went down to go pawn some stuff at the jewelry. I don't know why that's illegal.
No, it's not. You know, part of what we've done, I'm trying to create a timeline of where
He's being defensive about pawning a jewelry, which is a real indicator of crime and criminal activity.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see? Now you're getting into it. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, what was it, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, you said you were at Walmart on 101A and Amherst, but we're going to go back, we're going to check that. Okay, he says he was here, he was there, okay?
When a suspect acts defensive, such as Stephen is doing here, this can be a red flag for deception, but his age may be a factor in his behavior.
See, they're
The logical part of the brain, known as the prefrontal cortex, isn't fully developed until around the age of 25.
It's actually,
and even a few years
40.
later for
It's
men,
40.
which
Wait,
can
really?
No.
What the fuck? I was gonna say you're grooming a 37-year-old. If that was the case,
partially explain why teenagers and children tend to act based on their emotions rather than thinking things through. It's also possible that Stephen sees the interview as a big inconvenience for him.
Well, what did Chris call?
Let me see, I had some new gold necklaces. I didn't really look at it. He told me it was worth money, and I needed money for weed. To be honest with you.
Okay. How much?
Damn, bro, he said money for weed? What the fuck? Dog, that's a cop. This is why you don't talk to cops, right?
I mean, yes, I'm wondering, what the situation is in terms of how they picked him up. And, this happens sometimes where people think that it's like a harmless thing. Oh, just come talk to us.
It's never harmless.
Don't go down to the station, baby, okay? We're not talking to the police.
Without a lawyer.
Sure, right. If your lawyer's there, that's fine, but I want my lawyer. They this isn't legal advice, but if you say, I want my lawyer, I'm not speaking to you without my lawyer, they might hold you for some period of time, but they can't talk to you without your lawyer. You know what I mean?
What if you don't have money for a lawyer? What do you do then?
Babe, that's what I do.
So that's the point. Like you just go, I don't have money for a lawyer, but I need a lawyer.
Well, if they're actually going through a criminal process where they're going to, put some charges up against you, then you're going to actually go to court. And if you don't have the money for a lawyer, a public defender is going to be assigned to you, which is me. That's where I come in. If cops are investigating something and they pull you off the street and they bring you in, I know it can be very, very stressful. And it's really hard because people, even if they know this, like intuitively, they didn't do anything wrong and they just want to help. They want to clear their name. They want to clear things up. The cops don't care. The police do not care necessarily that like you did or didn't even do this thing. They're just trying to find the person where they're like, this is our guy. We're going to book him. Boom, boom, boom. It's all done. They don't care who they're, putting in jail. They just care that they're getting somebody for the thing. And if you're that guy, great, you're the guy. So don't talk to the cops. Oh, speaking of which, oh, damn it, I didn't bring it.
What?
Nothing.
What did you? Okay, you can bring it tomorrow.
I'll bring it tomorrow.
How many necklaces do you remember?
Like two or three. Like $130 worth of gold.
Christopher and Stephen had only recently become friends again after previously meeting during their time in the Boy Scouts. Years later, they would somehow reconnect, bonding over the same interests. The interest being murder. Oh, dude, that's right. Fucking got him. Stephen, just like his friend, had grown up with issues of his own. As Stephen's mother was allegedly struggling with addiction during her pregnancy, Stephen tested positive for illegal substances upon his birth, but would go on to beat the odds and was adopted by a loving family at only 5 days old. During his childhood years, Stephen was a picture of happiness, outgoing and personable, given every opportunity in life. He participated in various sports and joined both the Boy Scouts and a theater group, all of which gave him the chance to make friends. But once he approached his teenage years, it was like a switch had gone off. In an instant, the once lovable boy turned cold and became uncontrollable. This would later be...
People with mental health problems are fundamentally unlovable. That's what he wants you to know.
Oh, that's okay. I was gonna, I mean, they're embellishing that. I mean, that is on a list of things that are like horribly wrong with this video.
A once lovable boy.
That literally did it. I didn't even realize that was like a thing that was upsetting because every other aspect of it is like also just as bad, if not significantly worse. But yeah, that's like the whole point of true crime. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing.
Confirmed through one of his close friends, Autumn, who had much to say about the troubled young man.
I just knew Steve
was getting worse from talking to him. And then...
Narc, what do you think about this?
Autumn, he just wants
Snitching.
clout. He wants clout.
But he can't, his face isn't even shown here.
I know, so he's an idiot.
Yeah, he should have been like, yeah, here, this is my photo.
Put my face up there.
Yeah.
At some point, he went away. I don't know exactly where. When he came back, he was not the same person. He wasn't that emo kid who had issues at home. He was this kid who wanted to be a gangster, a big drug dealer. Like, it was odd because somehow he always managed to have money for drugs.
Bro,
he would sneak out at night.
You got comfy with it so quick. You got so comfy with the blicky, dude. You went from like, oh man, I'm a lawyer, I can't touch the gun. In New York, it's illegal to even look at a gun because it's like, pussified. You said all those things, and now you're like waving it around, dude.
Borrow his parents'
Look at
cars.
everybody going hands
like
up.
we'd hang out a lot. He was someone I could talk to. It's nice to have someone else who understood.
His mood swings could happen in the blink of an eye, leaving his friends and family to walk on eggshells. But even worse, Stephen was developing violent tendencies. His mother, Christine Spader, noted that at one point, Stephen had punched a wall out of...
I mean, that's like, that's like a very Kyle thing to do. You know what I mean? You got to punch some drywall. That's like, it's a normal part of the process.
Have you ever punched a drywall?
No.
Really?
Have you?
No.
I punched windows.
Did they
I punched
break?
a window before. Yeah.
You were upset?
It fucked me up.
The window?
Well, when you punch a window, it has the capacity to fuck you up.
For sure, because it like slashes you and stuff.
Yeah. See this?
Yeah.
That's from a window punch.
What was going
Not
on?
for a crime, by the way, allegedly.
Well, that was the first flag in your descent into madness.
Yeah. It just fucking, dude, it was spraying. It was like right on the vein, as you can see.
Gross.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Did you talk to somebody about it?
No.
Maybe you should. Maybe we could talk about it after the stream.
I just pushed it down.
We could talk about it after.
That's what you got to do. That's the healthy thing to do is like you push it down and you drink. That's not legal advice. It's spiritual advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sheer frustration. During a most memorable incident, Stephen and his father were having a heated argument, and the teenager, engulfed in rage, allegedly pulled out a knife.
He saw an LGBTQ flag on the window. Sad. Yeah. Okay, dude, you don't have to out me like that. You know what I mean?
He started to associate with kids from different high schools, where he apparently joined a gang known as the Crips.
What?
Although his father, also named Stephen, believed this to be nothing but teenage nonsense.
Yeah, bro.
In addition, he would take recreation.
He joined the Crips fucking New Hampshire division. Like, literally, what the fuck is he saying, dude?
You need that representation in New Hampshire.
What the fuck?
Like the Crips? Or just like a chapter?
Yeah,
Are
the
they
New
chapter
Hampshire
based?
Yeah, New Hampshire chapter.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, like the more realistic one was if he said he was like a juggalo or something. Like that's.
But the juggalos are about like peace and love, I think.
I know. Well, even though they are technically considered a gang by the FBI.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I might be a juggalo.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Why? Because I like mint Oreos?
That, and also because you like crime.
Yeah, crime is cool, dude. Get with it.
You're pro-crime. You didn't even know that the Juggalos were a criminal gang, so it makes sense.
Because it's, yeah.
Because you're like, what they do, the crimes they do are good.
Recreational and prescription drugs in order to help with his supposed anxiety. Stephen's parents grew increasingly worried about their rebellious teen and finally took him to see a psychiatrist in 2006. Stephen's behavior indicates that he was showing signs of having conduct disorder. Sometimes when behavioral problems are sudden and severe, like in Stephen's case, it occurs due to some sort of trauma or major stressor in the young person's life. And because Stephen was heading down such a dangerous path, his parents reportedly spent thousands of dollars in an attempt to help their son. However, he was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder and major depression. They would apparently go so far as to enroll him in an addiction treatment center, but were devastated to learn that he required a higher level of treatment than the facility could offer. Stephen was then taken to a residential treatment.
Yeah, of course.
I just think like, I don't know. I think like, I know you get this, and I think also the people who watch get it, but like, I think it's important to say like, I think this is super, I don't know. It's really stigmatizing people who, so that's such a common thing, like bipolar disorder and people who deal with, struggle with these things, and it's treatable. And I think it's important to point that out because I really, really loathe the framing of like the monster, and then this monster. Like even at the beginning, it was like he's unlovable. So I don't know. I think that's important, and like if people are struggling with those things, including like people in my own, like in my life that I know, it's no big deal. Like it's cool, and like they're cool and loved, and I want to say that.
A lot of people are not doing murders. Like a lot of people with bipolar or disorder are not.
Okay,
out
whatever,
there.
man. I said my piece. I just wanted to say it.
No, thank you. Well, it's okay. And no, it was a good break away from the content to inform everyone that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And sometimes it comes 18 minutes into the top of the hour because I forgot to run it 18 minutes ago. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free. Also, this is a Twitch chat. Everyone here has like a diagnosed, some form of diagnosed mental illness. So it's like
cool.
It's
vibes.
And as far as I know, no one has done a murder. But if you want to murder the top of the hour ad break, you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. True, my illness is I'm gay. Do you not smell that bully stick?
I guess you have a more sensitive nose than I do.
No, it's just like, it smells like straight dog. And it's not actually the dog that smells, it's the stick. I wouldn't even try and smell it. You want to try it?
No, I don't.
No, it's really bad. Here, no, let's do it. No biting. No bites. Okay. Yeah, don't let her bite. Hold on. Here. She's gonna get fucking rowdy now. Here.
You want me to smell it?
Give her a whiff. Wait, hold on.
What are you doing? Don't push it in my face.
No, I won't do. I would not do that to you. Get the fuck out of here. That's insane.
Oh yeah, it stinks. No, it's gross. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super gross.
That dog smell. Sweet baby. All right.
Center, but left within a month. Yet another failed resource.
It's in here.
He even spent a few short days in psychiatric hospitals in 2008 and supposedly ran away with his girlfriend later that year, but was found in New York and returned home within days. It seemed that there was nothing left to try, but the devoted parents would never give up on their child, although not a single thing could have prevented the heinous acts of the monster that was about to be unleashed.
Back to early Sunday morning. There's no way that he could have been in Mount Vernon with those not that risk.
Come here a little bit and
Billy?
open the window.
No. All right, well, I got some more information when I was downstairs. Yeah. Billy is basically giving it up.
This may be an example of the prisoner's dilemma, in which Stephen now faces the decision of whether to confess or to stick with his story. If Billy says nothing and Stephen says nothing, it's possible that there is not enough evidence to tie them to the crime, and they'll face no punishment. However, if Billy has talked and implicated Stephen, it's possible that Stephen could face a harsher punishment if he doesn't give his side of the story. But if Stephen confesses his role and Billy has admitted his part as well, they will likely both be punished. The prisoner's dilemma is such an effective tactic because Stephen is separated from the others. He doesn't know what they're saying or if they've cracked under the pressure. If he knew for sure the others weren't talking, he would feel more confident in keeping his original story. But the seeds of doubt are likely gnawing at him now, leaving him panicking about what to do.
I'd like to be let out, or I'd like to hear from a lawyer now. So you guys are going to start accusing me of doing something.
Well, I mean, I kind of accused you all along. I'm trying to tell you what I know and what I found out. Yeah. And if you want an attorney, all you have to say is, I want an attorney. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this is all voluntary. I don't know why I can't be let out right now. I want to leave. I would like to leave right now.
I'm told that you're not leaving.
Why?
because they believe there's enough information to place you at the scene of the crime.
I fucked this up.
And that you're someone that's caused this to happen.
Huh?
Okay.
Okay.
Are you asking for an attorney? You're asking to leave, or are you?
I'm asking to leave because I think this is bullshit. I came down here voluntarily.
Yes.
To voluntarily talk to you guys. Now you guys are telling me
Wait,
that
I want Hasan to hear
I can't leave.
Wait, I want you to hear this. What? Because it's the attorney part.
Oh, let's go. You want something to drink?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
I got the water.
You questioned it.
No, you got water.
I have a million different forms
Crushing Mountain Dews.
I also have a lot of bevs if you want any. Hold on.
Bevs? Sorry.
Bevs. Aren't you from New York, dude? Isn't that what people from New York say? Bevs?
Yeah, that's what I say.
Okay.
Wait, go back a little. Because he's talking to the lawyer.
Right now, he's like, no, and what I found out. And if you want an attorney, all you have to say is, I want an attorney. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this is all voluntarily. I don't know why I can't get that out right now. I want to leave. I would like to leave right now.
I'm told that you're not leaving.
Why?
Because they believe there's enough information to place you at the scene of the crime, and that you're someone that's caused this to happen.
So
Okay.
he is so he is detained in that situation, right? Because we always are like, oh, am I detained? Am I free to leave? Right? So
Yeah, that's actually one lesson from sovereign citizens that does make.
Yeah,
so, like that
am
is
I being detained?
Yeah, am I being detained? Am I being detained? It's true. But the cop is fucking saying that in a way that without saying it.
Yes.
So
he's purposely being like obtuse in the way that he's explaining this to them because to this guy because he's trying to get as much information out of him as possible. And like you would, fight the admission of like anything that he's saying on this tape, obviously, because of how coercive it is. But you notice how he says to him, well, do you want an attorney? Like, are you telling me that you want an attorney? And then he doesn't, like, at that point, really, the cop should stop talking to him, but he's going to keep going because he didn't say, I want an attorney. He said, I'm doing this all voluntarily. And then he says, well, but we can put you at the scene of the crime. Like, he's kind of like talking in circles around him. You know what I mean? Like, it's clear that they want him for this thing, but yeah, it sucks.
Why is everybody freaking out about Instagram? Like, who cares if it's broken, dude? I don't understand. Yeah, it's not. Oh wait, it was almost.
Isn't Instagram just down sometimes?
Yeah, I like people are coming. It's one of the strangest things that people do in the chat is like when they have like a personal inconvenience or whatever, they just go crazy and they'll be.
It's down. That's cool.
Like, who cares?
Are you asking for an attorney? You're asking to leave, or are you?
I'm asking to leave because I think this is bullshit. I came down here voluntarily.
Yes.
To voluntarily talk to you guys. Now you guys are telling me that I can't leave, and I didn't do anything. I want to be let out.
Yeah, so...
And I want to smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
Frustrated, the detectives must end the interrogation. It's possible that Stephen refuses to believe his friend has betrayed him, but, as we will later hear from Billy, he was ready to come clean. In the meantime, there are still a few things that Christopher's interrogators would like to cover.
And right now, I'm going to tell you that there are some other stories that are being told. You better think long and hard right now about what happened this weekend.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go back to Saturday night.
All right.
What happened after you left your girlfriend's the party that you went to?
I was pretty sure I went back home, but...
I don't believe this guy has a girlfriend.
I may have gone out with Steve.
The confrontation phase of the interrogation is now underway, but Christopher maintains his original story, although the detectives aren't buying it.
What do you know about what happened up there in Mount Vernon?
All I know is, like, this morning, like, really early this morning, we were looking on the internet, on the Telegraph, to see what was going on, and there was something about, there was a lady killed in Mount Vernon, and there's, like, a young girl that's in stable condition in the hospital. I don't know if it was me or one of Steve's friends or something. Somebody texted one of us or emailed us. I just remember that we heard that the girl was conceivably in the same class as one of our friend's sisters or something. So I guess she's about 10 years old, which...
Hey, it's Mike. Glad to meet you in Tampa, LolOverruled. It's important that people understand that courts have found that an ambiguity in the request for an attorney allows detectives to continue interrogation. For example, courts found that someone asking, "I want my lawyer dog," meant that they were requesting a dog lawyer and not a human lawyer. Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So
It's
what?
got to be clear, and also don't talk to the cops generally.
This is not legal advice.
Honestly, I hope she's going to be okay. Because that's horrible to do something to a little girl. But
It's common in the Reed technique for investigators to ask what the suspect...
This is my favorite stuff, the fucking techniques that they teach in, like, criminology classes, I guess. Like...
Reed technique?
It's literally all just, okay.
thinks the purpose of the interview is... Individuals who are being honest are more likely to use realistic words to describe the crime, while deceptive individuals may...
You have no answer for this, bro. It's real science.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Answer vaguely or use soft words like hurt or attack instead of murder. Christopher's use of the word killed here is in line with what a truthful subject might say. However, his reference to the girl in the hospital is vague. This may be an example of how most people who are being deceptive won't answer every question in a deceptive way. People will generally provide a mix of deceptive and truthful behaviors, but there will be more...
It does operate very close to astrology. Yeah. Like, you know how it's always like vague and it gives you, you know, sometimes contradictory statements? Like, that's what this guy just did, where he's like, yeah, he gave up. He said killed, which is direct. But then he said the girl in the hospital, which is vague. Therefore, it's a mixture, guilty.
More deceptive indicators when someone is lying, and more truthful indicators when someone's being honest. This is why it's important for detectives to interpret body language and verbal responses in conjunction with the actual physical evidence.
I mean, I know it sounds cold, but it wasn't a huge deal to me.
It's pretty funny. Like, look, I watch a lot of this stuff, but I as I always state, it's none of this shit that is actually like, either you're very stupid and you admit it, like you openly fucking admit it, or it's DNA and other like actual, you know, I wouldn't even go so far as to say like eyewitness evidence is like all that great. And
I think eyewitnesses are probably the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, just, you know, in terms of like when they're basing things on that testimony because of how quickly people forget things. And I'm sure you know about, you know, like police are kind of like inside of their training, told to say like, oh, he, you know, he's got a gun or like something like that, or like in the context of someone pulling something out of their jacket so that people like hear that. You know?
Yeah. And people are motivated to believe that that person has a gun.
Yeah.
Even if that person clearly did not have a gun. But then they can use the eyewitness testimony to be like, well, everyone was in fear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, stop resisting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Low microphone, sorry.
Although Christopher has not been formally diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, it's always interesting when people such as psychopaths use language like this, because it shows their awareness of what empathy, or lack of, is.
This is
but
you,
also
actually.
their ability to be manipulative.
Like knowing how to use the language to seem like you're not a psychopath.
Yeah, no, that's what psychopaths do, which is why I do it all the time.
Assuming that somebody
Pro-crime,
specifically tried to kill them, like, that rubs against my conscience personally. I'm one of those type of gentlemen.
Homeschooler, fluoride stare. Okay, M. Hud can say it. He was homeschooled.
Okay.
He can say
That's fine.
Chivalry sort of guys that you don't even hit girls, let alone go out and treat them badly.
Most likely to commit murder.
Christopher's statement here may be what is known as a convincing statement. Individuals who are telling the truth don't usually feel the need to prop up their story with convincing statements about what a great person they are, because they know the facts are on their side. On the other hand, individuals who are being deceptive may use these sorts of statements to bolster their image and persuade detectives to believe them.
If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Ultimately, there's no winning because, like, if you're super convincing, then they'll say, "Oh, you're so convinced." Like, you're too convincing. If you're flubbing and you're like, I don't know, jumping around in your statements, then they're like, oh, you're insecure and therefore guilty. All of it is guilty. But everything leads back to guilty because, I mean, that's kind of the point. If you're in the interrogation room, you're guilty.
It's just...
You might not actually be, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, this is also like, I mean, it's kind of silly, right? It's all like ex post facto, like he's being like, and then he said that, which obviously showed his guilt. And
well, the narrator is saying that because he knows that they're guilty. But I'm saying cops also do that.
Yeah, but I don't, I mean, sure. But I also don't think that I just don't think they care that much a lot of the time. I think they care about making a strong case against somebody. It's not always necessarily the right person.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying every time something happens, it's like this is the wrong guy, right? But I don't know.
But don't you think that like the techniques are just basically to get them to slowly but surely unwind and inevitably reveal certain aspects of their own testimony that is contradicting? Like, that's like kind of the point.
Sure.
All this other shit is just bullshit conjecture. It doesn't matter. It's not real. It's just about, in a long enough timeline, you're probably going to admit to certain things, and those certain things are going to be used against you in a court of law. That's basically it.
And they just want you to talk for as long as possible, which again is why you don't want to talk about it.
Under the worst circumstances possible too. Unless you're already, I guess, leaking information, then they give you hamburgers and stuff, right? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Chris, it's funny you should mention that because I want to let you know she is going to survive, fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real good because it's real good because she deserves to be alive, and so does
so does the lady, I'm sure.
You know? But you know what else is good? It's good because she can ID the two people that
That'd be
were
good.
in the house.
That'd be awesome. I hope you guys can do that.
Christopher's voice is slightly shakier, and he overall sounds less sure of himself here as the detectives attempt to break his confidence. And although Christopher states his relief that Jamie is expected to survive, he's likely panicking at the thought that she may be able to identify him.
Let's say it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom ends up dead. The little girl ends up seriously injured.
I only thought cops talk like this in movies, by the way, the way he's talking right now.
What do you mean?
Like, let's say it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom ends up dead. Like retelling the story.
They learn from the movies.
Yeah.
They want to be a movie cop. Yeah, for sure.
Makes sense.
People involved in it.
They're pretty nasty people.
What do you think should happen to those people?
Well, they should probably get sent to jail for the rest of their lives.
He said probably.
Which means he's not sure.
Yeah, which means he's guilty. It's only a guilty person would say probably go to jail instead of they should definitely go to jail, except double if he had said definitely go to jail, he would be overcompensating for being guilty.
Prison. I honestly don't know what's the difference between jail and prison.
Although Christopher's response sounds okay at first glance, it's a red flag that he qualified his answer with the word probably. Most truthful individual.
Dude, it's like
You found your new gig.
No, I know. I watched too many of these videos. Are you kidding me? I know what they're gonna say.
This would provide a firm response in a situation like this. If the officers had doubt about his involvement before.
No, that's a lie. If he had said firmly, then he would have said overcompensating for being the murderer.
Then they definitely don't any longer.
The thing that seems to have led you to me is the car.
And why do you think that is?
I don't know.
After that, we're going to do banana peels, by the way, where this public defender is going to defend some of the worst in this community, the worst offenders.
I'm going to defend them all.
Yeah, pro bono.
And we're going to free them.
A car like that was just seen in the area, and so you're checking out that lead. It's quite possible I was in the area. I could have been driving down that road right when it happened, which kind of scares me. Because what if they'd come out of the house and needed a getaway car and killed me for my car? That kind of makes me nervous. I probably won't drive around there too much anymore.
This statement indicates that not only does he know the exact area the police are referring to, but he won't go there again.
Only a murderer would not go back to the scene of the crime, except double. Going back to the scene of the crime is an indication that you are the murderer.
This may have been a slip-up on his part, as Christopher was likely trying to convince the detectives that not only was he not involved in the crime, but he could have even potentially been the killer's next victim. However, in doing so, he seemingly confirmed that he had been in that area. In addition, asking the suspect to elaborate on their knowledge of the evidence is a common way to get...
That, by the way, is what I meant. That's the true purpose of the interrogation, to get him talking for an extended period of time so that he literally places himself in the scene of the crime with a vehicle.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
Nothing good can come from talking about the cops. And I'm talking with the cops. And, also,
well, I mean, they did. I think they might have done it, though. I think
they might have
I'm
done
sure,
it.
ultimately, in situations like this, like I said, it's always like DNA or fucking a camera or something that places you in that.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna
there.
take everything you say today. I'm gonna be like, no, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
overruling
very.
you.
Yeah, you're such a fucking lawyer, dog.
I will say DNA evidence is notoriously unreliable.
What would you say is the most reliable?
Me
saying your client is
that my
innocent?
client is innocent. Yes.
Okay.
That
good.
you could take that to the bank.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And that's my reputation.
LolOverruled.
And that's
okay.
also what people know when they see me. They're like, I know that guy. We can trust him.
Yeah. His clients are innocent. Okay, but like all jokes aside, would you say that video evidence and especially when paired up with like DNA, wouldn't you say that that's like?
I think it's like it all goes to the strength of the case, right? And like I've also seen cases where you would think that the video evidence would be like dispositive of exactly what happened. It isn't always. Like if something goes down at like a fast food restaurant and maybe the footage is not so, like it all goes to strength of the case. Like that's all it is. I mean, like sometimes you have tough cases, and when you have a tough case, it's more likely that that person is going to probably accept a plea, because if you the downside or the potential exposure they have going to trial and losing is massive. So
okay,
yeah,
I gotta take this call real quick.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
We'll keep going.
Get them talking, and a possible opening for them to make mistakes.
Let's say you were on that road that night.
Assuming I was, that scares me shitless.
It should.
Because not only does it make me a suspect, obviously, since you're questioning me, but that really scares me that somebody who is willing to attack, even if they were just trying to get out of the house, a woman and a little girl, of course they're going to attack me for my car. Like, I've never had my car jacked, but I've been scared of it sometimes.
Apparently, while driving around on Saturday night, Christopher and Stephen traveled all the way to Mount Vernon. Christopher states that they eventually parked in a driveway down one of the back roads for a bathroom break, but he doesn't clearly remember where they were. Unsurprisingly, the detectives find this to be more than suspicious, but rather than confront Christopher just yet, they switch gears to a new topic: the gang. Stephen had recently formed the Disciples of Destruction, looking to achieve a sense of brotherhood along with financial prosperity. He recruited none other than Christopher, Billy, and Quinn, where the essential values of the group consisted of loyalty and violence, with the only way in being the commission of crime. The recruit would invade a house and dispose of anyone who may be inside. Seeing as Christopher was having trouble at home, he wanted more than anything to be part of something where he could freely express himself. Christopher had been accusing his mother of emotional and physical abuse for quite some time, claiming that she would allegedly pin him to the floor and pop acne on his back, spank him, and require him to carry a vacuum around the house. The accusations were never confirmed, but his mother did recall a time where she had spanked the child so hard with a wooden spoon that the utensil broke. She would later admit that she regretted losing her control, but has since denied any of the other allegations, and there is no evidence of them being true. Nonetheless, during his early teenage years, Christopher began to have dark and twisted fantasies about his mother and wished that one day he would carry them out. Confessing his evil thoughts to a counselor at cadet camp, he supposedly stated his thoughts of wanting to cut his mother into pieces and listen to her scream like I screamed. The counselor, horrified at what they'd heard, immediately notified Christopher's parents. They were absolutely shocked at the confession and didn't wait long to bring Christopher in for a psychological evaluation. The psychiatrist concluded that he'd been displaying traits of antisocial personality disorder, but was too young to be formally diagnosed. Despite the blood-curdling fantasies, the teenager was not considered a threat to society, or at least that's what was decided at the time. If these dark and twisted fantasies were expressed as just Christopher's angry thoughts towards his allegedly abusive mother, it would be difficult to have him committed to a psychiatric facility. In addition, inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations are typically limited to days or weeks at most. It's rare for patients to be committed for months at a time unless they have a very severe mental illness. So, although Christopher displayed all the signs of likely being a hazard to society, it's difficult for his parents, his counselor, or his psychiatrist to do anything to stop him from someday acting on those thoughts. Sadly, in many cases, it's only when the person acts that measures are taken to prevent them from harming others again.
I mean, you know, my whole thing with this is, like, obviously it's entirely speculative on behalf of this narrator. I don't mean that, you know, Christopher, if he went and did this thing, you know, obviously it's horrible, but, like, the idea that there's no possible alternative that could have helped him before this situation developed, that, like, he needed to go to some kind of facility where he would be kept away forever, when the professionals who evaluated him determined that, like, he wasn't actually at that time, you know, in extreme danger to himself or other people. And it was later that something ended up happening. Also, you missed something kind of crazy.
What?
Which was his mom was, like, Dr. Pimple poppering him, like, was, like, holding him down and popping his pimples.
Okay.
Christopher? You missed it.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? Like,
it was like abuse that he.
Wait, that's the abusive behavior?
I mean, there were other abuses, but that was kind of the one that stood out to me because it was, you know, kind of gross.
Oh, okay. I thought that was, like, legitimately the argument that they were making.
No.
Like, the mom was doing Dr. Pimple Popper shit, which made him
but it was
a serial killer.
I mean, it kind of was what he was saying, but yeah.
No, there was other forms of abuse?
There were other forms of abuse, yes.
Okay. Seems like that is relevant in this circumstance.
And they were they were in a, you know, a criminal enterprise, the four of them, to commit crime.
Wait, the Crips?
I guess, well, I don't know if it was the Crips,
no,
but the four
I'm
of them.
just joking.
Frustrated, it seems to be of excellent timing when he and Stephen had reconnected in 2009.
You should have originally said you're not an abolitionist because these videos would cease to exist and you love them. Okay, I don't love these videos. I do love some of them, though. That's true. Some of them are pretty great, especially ones where, like, cops are really fucking bad. Like, we have a lot of memes about the JCS ones. JCS ones are pretty solid.
What would you do if Steve put you in a position, a pretty hairy predicament? Would you stop
I
him?
kind of want to make you watch the Legend of Jeff video.
What is that?
It's like a legendary interrogation video. It's probably the most famous one. Not even the Can You Do This Steven one, but that one is, like, the best one. Let me see. Where is it? Steven is a class. Are you trying to leave?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that you're not,
I
like,
just have a lot of text.
being held.
I'm being detained.
You're being detained. This is the Legend of Jeff. We'll keep going with this.
Would you follow him?
I would stop him.
And deal with the consequences later.
I would definitely stop him, because I don't put up with stuff from anyone to a certain degree. If he's gonna smoke cigarettes and he's almost 18, I don't care.
We're not talking smoking cigarettes.
So yeah.
We're not talking drinking beer if you're underage.
No, I'm just using
I'm
that
talking serious stuff.
I don't think you really get the big picture. You are here for a reason, okay?
Now they're starting to get
You want to
started.
know what the other guys are talking about? They're not talking about cigarettes.
I love the
so you better
Boston, like,
Yeah, they can lie. They can legally lie to you, right? In interrogation.
I mean, they lie. They lie.
But it's, like, allowed by the courts.
Yeah, I mean, they can be dishonest with you, and they frequently are dishonest with people. But again, this just all goes to the fact that you shouldn't be talking to them.
Not a law tip. Well, not legal advice.
Not legal advice ever from me.
Only I'm giving legal advice. When I say anything, remember it's definitely legal advice.
That's right. It's the legal practice of law.
It's financial advice and it's legal advice simultaneously. It's both. It could be anything, but it's always the case. It's a matter of law.
Start
Medical advice too. Yes, that is well.
thinking really hard and pull your head out of your behind and start telling us what happened on Saturday night, because it's not looking very good.
I'm sorry. The fucking New England accent is so unserious.
It's really bad.
Like when if someone was telling me anything seriously in that accent, I'd start laughing. Like there's no way I could take that seriously. It's like even an Italian accent has like a level of seriousness to it that this one doesn't. You know what I mean?
It's
like,
also really
get your
strange.
fucking head out of your ass, dude. Like, no, I can't.
I used to prank call QVC, like the Home Shopping Network.
You're going to jail for that.
Maybe.
It's criminal.
When I was in college and I would use a Boston accent, I'd pretend to be like a dad who just got home from work and his kids had called QVC and ordered a bunch of like things they weren't supposed to order.
That's you wasted the time of the QVC people. That's illegal.
I think it's great. I was preventing the overconsumption by other people by twisting up the lines.
Oh, look at you, disbarred. How about that?
Good for you. People are talking about
Isn't that a felony?
something
No.
different than what you are
I don't
telling
think
us.
so.
This was Saturday night. This wasn't 3 months ago Saturday night. This was Saturday night. It is Monday right now. There should be no question in your mind what you did. You just told us you don't use drugs. You don't drink.
No.
You have no reason to have this memory loss.
I just don't put anything into long-term memory unless it's important.
Let's take a deep breath and think long and
That's
hard.
good. King. That's good. That's a good
what
response.
happened Saturday night.
This is the prisoner's dilemma at play again, this time with Christopher being on the receiving end of it. He likely believes that his selective memory is a safe bet right now, as it leaves the door open for him to suddenly remember something later and adjust his story. However, what he doesn't seem to realize is that having a memory of extremes like this is highly suspicious. With this in mind, the detectives are hoping to back Christopher into a corner.
I knew it.
But
I
the
knew
teenager
Dude, everything is
refuses
highly
to
suspicious,
budge,
dude.
although this won't last for long.
Well, I can't tell you anything but what I think I did.
What you think you did? Don't tell me what you think you did. Tell me what you did, okay? Be a man and tell me what you did.
We got in the car and left.
This is the be a man technique. It's very effective. The police is harping on the patriarchal, the toxic masculinity of Chris Gribble to drive to get some kind of confession out of them. Chris Gribble will say, "Oh, that's what being a man is like. Well, I am a man, so I will tell you now."
I mean, we don't do anything on Saturday nights. We just drive around.
The issue comes down to what was your role in what happened Saturday night?
Do you really think we did that?
I think you know who did something.
It's very suspicious that he answered with a question. An innocent person.
Guilty person asking questions.
Yeah.
I think you know what went on there. I think you have knowledge about what went on there that can help us with our investigation.
Christopher's question stands out as a possible indication of deception. Someone who's being truthful is
You
more
like
likely
that?
to adamantly...
You like that? I'm nailing it every time.
It's just every word that comes out of his mouth. He's like, this is a sign of his guilt.
Dog, this is like probably maximum 25 minutes of interrogation. They have to they ran it out for an hour and 30.
Deny any involvement in a firm tone of voice. But Christopher's is weak, and his question is clearly lacking any actual denial. The detective is also using an alternative explanation that minimizes the suspect's role in the crime by asserting that Christopher has knowledge of it, but without accusing him of taking part in the act itself.
You guys really think that we did it, don't you?
I tell anyone you did it?
No.
No. You
got him.
That's like the I shot the clerk thing in like My Cousin Vinny.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
What?
I've never watched it. My
It's
brother
so
was watching
good.
it the other day. It looked all Jesus Christ, I hate this. It looked kind of boring.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That didn't have enough like CGI raccoons in it.
What? I don't watch any Marvel movies, so you're not gonna get me on this, Mr. I love Thor, Thunder Thighs, or whatever the fuck.
I don't like that.
That's your favorite movie.
That's a lie.
Clearly, everyone in here knows that that's your favorite.
No, it's not.
Tell anyone you did it.
Why would you
So if
tell
I told
someone
you someone is telling us right now that you told them that you cut that little girl's throat, that would be a lie.
Yes.
That would be a lie.
I would never hurt a girl, let alone some little girl.
That's suspicious.
That would be horrible.
Stop.
Because he said he wouldn't hurt a girl, but not a grown woman. What do you think?
You think that's what he's gonna
I
say?
think that's what he's gonna say.
Okay. I like this. I don't think that's what he's gonna say.
Fuck.
I think he's gonna say. I think what he's gonna say is an innocent person would say would not even revel in the details of the gruesome murder.
Okay.
An innocent person would instead immediately, categorically deny it without getting into the accusations.
All right, let's go.
The individualization of this crime indicates Chris Gribble as the murderer.
Not telling us, Chris, about why you guys went into that house. Because right now, it isn't a question if, it's a question why.
I
Stop
don't even know
talking,
what house. We were just driving
I guess they didn't
around.
cover that at all. We both fucked up.
Just me and Steve.
You and Steve. And what happened next?
We drove around. We stopped maybe and took a break to pee, and then we got back in the car and drove around more.
See, here's the thing, Chris. You feel like you're giving us just enough to explain away what you think we might know, or things that we might have. And you're thinking that that's going to be enough where later on you can say, well, I told you that. Well, I said that. Well, I can explain that. You do not know all that we know.
No,
Rest
I'm telling you
assured.
what I know.
That's so bad. I'm sorry, but like that you don't know how much we know. Like, is that a good way to try to fucking get more information on him? At least lie. You can lie to him.
I mean, it's just like vague enough.
He should just say like, no, your fucking homies have told us everything. Isn't that what cops?
Yeah,
that's what cops do, right?
Sometimes they do say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rest assured, you do not know all that we know.
During the interrogation, one of the detectives has been stepping out of the room to retrieve information from the other interviews that are taking place with Billy, Quinn, Stephen, and Autumn. And little does Christopher know, his friends weren't as willing to conceal the truth.
It's okay to tell the truth. It is okay to say what happened, to tell the truth. Because society is going to draw its own version of this whole thing. They already have. You read the paper? You read the Telegraph?
It's just a paragraph online.
Okay, if that's all you read, fine. But I bet in that one paragraph, you can sum up what the reporter's attitude about the whole thing is. There's some animal out there hacking people up, killing people in their own home in the middle of the night. That's an animal. That's a killer.
Well, yeah.
That's someone that needs to be killed themselves.
Oh, shit.
A guy like you, come on. You're not cruising yard sales on a weekend. Come
Sure
on.
I do.
No, you're not. That jewelry is going to be traced back to that house. And we're going to check the records of anything else you pawned off. Because you even said they take your name, your license number, all that information. How much of that other jewelry and those other goods that you pawned off are going to come back to other burglaries that were just that? Simple burglaries. You sneak in.
The most I've done is I was like 9 years old. I tried to take a thing of Pokemon stickers from a KD Toys.
Stop minimizing. Stop. We're not talking smoking when you're under 18. We're not talking stealing
We've all
Pokemon
done
stickers.
it. Look,
We're
we've all done
talking
it.
murder.
I don't do that.
You may not have, but someone in that house did. And you were there.
I was never in
You were there.
Investigators again pose the alternate theory that gives the appearance of minimizing the severity of the crime.
Oh my God.
This is meant in part to keep the suspect talking and eventually willing to admit to something, and eventually the truth of their role in the crime. Nonetheless, Christopher refuses to waver on his original story. invoking that as an Eagle Scout, murder is not a core value.
Chris, let me ask you this. You ever been to the Nashua River? Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know which river the Nashua River is.
You don't know?
Hell yeah, Eagle Scouts.
Been to the river lately?
Does
that mean anything to you? No.
I don't know.
No? You haven't been by a river lately?
Unless you're driving over one or walking.
Stop minimizing. Stop dancing around the issue. John has asked you a very specific question. Have you been to a river lately? Yes or no?
Fine, yes, I've been to the river.
See how easy that was?
Next to the hatch.
When was this?
I don't know.
2 nights ago?
He stole
Maybe
Pokemon
yesterday
cards.
But we went and got
What did you go to the river for, Chris? What did you go by the river for?
I parked.
What'd you throw in the river, Chris?
Whoa.
What did you throw in the river? What was thrown in the river, Chris?
He does sound like Jerry Seinfeld. Well, from Boston.
What was thrown in the river? I didn't ask.
This is called the pestering technique, where a cop keeps repeating the same question over and over and over again.
And pointing his gun at his head.
Okay, that would be very effective.
Yeah.
If you did, what was thrown in the river?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't throw anything in the river.
You're lying, Chris.
I don't know.
You're lying. We have evidence.
This is called the you're lying technique. Also very effective.
You're lying.
You're lying.
You know what happens to people who slice little girls in prison? You know what happens to them?
Oh, this is another.
No, I've never been to prison.
Yeah? Well, you know what? You're going to find out.
Then arrest me.
My God, what were you
Damn.
thinking?
He ate him up.
What were you
right
thinking
there.
when you were hatching away at her?
Okay, you're a little too much on the side of this guy.
Here in the
Somebody's
screen.
got to be.
Were you smiling? You were smiling, weren't
Dude,
you?
you are such a fucking
are a
attorney.
sick-
Thank you.
You are such a
Went
fucking.
in there with the sole purpose carrying that shit. Because the other guys might have thought it was just a burglary. They're just going to skim a little jewelry, go make a little cash, be done with it. But you went in there with another plan. You went in there to kill. You liked it. That rush. that
Okay, this
adrenaline
literally. Okay, this guy watched too much fucking police.
This is what I'm telling you.
No, the cop here is literally fucking this up. Like
I mean, maybe
he
he's not.
thinks he's in a fucking movie. Like he is straight up behaving like he is the lead in a cop drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you were smiling from ear to fucking ear, dude.
It's the hyper real, you know? Like these things, the copy of the copy of the copy, and
Yeah, but it's not. But this is ridiculous.
You liked it. Till the lights came on. When reality hit. You saw the damage you had done.
The detectives have shifted from placing the blame on Stephen to making Christopher the actual ringleader. They've tried playing him as the victim who simply followed along, but since that tactic didn't work, their next option is to evoke anger or guilt in hopes that he will tell the truth. It's possible that the
Pokemon
investigators believe that he's the psychopathic mastermind and that calling him out on it would appeal to his nature. Trying to paint him as a follower if he is the leader would, after all, be an insult to him.
If you were given that opportunity, would you offer an apology to that little girl?
Oh man.
For what happened to her and her mother? Would you?
If I had done it, yes.
Most people would tell a person that was...
That's insane, dude. That's like an insane. Wait, when did you stop beating your wife? Is like what they're doing here.
Yeah.
It's
Right.
like, when did you stop beating your fucking wife, dude?
severely injured, they were sorry it happened,
effective.
regardless of their involvement. It's part of an empathetic response. Christopher's answer lends significant credibility to the idea that he is on the psychopathic end.
See? So even when he gives the right answer, it's because he's a psychopath. So he's able to fake it.
End of antisocial personality disorder. Since
To be fair, he might be, because, the crime itself is pretty wild.
lack of empathy is a key component of psychopathy. This statement labels him something of a deviant, whether he was guilty of this particular crime or not. Following the heated confrontation, Christopher decides that he doesn't want to speak with the detectives any longer. But over an hour later, he seems to have changed his mind. Not only this, but now we're able to hear from the much talked about Billy, who has been confessing all along. The detectives begin by reading Billy his rights and quickly dives into his side of the story.
This is your chance to talk, Billy, so I'd like you to just tell us what you know about the incident. I don't really know much. I only know what I've heard from my teachers in school. Okay, Billy. The information we have is that you were there.
The detective informs Billy that he's not the only suspect being interviewed at this very moment.
So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you know about the incident out in Mount Vernon? What I know, like, about which part? About your involvement in the incident. Yes. My involvement was, I was just there. Okay. Who were you there with? Steve's there, and Chris, and I forget what his last name is. You don't know Chris's last name? I haven't known him for a week. Okay. And
well, y'all got the same haircut? What the fuck is... Can someone address the haircut question? That's all I care about.
They're just
about
homies.
No, that makes no sense. Like, they
You and
all...
I kind of have a similar haircut, a little bit, maybe.
Okay, okay, you bring up a fair point. Like, if we were wrapped up
Let's
in a
go!
murder... If we
Let's
were wrapped up in a murder mystery... But
Get
like...
him!
Well, it's not going to happen until tomorrow. You're going to have a different haircut. It just, like, doesn't make fucking any sense whatsoever that they all have, like... They went and got the same fucking, like, very specific buzz cut.
who else were you there with? Quinn Glover. Okay.
Billy is minimizing his
Oh
involvement
yeah, they were
by
talking
using
about.
the
Sorry,
word
you missed that. The
just.
Disciples of Violence was apparently their gang, allegedly, that they were in.
Damn, they got the nerdiest fucking gang name, dude. They're just like, dude, see, this is what happens. You should have just, like, gotten really invested in, I don't know, D&D or something instead of whatever this is.
This
Disciples
is
of
likely an
Destruction.
attempt to lessen his punishment and possibly any feelings of guilt. Given how quickly he admitted to being there, it's possible that he either felt compelled to clear his guilty conscience, or he's a person who succumbs easily to pressure.
I mean, hold on, wait.
In addition, when more...
You know, like, don't you have a group of, like, your boys and you have a name for your group of guys?
No, because we're not murderers, unlike you.
Well, like, I have a name for my friend group of guys.
What do you call?
We're called the BHB.
What's that?
The Broken Home Boys. Because we're from broken homes.
Really? Are you fucking with me right now? I can't tell.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
You'll never know.
We call ourselves the HasanAbi heads.
The Disgusting Brothers.
Oh god. Dude, tonight a new episode of Succession.
I know, very exciting.
Yeah, let's see what happens. But in the meanwhile, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break that happens. Of course, you wouldn't know that if you are subscribed. We had a crew like that called the Laser Boys. We were toxic. Oh yeah, if you're called the Laser Boys with, like, capital letters in there, you know that shit is gonna be toxic. Meanwhile, the toxicity at the top of the hour ad break could be completely negated if you subscribe for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. For the record, a brief, just a random thing. The reason why I was away was because I was talking to the vet. The vet first said, "Oh yeah, you know, negative for Giardia and every other parasites, right? For Kaya. Negative for everything is what she said at first." And I was like, "That's not possible. I saw the poop and it had, like, full-grown fucking worms in it." And she was like, "Oh, okay, hold on." And then she put me on hold for 15 minutes. I gave the phone to my mom, and then she, you know, once she finally got off hold, my mom gave me the phone back, talked to her, and she said, "Oh, maybe it's because the worms are, like, fully developed, like adult worms. That's why it couldn't pick up. It wouldn't be picked up in the toxicology report. So we need to do an injection, and also simultaneously give you more." You need a new vet? That sounds weird. Well, I don't know. But I probably do need a new vet. I don't know. But adult worms in a baby dog? Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, the worms are fully developed maybe? I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. She's going to get an injection and also medicine on top of that to hit, like, every fucking, to hit all the different kinds of worms. And that's it.
Poor sweet baby.
Yeah, she's fine. Like, look at her sleeping.
She's asleep.
She's been sleeping all day because of the vaccine, I think.
She got the
COVID
vaccine?
Yeah, she's gay and autistic now. That's what I did to her with the vaccine. This BS, you need a different vet. Even if the worms were fully developed, that means there'd be eggs they could pick up. Horrible vet, 1 star on Yelp. Okay, I don't know how this works.
It's time to dox your vet.
What? Yeah, we're not. Dude, this ain't TikTok, brother.
I'm kidding.
We don't do that. I know you're used to that probably in your line of work.
Doxing?
TikTok. That's like what
They
TikTokers do.
They dox
dox
oh,
so
I
much.
guess you mean like, yeah, sure.
TikTokers dox so much. Oh my God, it's crazy.
More than one person is involved in a crime, a psychological phenomenon known as diffusion of responsibility occurs. This means that each person feels less responsible for the crime because the responsibility...
Oh yeah, they definitely just fucked up. That's why you were on hold forever. They were just shredding papers, torching the place. Yeah, they were closing shop and opening up a new vet down the road, actually. That's what was going on.
...is shared. If Billy is being honest and saying that he was there but didn't actively participate in the attack, he may have justified the crime to himself because others were doing something much worse.
I get a call or a text from Stevie saying that he's in the trailer park I live in. Yeah, and he wanted to meet up with me. He wouldn't tell me why or what or anything. So I'm like, whatever.
Okay. Chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bent are you gonna get if I skip this and go to the Legend of Jeff video instead, which is much shorter? And then we can move on to ban appeals.
They're fine with it.
Okay, everyone wants to skip it. Okay, good. Holy shit. All right, let's do it. It's too long.
It's a slow.
Yeah.
God damn.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's watch this one. This is a classic. Skip.
Am I under arrest?
Is this Jeff?
For now.
This is Jeff.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay? Yeah, I'll explain everything.
I'm under arrest for robbery?
You are, but let me read your rights real quick, okay? And then I'll explain it all to you. Is that okay? Let me do that real fast? All right, Jeff. Can you read what?
Right off the bat, this guy's trying to read him his rights instead of fucking, immediately diving into it. And bad cop. He should be, he should be fucking,
I mean, yeah, we're gonna.
He should be.
Frag him.
Kai is about to bark. I'm letting you know. Don't get scared.
With me, just reading your head, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you? Does that make sense?
You might need to go outside.
Do you understand your rights?
Never mind. She laid down.
Do you understand your rights, Jeff? Yes or no? You understand? Do you understand what I read you? Do you comprehend what I read you?
Killing it, Jeff.
Jeff, I'm just here to talk to you and figure out what happened and move you on out of here, at least some of it. So do you understand the rights I read to you?
Give him nothing,
If you got
Jeff.
something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
Okay, good cop.
Usually I'm the prick.
You look like the prick.
Oh!
This is Jeff.
This is where the
Jeff is a heroin addict and has been for the last 14 years. He is 6'5", weighs 153 pounds, and has now found himself in the unfortunate circumstance of being charged with armed robbery. This is in the state of Georgia, so if found guilty, they will render him the minimum term of 10 years without parole, up to the maximum term of life in prison. Jeff has been through the system.
Okay, just before we get into the video, it's insane that that's the, oh my God, dude.
Yeah, that's a lot of fucking time.
Yup. Yeah, they should just melt him into biomatter. Save the state some money, and then you can use him as fuel. You can use his human remains as fuel instead. That's what we're gonna be moving towards in America, I think, eventually.
Multiple times over, and he will know that if indeed found guilty, his sentence will be considerably longer than the minimum 10 years due to his previous convictions.
Predicate.
Jeff, do you understand your rights? Yes or no? I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just want to know, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you,
all right.
motherfucker.
Okay, we're done. Want a Coke?
He's back.
Yup, he extracted a Coca-Cola out of him.
Jeff has become somewhat of a cult figure in the domain of interrogation footage. His recognition seems to have grown through his own popularity, as opposed to the notoriety of his crimes, like most others. Conveying the exact reasoning behind this can be tricky, as the interest in this character will no doubt vary by the individual. Yet we've found the most collective reason can be explained through a single pop culture reference: the anti-hero. While the concept is timeless,
Joker.
the actual term was created through the realm of modern cinema. There's a diverse number of characters passing through the decades that fit the criteria. Yet perhaps the most textbook example could be the protagonist from the 2003 feature Bad Santa, a middle-aged man simply known as Willie. This is a character that lies, cheats, steals, swears at children, drinks an inconceivable amount of alcohol, and is generally extremely unpleasant to every single person he comes across.
Excellent form right there.
Who's here, Jimmy?
This is so weird.
Santa.
Fucking right.
Let's tell him what you want for Christmas.
I'm on my fucking lunch break, okay?
On paper, this is an extremely unlikable individual, yet for some reason, we root for him while following his story. Anti-heroes are flawed, as are we. Their moral complexity mirrors our own, and just like us, they are learning and growing as they move along the path of life. Their mistakes make us think of our mistakes, and perhaps the reason we root for their redemption is the reflection of ourselves rooting for our own. So you might be curious about the contrast between the anti-hero and the villain. One we embrace and relate to, while the other we despise and detach from. Both are driven by selfish motivations, yet our emotional response differs between them. The reason for this, while not necessarily obvious, is a relatively simple formula. The anti-hero must have a glimmer of humanity alongside a noticeable vulnerability. This is what allows the viewer to truly connect with the character. It allows us to forgive them when they are unethical, but admire them when they are noble. It allows them to be angry, cowardly, and greedy, but also cheerful, brave, and empathetic.
Who the fuck is Thurman? Is that you? Is your name Thurman?
Yeah.
Thurman Merman?
Yeah.
Hands up in chat.
Jesus.
With relation to Jeff, while many of us can't relate to the feeling of being addicted to heroin for well over a decade, we can certainly understand the feeling of sadness. While we may not be able to put ourselves directly in the shoes of an addict, we can somewhat relate to the adversity that comes with it, not to mention the incredible magnitude of the situation he is going through in this video. How he responds to this very moment is quite literally the precursor to his entire future. He is at a crossroad moment in life, where on one side is the possibility of hope, and on the other side is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path he goes down will be the consequences of the short-term choices he makes, all of which have to be judged and decided on while going through the early stages of heroin withdrawal.
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me that methadone.
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Because I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
Where do you usually get your methadone from?
I don't get it. I get heroin.
So methadone is a medication. Oh my god.
This is my grandma made this here.
Oh wow. Thank
the
you.
last Diet Coke I have.
Thank you. This is amazing. What is this?
Pastırmalı börek. It's a börek. Turkish. There's cheese and a meat in it, like a type of meat.
It smells great.
Yeah.
God bless you. I was just talking about methadone and that it's a real problem.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh my
god.
god.
So good.
Hell yeah.
Pastırma is like a dried meat that's like spiced for preservation on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's why getting like a little bit of a spicy taste, aftertaste.
So good. I love your grandma.
Yeah. My brother and his girlfriend are here too. The whole family's here.
Wait, hold on. But just the methadone thing.
Oh yeah.
It's just that it's a medication that people need when they're going through withdrawal. It's also something that people use so that they can get off of heroin. And a lot of jails and prisons provided to people. And I don't think a lot of people know that necessarily, that it's not like it's a medication that people need. Same with Suboxone, yeah. So I don't know, just something to, like, he's talking about he's not getting methadone. Imagine like basically not getting medication. So he's probably in tremendous pain right now. Just something to think about.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Hasan.
No, what I was gonna say is fun fact, but not so fun. Isn't Suboxone the one that's also the one that was created by Purdue?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they created the problem with OxyContin, and then they created the solution, which is,
Right. And I think also, like, even not getting too back into it, but like, yeah, these bad actors who do these things, the Sackler family, creating the entire opioid crisis, basically, who are never held accountable in any sincere way. Stuff like that. And when I was in law school, I went to a fancy law school, and
where'd you go?
I don't want to say.
Oh, really?
Well,
it's not public?
It's I went to Columbia, but it's not a big
flex, dude. Why'd you flex like that? Wow. Wow,
But, so,
dude. Oh yeah,
I hate you so
just
much.
leak your fucking LSAT score too.
Yeah,
like,
okay. So anyway, when I was there,
what was your LSAT score?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't want to
Come
say.
on.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying that. What are you talking about? We're not talking about that.
Okay,
it's
go
not
on.
important. So I was in a legal writing class, and I was puppy. Hey, puppy.
Hayır. Çıkarır mısın? Ben çıkardım. Ciş yaptı sadece. My mom thinks she needs to poop. That's why she's barking, and she's probably right.
Okay.
Go on.
Anyway, I was in a legal writing class, and they had just done this big expose about the Sacklers, and I was saying how, I thought it was unethical to be a lawyer who represented, people like the Sacklers. Like, I thought it was an ethical choice that people could make and determine who they're representing. And the professor for this writing class was the personal family attorney of the Sacklers. So you can imagine how that went. It was not great. It's pretty funny. She was very nice, Sometimes people doing bad things are interpersonally very nice. And I know it's complicated. The funny thing about doing public defense work is sometimes people are like, yeah, see, like, you agree everybody deserves a defense, just like I think DuPont Chemical deserves a defense when they poison a town. And it's like, I think you can make choices about the people you represent and how they represent them, and the power structures you choose to support, That's all I'm saying. Anyway, we're Gucci. Let's do it. Jeff.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy. What are you trying to talk to me about here?
You're not gonna eat it?
I am.
Better eat that, bro.
Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah, right? I'm in a shitty, wrong place at wrong time. Obviously, I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I don't
not
have
keep
nothing.
up
I
the
don't talk
act.
to the police, man.
I think it's in your best interest to.
How?
Man.
I don't talk to
you're
the
sitting
police.
Here, okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how
you
it works.
By the way, okay, you might disagree with this. This is not a JCS thing, but one thing I've seen in all of my years of watching interrogation videos is the more comfortable the person is in handcuffs, the more likely they've been through the fucking system. This dude will literally just like sit there in the interrogation room. Is he handcuffed right now? Yes. Yeah, he's just sitting there like it's totally normal. And as someone who has been handcuffed, let me tell you something. It is an incredibly fucking uncomfortable situation. If you're like not used to it, he's hella fucking casual about it.
Yeah.
That's how you know someone's been run through a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's sad.
Yeah.
I know you have.
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
Like he's like using his hands, even though he's handcuffed. when speaking, like that other guy that we watched like a while back, if you remember.
Trying to fucking get me, or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not gonna get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I
And
didn't
I'm
do
not
nothing.
trying to get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside, there are cops everywhere, and they spotlight me. They say, "Come here." I say, "What's up?" They search me. They ain't find
Hang on.
nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
before- Yes.
Because I'm not going to sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it.
Why
Let
are
me
you
read
reading it
You
then?
already read it to me earlier.
I know we did, but I'm going to read it to you again.
Thanks for the coat.
You're welcome. Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, a lawyer will be provided for you.
Well, he's
If you
like
decide to
getting
answer
up.
questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I've explained to you?
No.
Huh? Okay. Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm warning you.
Hell yeah.
All right. This is
I
what I
told
don't
you this
understand.
was- I told you this
I know,
was
but
gonna
this is
happen.
what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you and you screw it, I ain't talking to you. I want a lawyer. I don't understand that. What
wanted us to
changed?
go
Just
to
in-
maybe.
Because I told you what. I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I
But-
just tell you what?
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't.
Chatter asks, isn't everything now on inadmissible because he said he wants a lawyer?
I think it becomes a fight at that point. Like it should, hypothetically be inadmissible at that point because the right to counsel is attached. But then he's obviously detained. But it becomes something you slog it out. But yes,
They still extract information out of you, and
they
will try to.
They try.
Yeah.
Talk to you because you asked for an
Well,
attorney.
How
He said,
didn't
by
I
the way,
just
this
tell
is
you
good.
what?
He just
How
look.
didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what?
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you asked for an
Well,
attorney.
you
So,
handcuffed
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, bro.
But
Saying
I
it
will
to the
tell
guy
you right
in the
now, you're
handcuffs that
still
you
on hold
handcuffed
for
me.
robbery.
I know. I don't know why I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing, and obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before, and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coat. Put me back in the cell.
Yeah, he didn't want to say at that time I was guilty, but I mean, this is a wonderful. I mean, spoiler alert: there's a good ending to this, but like, it's a great way to describe to chatters who don't understand how these like sorts of interrogations work. That like, no, they don't care that this person is fucking innocent or guilty. They just. He's the guy. He's the perp. He's the suspect.
he's the one they picked
so
up.
they're just trying to fucking make it stick on him. And if you have a criminal background like he does, or if you're an addict also on top of that too, it's just like, it's so easy to write it. That's why all of the post hoc rationalizations and the justifications for like murders in the hands of the police or any kind of like brutality or murders in the hands of a deputized civilian like the Jordan Neely case is basically the media also doing that. They're fitting a narrative. They're basically saying like, no, this person deserved it. This person deserved to have this happen to them.
What's that?
Just flip it. All right. I know we did this twice, but I got to do it again every time, okay? Before asking you questions, I got to read your rights. You understand that? Okay. Go ahead and sign there. Let me take your jacket off.
Look, I'm not signing nothing. I don't want to
Okay, you don't have to sign anything. You understand your rights, though, right?
Yeah.
That's all I need is a verbal yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
When's his coat gonna be here? Or is that just a fairy tale?
It's coming. He's getting there right now. He'll be here in about 2 minutes. He has to walk to the soda machine. It tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough evidence
Like what?
Of the armed robbery, okay? But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You got, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Well, like what? Name the physical.
Well, I don't need to, why should I tell you that? I mean, you haven't been helpful to me at all.
Oh yeah, you're naked. Hold on.
I don't believe that you got any evidence.
Where I was in the pool.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Well, why do I need to do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something.
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean dick. There's no way. I didn't do it. There's no way.
How drunk were you? Were you drunk?
No, I was pretty sober.
So you're in your right mind. You remember everything about the night, right? So you couldn't have done something not remembered. You couldn't have gone and robbed the place and not remembered?
Fuck, no.
Okay, so you would remember if you robbed the place.
Fuck,
so I'm willing to go to the prosecutor, I'm willing to go to the parole officer and say, this guy's a good guy, he helped me out.
Look, he's trying to extract a fucking guilty plea or like a confession out of him by subtly threatening him because like, yeah, well, you have a record already. Like, I'm going to go to your probation officer. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a garbage person. And look, even if you're like a liberal who's like, oh, I love cops, they're supposed to do the right thing. Like, this is the wrong thing, okay? So that's why I always say, like, police, even in theory, are not doing what they are supposed to be doing. Like, the job that they're designed to do, in theory, what you see in Hollywood movies, is to, like, solve crimes, catch criminals, shit like that, right? You're not catching a criminal in this circumstance. So technically, you're allowing the actual person who did the crime, which, by the way, is, like, armed robbery, I believe, right? Is armed robbery, which is, you know, another crime of in most circumstances, a crime of necessity. Because no one who's fucking rich is going to do an armed robbery. That only happens in like movies. I was just watching Heat last night. Yeah, it's very good. So that's the whole point. Isn't Jeff a lawyer? I think he might be. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, but I know he's like clean and he's like he has like YouTube and stuff. Like he's spoiler alert, chat. Spoiler alert. Okay, but yeah, he's good. But anyway, let's continue.
I know you don't want to go back to jail, right? Back to prison.
Well, fuck. It looks like I am if and you're going to charge me with some bogus shit. You guys don't, I mean, what do you got?
Yeah, this is a good take, too. He's also going all through this. He's also, throughout all this, starting to go through withdrawal. Imagine you're diabetic getting interrogated and saying, I need my insulin, and some pig fuck is not giving it to you. Yeah. No. But the way we receive people with diabetes is different than the way we look at addicts, because we look at addicts as criminals because addiction is treated like a crime and not like an illness or a disease. So that's the reason why you can get away with fucking doing this shit.
Diabetics are fat, so they're second class too, bro.
Damn, Marat came in with a fat acceptance movement line right here. You guys missed it. I don't know if you could hear him, but because the noise gate is off, he said, wow, some people heard it.
It's not good.
It's diabetics are fat. So they're treated as second-class citizens and as criminals.
Not really. That I was at a buddy's house and I happened to come outside because you guys were fucking swarming the area and they
which door did you come out of?
I came out of the front door. You know what? I'm not saying myself, man. I'm done, man. Fuck this. The only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
You're not getting out.
Oh, no. I can't finish it?
Make it quick.
It's nice that they let him finish it.
I got things to do.
Butterfinger, you probably.
I said we'd see what happens.
You got to get it before, man.
All right. Like I said, you haven't helped me out at all. Why should I help you out? I got you a soda. That's good enough.
Jeff was.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the soda. I got you a soda. This like he just doesn't even fucking treat him like a human being, dude.
Released from custody just under 12 hours later. And that takes us to the final and perhaps the most important component of an anti-hero, the conclusion, which unfortunately in this particular case is unknown. The final outcome of this story will vary depending on the source, some with a happy ending, others a cautionary tale. One legend has it that Jeff got clean soon after his release and now works in the corporate marketing team for Coca-Cola, while another states that he was picked up the day after for the same charge and is now facing down a 15-year sentence in Georgia State.
No. We know what the ending is. Oh, this video is older. I think there's a newer version of this. Damn, there was another guilty until proven innocent, falsely accused video that we could have watched as well. But we found out later, I think someone needs to link an article.
If we go by the Hollywood formula, an anti-hero's actions throughout the course of their life are so drastic and single-minded that they only ever lead to salvation or destruction, and their final decision is always dictated by what they have learned and how they have changed throughout the course of the story. The paradox here is that we don't even need the theme of imprisonment to mold the outcome of this particular story, as the theme of addiction is more than enough. Whether he goes to prison or not, Jeff will either manage to get clean and rebuild his life, or he won't. He is headed for salvation or destruction no matter what, and that single concept can perhaps define Jeff as an anti-hero. His outcome is a mystery, but either way it goes, it most certainly conforms to the anti-hero's ending.
All right.
Santa!
Yeah.
You're bringing my present early?
What?
No.
But I never told you what I wanted.
I said I didn't bring it, dipshit.
Okay, good. I want a stuffed elephant. A pink one.
Well, wish in one hand, shit in the other one. See which one fills up first.
Yeah. The Legend of Jeff JCS is YouTube. This is his YouTube channel. He got fucking 665K subs. I think he became a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Violent Karens, what the fuck? Nauseating drone footage.
Respect, Jeff.
I uploaded this 25 minutes ago, 100 views. Let's go. Yes, the gunshot wound in the eye one is like, oh yeah, here. We watched this like when it.
Hold on. But then look at my shoes. Just showing up unannounced to the prosecutor's office because the note basically said, due to COVID-19 pandemic and complications that could arise, I shouldn't have to show up. And I don't think I should because my defense could suffer because I live 2 hours away from where my tickets are. So what the fuck, man? They gotta grant me that shit. Who's with me? And yeah, I fucking overdressed, so what?
Let's go, Jeff.
You gotta fucking give them a preview of what's to come in court. You'd be surprised. People take you much more serious. Don't pay attention to my shoe because I didn't think they'd see them, and they didn't. She wasn't even there, so I just left her a note. So I got all dressed up for nothing.
I don't know. Is he defending himself or?
I don't know, but.
But yeah, well, I'm glad he's out.
I wish him well.
Okay, you know who I don't wish well? You. Why do I not wish you well? Because you're about to fucking do some public defense, some pro bono work. Let's go. Finally. No, we're not watching a sovereign citizen video. We are watching the sovereign citizens of this community. That's right. The band. Those who are now voiceless. Those who have been struck by the mighty arm of the law. And by that I mean me and my moderation team. It's been a long time. We haven't done banana peels in a long time. But given that this is a community that believes in rehabilitative, restorative justice, we believe in the capacity to change, make amends for past bad behavior. There was approximately 5,000 ban appeals, and Lake is the GOAT, whittled it down to like 1,885 or something along those lines. If one of the mods could tell me.
Justice delayed is justice denied, Hasan. And honestly, hearing this, I am shocked and appalled.
Yeah, well, he's already started. Look at this fucking guy. Okay. All right. Does anyone have a link for the ban appeals mods? I don't know how to do it. Ace Attorney OST. Sure, I'll play the Ace Attorney OST. Fuck it. Why not? This is only 45 seconds, man. Do you have the full OST? Here it is, popping it out. Here's the pop out. Pop out. Okay. Let's get started. Let's get ready to rumble. Folks, we're going to go with we're going to go with oldest first. This is from 2 years ago. The criminal's name is Fadman, account created November 1st, 2015. Said, I'm a Kurd and you are the reason I still have hope for Turks. And then, which was great, but last thing he said was, I'm not going to say that out loud, but you're defending him. So maybe you want to say, what is this criminal's offense?
You know, I think the only thing that my client is guilty of in this case is a typographical error.
What does that even mean?
I mean, we.
Oh, look, this is his defense, by the way. Would you like to read your client's appeals defense?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. What is that you've highlighted at the bottom?
That's what he said. That's his appeals defense. That's what he wrote to.
Yeah, and I think, you know, so already this person is expressing to you that they recognize that they've done something, you know, wrong here. They've expressed remorse. They've done some soul searching, and they let you know that they are not going to be, you know, creating harm in this way going forward in the future. So I mean, like that. You know, we don't know exactly the context. This is how many years old? This is from this is banned at 2021. Okay, it's not that old.
It's not that old.
All right.
But I mean, that's a long time for chatting. They could have changed. Let's look at the mod comment. Let's see what the prosecutors have. Let's see context. Hasan was reacting to Rice Gum / cutie drama. Rice Gum is Asian.
It's not great. It's not great.
But he's the bad guy in this drama and in most dramas.
Don't know if
is that justifiable?
Is the racism justifiable? That's what you're asking.
I want you to say it.
I'm not going to be saying that. So I do think now that the court has been provided with this additional context, it really kind of underscores the fact that the message about loving this channel, loving this community, recognize that they made a mistake, and then they're never gonna this again. I'm never gonna this again.
Yeah. See, here's how I would have defended this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
If I was in your shoes, I would have said, clearly this is someone who is not from the United States of America, and this that English is his second language. He is Kurdish and possibly suffering under the thumb of the oppressive Erdogan regime, as he calls him a terrorist numerous times, and that in a heated moment he basically gave a fraction of that same oppression that he receives on a daily basis from the Turkish state back to the HasanAbi broadcast, and had a lapse of judgment.
Okay.
That's what I would have said, which he will never gonna diss again.
That's right. He said it. He said he's never gonna diss again.
The jury, how do you feel? Yays or nays in the chat? It's been a long time. Lots of yays. All right. I'm banned.
My God.
Justice is served like that. All right, next up.
I didn't realize you
Daltar.
didn't even think about being put in this situation.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't. Okay, look at this one. Daltar. Yep, Fuel. Hasan, you look like a pedo right now. Hags.
What is...
a pedophile. You're saying
No. What is hags? Like, have a great summer?
No, I think he meant... No, I think he just was trying to probably say haha.
Haha.
Like,
maybe he was saying, you look like a pedo, have a great summer.
Like, why would he want a pedophile to have a good summer? I guess one that looks like one.
What, again, I mean, I don't want to... Okay. People of the jury...
Okay, read what you said.
Hasan, I'm sorry it was a joke, and I love you. I watch you a lot and promise not to make any more pedo jokes. I had just watched your roast on YouTube and was feeling roasty toasty, you know? Anyways, sorry. That seems like a sincere expression of remorse.
I'm banned. Okay, this one is Turkish. It's gonna be hard, I can provide interpretive services for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, he says peaky blinder blender fuck, and then he says abi oje mi sürdün amına koyayım ya top, which means, bro, did you put on nail polish? Fuck your pussy, you ball. Ball means gay. It's a pejorative for gay in Turkish.
Okay.
Not as bad as like the F word, but still a pejorative.
Sure. And then what does he say in his...
And he says, lan nereden buldun beni amına koyayım ya. Neyse özür dilerim abi, Allah'a emanet. He says, I don't know how you found me. Fuck. Anyway, I'm sorry. Let God be with you.
Okay. So he did apologize. And even in spite of his ban, I mean, first of all, you share, you have like you share an important cultural relationship together. And
yeah, I also think it's gay to paint your nails. and immediately assume that you're gay when you paint your nails, and that's a bad thing.
I think
because I'm Turkish. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm the judge, by the way.
I know. I'm just saying.
And the prosecutor.
You know what? You're so right, and that was actually highly inappropriate. And I am sorry for, calling any kind of doubt.
I'm banned.
Okay, thank you.
Dude, you're killing it.
You're just unbanning.
These guys are all they're going free.
All my clients.
I'm releasing more prisoners than Gavin Newsom right now. 85,000 in one day. All violent criminals, according to Fox News. Have you heard those memes?
Gruesome Gavin.
You've heard those memes,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Like people thinking that Gavin Newsom released 85,000 prisoners, like all just like, all violent murderers, serial killers. Okay. Get this CIA LARPing bitch ass out of here, KW. USA never gave a shit about Afghan for over 20 years. What makes you think they'd care for the next 20 months? Mod check. Let's see what the mod comments are. Lake McGrew says, Hasan interviewing 2 members of Afghans for a better tomorrow. That doesn't look too good, does it? For your client.
All right, let's go.
Okay, read his defense statement.
Okay, I honestly have no clue how to do this properly, so I'll make it short. If my appeal doesn't go through, then I guess I really deserve it. My joke was utterly stupid at the moment in retrospect, and I'll seriously not make dumbass jokes when serious discussion is being discussed. Keep bringing the good fight, Hasan.
I'm bad.
I mean...
This is a partner streamer. Ooh, a partner streamer. Samara says, why are you projecting? What a huge shit talk session. Very classed. I banned them.
Wow, you personally banned them.
I banned a lot.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I'm fucking I was banning motherfuckers while we were in here.
I saw, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry it was immature and going through a rough time. Apologies for acting like an ass. I mean, look, they've apologized. They've admitted they were wrong.
They have been incarcerated since 2019.
It's pretty horrible.
Yeah, I'm going to unban them.
This is great representation right now. This is fantastic.
Okay. Can I fake a COVID document? I'm from Costa Rica and your friend did it, so I guess it's okay if I go to the US like that. What do you think, Hasan? Is it funny? Oh, wait, I forgot. She's hot. It's only okay if hot people do it. Fuck Costa Ricans, right? This is about Crotchy, who I think, context Crotchy, who I don't remember what the details were. I think she, I think this was, before vaccines or something. I don't fucking know.
When is this from? 2021?
Oh, wait. Ooh, this is a big part of Twitch culture that you're learning right now, but he's a spammer.
Oh, damn, dude.
But he's also a defender of short kings.
Okay, so that's a plus.
Why did you say that? How tall are you?
I'm tall enough to party. You could measure me on stream.
She faked the vaccine card. Can't believe I remember this when vaccines were available. Yeah, but she was hot, so he's right.
Unban.
That's your defense? Unban right now.
Whoa, it's a long...
Oh, yeah, okay, you want to read it?
Hella mad, because it really seems like a selective thing. I don't really care unless I get an actual response or attitude. I would hope Hasan to also make fun of people he like if they do dumb shit, but I know he won't. Oh, man, come on, man. There are my first problematic logs, I would say. Sorry for that, and will not share anything about my personal anger anymore. Thank you, mods, whoever reads this.
Unbanned.
He never knew that he was going to be unbanned in this way.
Yeah, these people are functionally dead at this point. Like they probably do not come back. It's been 2 years. You know what I mean? You're an asshole. Says Monkey Beater 2. Okay, we're healing right now. This is time for justice. No time for mini bobinis. Culture is not just aesthetic. Are you out of your mind? You literally just the typical Western left is zero knowledge and all the talk. When it comes to supporting oppressed peoples of the world, you guys are always the worst.
What was the context?
Debate pervert.
That's fair.
That's what we have a big problem with that. We usually ban motherfuckers like this.
What does debate pervert mean?
It's just like some motherfucker. Well, first of all, I mean, one, what is that avatar? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
40 timeouts.
Let's see what else is said. Most PQ voters aren't even white. I'm not even white. You're just creating false narratives. Why are you being ignorant here in chat? Oh, this is about Quebec. Quebec is the most progressive province in North America. I bet it was because I was saying, I was talking about how like Quebec has like a problem with Islamophobia. And this guy was just saying like Quebec is not racist. And then he talked about how he was like an oppressed class, like as of francophones.
Well, what'd they say in their appeal?
Good question. Okay. Time for you to... Oh my God, look how long it is. All right, read it.
1 week later, I realized how much I miss chat, how I miss interacting with this fantastic community. I am deeply sorry for the toxicity I brought to the chat in a moment of emotion and the insults I hurled at you. I like the streams and all that it offers, and especially the gaming and Gamba, and it pains me greatly that my mistake of taking that away. I hope you can forgive me and my terrible past behavior. Come on, man.
Dude, that's a really good... You are so good at defending these guys. Come on, man. Is that what you say, fucking New York? You walk up to the judge like, come
Some
on,
of them
man.
are easier. I mean, that is what I want to say a lot of the time.
This guy said the F word.
I don't love that.
Yo, Stirlan Köpek, which means, yo, fuck off, you dog.
Dear fellow people, I really want to say I am ashamed of reading the text that I wrote. I am very sorry. I really want to be able to join the chat because I really like the channel. And I also like Turkish food, like shawarma, borek, baklava, and other deliciousness. Can I come back, inshallah? Greetings.
Okay, this is one of those.
Look, it's my job to defend.
Okay, let's hear it. How would you defend this guy?
I mean, it doesn't look like chat is on.
It doesn't. Don't look at the chat.
All right.
What?
I know. I'm just saying. I'm not being impacted.
Whoa.
By it. I'm not being impacted by
Whoa.
it. I'm not. I'm just. About it.
Let the record. I'm striking the jury. Jury, shut the fuck up. Their jury's gone. It's just you now.
You know, I think that this person did something quite bad and offensive, and they could have just left it at that, and they could have said, you know what, Hasan is this horrible thing that I've described. But instead, they took responsibility, said fellow people, not just you, but everybody out there.
Yeah. Recognizing that
there's a harm beyond.
Like there's more. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, harm beyond. And that they're ashamed of reading the text that they wrote, and they're sorry, and they need this sense of community rather.
Okay, you're just reading his appeal at this point.
Look, we're talking about social death here, okay? And they might be socially dead because it's been 2 years. But I think we need to give Eunice an opportunity to come back.
And he likes Turkish food. All right, what do we think? Chat, jury, after hearing Alex's, what is it, impact statement? No.
Yeah, sure. Mitigation. My mitigation.
Alex's mitigation. What say you, members of the jury? I forgot. I was going to put the whole reason why I put this dumbass fucking shirt on, which is so large on me, it looks ugly, is because I was going to put the fucking kimono on, but like it's so hot in here, I'm not doing that right now.
Oh man, we're getting killed out there.
Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. The nays have it. Denied.
It was hard.
You still got money to buy a Jordan? Oh, this one's going to be rough. I can't even buy that Sag. I've been asking you this. You down to hang out at the beach with chat? Let us know.
Parasocial Andy.
Yeah. Oh, see, you know already. This is about like Haitian migrants, by the way. I remember what he's saying there. There's a reason why employees started paying $21 to $30 an hour. Nobody wants to work in this country. On a separate note, you down to hang out at the beach at chat? Nobody's trying to steal my garbage job. Oh, he's a garbage man though. All right. Go ahead and read his statement.
Hey mods, I fucked up once. I just joined the stream and I had no idea as to what was going on. He banned me for PSG comment, by the way. I'm sorry. Apart from that, I'm a decent chatter. Do you have any past history for chatting beyond that? You don't want to roll into the logs?
It's just like trying to bang through these. My meat will always produce easy clap. Bye, bro. I will be watching Flight now. You're making fun of your viewers is extremely disrespectful and condescending. I will be taking my sub to Amaranth now, who appreciates this. I mean, he's joking. He's actually kind of funny.
It looks like, based on what we're reading, this was an active member of the community who was a decent chatter, as he described himself. So I believe that he can be rehabilitated.
I mean, he's funny. I'm a sucker for funny chatters because all you motherfuckers are unfunny as shit. Unban! Calm Serble.
Another happy customer.
Lol. What? There's a white culture? What now? Hold up. Beetlejuice banned them. What is this? The fuck?
Uh-oh. We're unlocking.
Mod comments. Beetlejuice says, their unbanned message. I don't know what I said can be so egregious for a ban. I mean, white people can have a culture just as much as black people can have a culture. Isn't that what makes America inclusive? That's all cultures just exist. It's okay, man. I enjoyed my stay. But the reason why I was banned was because of their sus comment about a black woman being mixed. She's mixed before, therefore she can't criticize white people. Give them a chance if you want. Okay, it's not bad. That's, you know, it's like a bit of a misfire in my opinion. But let's see. Let's look at their chat logs. Isn't that woman mixed with Caucasian? Lol, 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 but she's mixed with Caucasian. Lol, 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 lol. Okay, what would you say in this circumstance?
I just don't fully understand. Like,
zoom out, bro? Why? You want me to zoom out now? All of a sudden, you motherfuckers wanted me to... I love how we still use Jim Crow rhetoric. How can medicine be politics? Lol, lol, lol. These stands, man. How did the stands take control of Twitter? Why is this timeline like this? Lol, lol, lol. There's a lot of lol, lol, lol. I don't like that. XQC watcher, but a DAF watcher as well. Probably a Zoomer. Well, right now is the top of the hour, and I'm probably going to keep going for a while. And there's a 3-minute ad break. Yeah, if you want to take her, can you take her now? Take my car. I'm going to tell you where you're going. I'm going to text it to you. Is that fine? Hold on.
anti-vaxxer.
They're remarking about black folks and healthcare disparities. Seems to be a pattern. I'm not going to do the most recent ones. These are the ones that have been like waiting in the docket for the longest time. Okay. I don't know. What do you think? Are you confused by this one?
I just don't fully understand what this... yeah, I'm not fully understanding the context in terms of what... Oh, wait, are we... Oh, yeah, we're on.
Yeah.
I'm not fully understanding the...
I don't either. I'm unbanning. Fuck it. Unbanned. It's been 2 years.
We don't know what they were charged with.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I unbanned them. Okay, she's not unsafe. She's annoyed. I really don't see an issue with them being confused. Who cares? They weren't doing anything. Okay, let's read it. What is this?
We were watching a video about some cops, lives matter people in a safe space, which is something I didn't even know existed, which is why I was questioning the legitimacy of the lady's anger. I understand my comments came off as insensitive, but when you have a bunch of rad libs saying you're racist in chat for asking questions, anyone will feed into the rage. Because admittedly, it's funny. Sorry if I hurt any feelings. I'm half black, by the way, and by no means racist. Please unban. Well, it's all right there. They're half black, so it's over.
Yeah, we
unban.
Context: ASU multicultural space incident. All right, to be fair, maybe this person's a child based on their weird whataboutism. 2 different mods came in.
Multicultural space incident.
This was a like ASU is a classic like old school fucking rage bait. You know, there's a safe space, multicultural safe space, and like some dickheads come in to like fuck it up and go like, oh, is my white, is my whiteness like pissing you off? That kind of thing.
Seems like it might be a child.
Go ahead. Do you want to defend him?
I mean, we're gonna criminalize a child?
Yes. Dude, if the vibes are bad, I'm all in. I'm so pro. Like, I'm more in favor. I want to release the aging prisoners, okay? And I want to put more children in jail.
Right. That is what you said to me when I brought up the charity.
Yeah.
Like, that's great. Yeah, we need more kids in jail.
Yeah.
They're better. Their hands are small, so they can like make things more effective.
Thank you. Like, I want my Nikes to be domestically manufactured by juvenile offenders. Yes. The children yearn for the minds. Okay. I'm banning this so that he can go to jail instead. Okay. We are not required to be an activist for your own marginalization. This is literally the take we all assume you take. To be honest, we're tired of you and the people you bring into the leftist space. I stopped following and subbed for a reason. What? You know what's going on in your Discord? Oh God!
What happened in your Discord, bro?
Oh, every couple of weeks we just like nuke it. We haven't nuked it in a while. Okay.
Look, listen.
Wait.
I really think this says it all already. I surrounded myself with toxic people. I myself became toxic. I apologize for my words and actions. I know that gatekeeping the left is incredibly toxic and unproductive. Again, I cannot apologize enough for what I did and how I created a space for toxicity in a splinter server. Were they banned for something in the cert?
No, they were banned in the chat because, so just like every good leftist space, my Discord is probably too big to be a leftist place in and of itself, with like 90,000 active users or some shit, and like 200,000, 300,000 plus fucking members overall.
Which is why it's time to join Lolo's Taco Stand.
Discord. No, you don't want. You don't want that smoke. I promise. This is the day of the nuke. This is the last time I nuked the Discord, where I just like basically I was like, I told the mods, fucking purge the anarchists. Basically, I said like, we'll make Stalin look like a baby. We'll make Stalin look like a pacifist. And we nuked it because I think this was like, there was a bunch of different splinter Discords that would like come in and raid the Discord, because as is the case with every leftist space, they wanted to like shape it in the way that they see fit and not in the way that I have designed it as a space for like learning, education. A big part of this problem also revolved around like people that basically were, uninitiated, uneducated on certain subject matters. Because I always told people like, listen, this is not like a fully safe space. Obviously, there's a lot that we don't allow. No transphobia, no homophobia, no no racism, no misogyny. But if someone is being transphobic, but they're like actually trying to learn, if they're engaging in microaggressions or whatever, like you have to overlook it. And all I ask of you is to either turn the other cheek as a member of a marginalized background, or if you are willing and able to do so, you should engage in emotional labor, because the goal is to educate people, and there are thousands of people that have been educated that have changed their minds in this community. So that's what, show them the nonsense in this Discord. It's Austin. Okay. It was the BIPOC discourse, yeah. So we purged a bunch of members, which I still see in my replies every now and then when people are like, Hasan was racist, he like purged all these no, we purged all the radlibs that like went to their own Discord, that created their own Discord from my Discord to only like go back into it.
Damn. Never mind. Don't do that to my Discord.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke.
We have a reading club. Don't mess up my Discord.
I'm gonna unban them. Hopefully they've been rehabilitated. Do you have feet pics?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm a man. Oh no, God. I am a man with a very refined palate. I've tasted a wide range of indigenous fruits from the West Andes Mountains to the exotic produce of Malaysia and Thailand, but never has something caught my eye quite like Hasan's large build, but disproportionately small head. I can only imagine his feet are equally as disproportionate and need proof. Now my final offer is either you unban me so that I can look Hasan dead in the eyes and continue to ask him to provide feet pics, or you yourself provide.
Leaving the ban request for content. Okay, what do we think about this guy?
People of the jury.
Wait, what is this? Feet pics? Feet pics? You also don't send feet pics. If you think about it, posting feet pics is a fairly lucrative career. Can you yeet over some feet pics? The older you are, the more willing you are to send feet pics. You seem tense. You think sending feet pics would eat some of that tension? If we don't play games, can we get feet pics? Thinking about feet pics right now. Licky face. Tongue out. Silly.
He's nothing if not consistent.
Okay, how would you defend this guy?
For his feet pics?
Yeah.
I mean, what terms of the chat has he actually violated? Is it a violation of chat to ask for feet pics?
Yes. Over and over again. Okay, here are some of the crimes. Okay, let me pull it up. Okay. Spamming, being a gross weirdo, routinely harassing the streamer for sex work that he has not consented to. Okay, that's also.
When you say it like that, you make it sound bad.
Wait, hold on. There's one more. It says foot guy. That's
foot guy.
Didn't know that was illegal, but I guess it is. That's what it says in the sheet. So.
But when you think about somebody with a really refined palate who has enjoyed the indigenous fruits from Malaysia to Thailand, don't you think of kind of a worldly person who you would actually want to be part of your community?
Don't you feel like he said he hasn't learned from the punishment even?
Well, I mean, I think that we should give him, another opportunity
to ask for feet pics
to express himself in a way maybe that's more appropriate. I mean, even I...
Unbanned.
Oh my God.
Dude, you're such a good lawyer. It's crazy.
I can't believe you fucking unbanned
Damn,
him.
dude. You're the reason why New York is a crime-ridden hellhole.
That's right.
You're getting off every criminal, dude. Every criminal is walking free.
It's because of me.
Yeah. This is my lawyer, dog. I'm not seeing the inside of a prison cell.
Let's go.
Okay, how was that bad though? Gordito, please explain. Explain, please. How was that traumatizing at all?
What are we talking about here? Oh, fuck.
Defending the Nelk boys pranking immigrants by impersonating ICE. All right, read this and then defend him.
Hasan was talking about Nelk's tweet about, quote, pranking illegal immigrants with an ICE fan. And I was asking chat why it was so bad and traumatizing. Jesus Christ. I didn't think this was derogatory in any way and didn't mean any foul harm by it. Okay. Intentions are sometimes important. Was genuinely curious as to why it was so terrible. Okay. They're asking questions. That's good. It's good to be inquisitive. I've heard of the horror stories of the holding camps, but I wasn't talking about that. Just the prank in itself. They're already terrible, harassing random people on the street. But I was just asking about the van. I mean, he was technically just asking about the van, which is correct.
Mm-hmm. He also said, what's that wrong about it, though?
Yeah.
Like, in general. Like, is it wrong to scare undocumented immigrants with an ICE van?
Yeah, you know, I could see how you would think that, reading him saying that over and over again, if it's bad, and saying maybe it's not really that, maybe you would think that he's insinuating it's not that big of a deal. However.
Well, he did say, I didn't think this was derogatory in any way, in his defense.
Yeah. That's true. But, you know, wouldn't it be better if this person, if we could re-educate this person?
Do you want to know? First of all, no, he's not capable of re-education. But do you want to know what his crimes were?
Yeah.
Well, let me pull it up. Being a debate pervert, which is literally punishable by capital punishment, is like one of the. There we have a lot of capital punishment.
Debate pervert. Okay.
Yeah, but debate pervertry is one of them.
Up there.
Yeah. So that's like the worst offense. Then, of course, obviously, racism,
Yes.
xenophobia.
That's right.
Undermining and trying to normalize a white nativist immigration policy and treating it like it's nothing but a joke.
That's right. Yes.
But yeah, most importantly, the debate pervertry, because he also added chatters to like try to duke it out with them.
Sure. Well, maybe he just wanted their opinion. I think that I've said all that I can.
Okay, it's up to the chat. Members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen, and MBs in the jury, please go ahead. How do you decide?
Let me tell you something. They do not.
I haven't seen one. I would actually put this chatter in prison in real life. Wow. There's like one yay. Okay. Denied. You fucked that one up.
I mean, what was I supposed to do in that?
You should have defended him. Hasan likes Minecraft feet. Hasan licks Minecraft feet. Hasan, why do you like Minecraft feet? Minecraft feet. Real and true. That's what my mom said.
Whoa, that's big. That's huge.
You can't hide the fact that you like Minecraft feet, Hans.
Okay. Look, I think...
Remember, it's in the rules. Feet person. I didn't make up the rules, but it literally says it's a crime to be a foot person.
Okay, but is it a crime to tell the truth in chat? Because your own mod has left you out to dry here.
I don't even know what Minecraft feet would be.
They're blocky. They're pixelated. They're inoffensive. And most important of all, you like them. That is why you must unban Edgy Gengar. Thank you.
Unban! That was a good defense. You put up a good defense.
That was a good one. All right, I'm cooking.
Okay, you're getting in the first couple of defendants, like they fucked up. They're going to jail. Well, I released them regardless.
You know, sometimes it's hard. I don't have a lot to work with.
Crybaby lol W. So bad, lol. So bad. Being a dickhead to Hasan and Will in both chats when they lost the Twitch Rivals game that made Will really upset.
No, I like Will. Ban.
What? No, what the fuck? You're his lawyer, dog. No, you have to defend him.
All right, I defend him.
That's crazy.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, he went to his chat. This is Will's chat. He went into Will's chat and shit on him, too.
I really like Will. Literally? Oh, God. Okay, wait.
All of it. Oh, this is an XQC fan.
Let's read
Got juices on. Lol W, you lost. Yo, you covering Joe today? So bad. What a baby, Lol W.
Go to, let's see it. Let's see the apology here. Literally never toxic or anything in chat. I was just playing. I'm still sorry, but it was just a joke. Okay. You know, it was insensitive what Red Wolf has done, but I think that they've admitted that they were, you know, goofing, and they are sorry for what they've done, and that's, you know, in a situation like this, that's about all they can do. And they've been, you know, banned since 2021. I think they've paid the price here.
This is 100% a juvenile.
Even more reason to unban.
Unbanning. Woo!
Oh my god, I can't believe I got out of that one.
Okay.
Oh
well,
no, don't make me do that.
Stop writing LeBron before you get pregnant. Stop writing LeBron before you get pregnant. He going crazy. He should. LeBron soft as fuck. Would you do that? LeBron is actually so bad. Probably got weed in the car. Drewski, Idior was popping, and then what's that down there? What is that?
Yeah, that is that. Well, you know, Hasan, there might be additional context in the apology, which is it does seem that this chatter is a person of color, and
wait, read his
all right,
read his
okay.
defense.
Hey, my boy, I ain't gonna lie to you. That's on me. I say that word every day, and I realize that it don't even matter. I'm black. I gotta follow the rules of your channel. If you unban me straight proper from now, from now on, I got you, my boy. Like that boy, the baby said. Oh my God! I probably say.
Read it.
I don't want to say.
Say it.
I probably say the word "and" too much, but for real though, that's my fault, dog. I pulled up from YouTube and deadass. This is my first stream. You seem like cool people with a good head on your shoulders. Hey, if you unban me, she that cool. But if not, I ain't tripping. I'll keep watching you, Brody. I'm fucked.
This person has Naperville written all over him, dude.
Look.
Blood warning. Watch out for the blood, my boy. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so this is so funny. This is like almost, it's too good to be true. First time catching the stream, coming in from YouTube on me. Sports be crazy sometimes. First time catching the stream live. TTB, our money in. Blood warning. Okay. So let's just think about it. So number one, he said, watch out for blood, my boy, which is important. He was a good chatter there. Okay.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, he's like warning me that there's TOS. Okay. He was top of the morning warning me that it's the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. Now? Yes, I am. That's called the debate, dude. That's the best segue ever. I didn't run it I didn't run it yet. I forgot to run it when I said I was going to.
Running
it now. Please nuke Hoscord. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Shut up, Axel. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Okay, so there's a crime here that is going unnoticed, and that is calling me out for dick riding LeBron James, who is the greatest athlete of all time, and anyone who doesn't recognize this is probably racist. That's what it says here.
Okay. I mean, some people just are, haters, or they don't like LeBron because they are, they don't like the teams that he's played for, maybe.
That's you're
I don't
itching for a ban yourself personally.
I'm not getting banned. I never said I hated LeBron.
Nah, homie, the Black Chatters Council says no on that one. All right, let's hear him. First of all, I mean, the fact that he spelled it out like this means that he was trying to avoid the filter.
Yeah. You put me in a horrible situation here.
How would you defend him?
I mean,
come on, bro. You defend like actual people that like
I know
crimes.
He said something. He said some stuff. He said it's on him. He's a frequent chatter. We don't know.
He's not. He's only chatted 26 times. He got banned on his first day.
That's free. Look. He pulled up from YouTube, okay? And deadass, this is his first stream. He doesn't know how it works. Let's give him a chance.
What does chat think? Damn, a lot of yays.
They're saying yay. You're the judge.
New mod? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, PZ. Let's make the guy who, avoided the the censorship to type out the N-word, the new mod. That's a good one. Yeah. We need a new mod after I fucking ban your ass, dude.
Banned racism. Ban him.
Do not count the white votes. All right. I need advice from at least my black mods on this one. Do we think he's Naperville or do we think he's actually black? I saw Not Your Average African in there.
Oh my God.
This is a big decision. He a thug for real. Check mod comments. Wait, what? Uh-oh, what is this? This is going to be a debate. I stopped watching Lazan so long ago. Okay, so are we all right, I'm unbanning him. Actually, I don't know. That still doesn't... What do you think? Nice bathroom, unban? Okay, fuck it. Unbanning him.
Hasan unbans you.
Definitely black. My cousin talks and texts that way. Yeah, except it doesn't matter because every Aiden Ross fan from Naperville also texts like that way. Even fucking Nazis text that way nowadays, which is weird. Like, we were talking about this the other day. Like, there's like actual white supremacists with like Groyper avatars on Twitter literally writing like that now. And I think originally they were like making fun of AAVE, and then now they just type in AAVE all the time.
All right.
Okay, moving on. FlameX. Hello, stud. She's hotter than AOC. Context, Lauren Boebert.
Oh, God.
Read his defense.
Some random chick came out on stream and Hasan said she's ugly inside and out. And I said that last part.
How would you defend this?
Damn, dude. So, I mean, I think that there's some, obvious sexism and misogyny here going on. And maybe that this chatter, who was banned back in 2021, could benefit from a stream, being part of a stream that is like looking down upon toxic masculinity, especially in today's climate. And clearly they're not. Look.
He said I was going to kill myself, but good thing you went live.
Like, who knows where they are right now? They were in crisis. Look, I think we need to give them an opportunity to right the ship. They said you're a stud.
Unbanned. He is not even black.
Who?
About myth.
Ugh.
I made the last comment, he's not even black, based on my own skin color, which is the same. But in hindsight, it was stupid of me because none can see my skin color, and I look like a fool and racist. I apologize deeply for that, and I won't make such dumb comments anymore. Inshallah, I get unbanned. I missed the chat. How would you defend this? Go ahead, defend him.
Is this just like clips for me to get fucking killed?
No.
So
go ahead, defend this.
I mean, look, we can only go out, in certain situations we can only base on what the chatters say. This person is saying they're also black. It doesn't make what they said acceptable, obviously, but I think maybe they were dealing with some things internally, personally, when they made that comment.
This is the chatter, by the way.
Looks like, yeah.
What?
I don't know.
I'm trying to get you in trouble so bad. Dude.
life's gonna be over.
Hasan, your black viewership dropped because you keep banning us? No.
What else they got?
That's it. That's all they got. All we can see.
What is the comment? Oh yeah, the comment said that.
I know a free typing course on the internet. If you have, just DM me. The sad part is there's lots of other people who happily take their jobs when they're fired, I think. They seem like a normal user otherwise.
Look, I think scrolling through, it seems like a fairly regular chatter.
Why did you end up bullying his dad? That's exactly what the boy didn't want. You have the right to be mad at him, but I think all people did overreact with this. What? How old is your Camry and how many miles is it out? I'm sorry if this is the right moment to ask.
They seem like a friend of the show.
All right. We believe in rehabilitation around these parts, even though Alex is not doing a good job defending this person. Unban! Okay. What?
Oh my god, dude. Are these all just like slurs? Are these
Yeah.
all slurs, dude?
Demon Seaman Ew. I'm not gonna say nothing. She believes what she was told to her. You, let's get it. The harmony.
This is like you are
you
making me.
I'm not gonna make you read
making
this.
me the slur.
I'm not gonna make you read this.
You are making me the slur defender in front of all these people. The good people of the jury.
So many people become transracial after getting banned.
Hey, we don't know.
Okay, what do we think? What do we think?
What was they said? Can you go down?
This is, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, this is Holy Ghost Send the Power, the lady who was like a anti-vaxxer, and we were watching her sing.
Okay.
I've never seen a black person be like, I'm African American, like in this is in a setting like this one, but I don't know. I don't think yeah. It's giving blacks rules. Yeah, exactly. HasanAbi incarcerated more black chatters in the he streams? Wait, what? Dude, the chat is the CIA.
Oh
my god.
All right. He's innocent.
Yeah, keep saying he isn't black. Okay, that was I read my black mod who said that, for the record. For the record! That's right! Take it up with him! Yeah, you bitch, exactly. That's his fault. Yeah, I'm throwing a hardworking black mod under the bus.
I think, the case is rested, honestly.
Okay. All right. Unban. Yeah, he's right. Black people shit, cry, throw up when they're called the N-word. What the fuck? Sarcasm. Context is Hasan showing black, white to Peggy and Myth. Wait, we did ban. I feel like we might have banned a bunch of black chatters. Like, no joke. Now I feel like people that say,
look what we're uncovering here.
Oh, thank you. Did they give him medicine too? Okay, thank you.
Honestly, thank God I came on stream because you are just, what's going on?
That trash.
Going absolutely.
That's why our percentage is so low. You banned us all. Okay, first of all, you can't say the N-word. It doesn't matter if you're black or not in the chat. I don't know. We don't know. We ban people for saying the N-word. Literally, that's it. It's ridiculous. Like, we need another census, to be honest. Which N word? There's two and they're both very scary. Yeah, I'm not talking about nuclear. Okay, go ahead, defend him. Come on.
Yandere. What is that? Yandere?
Yanderia.
Hey, Turkish?
No. I think Yandere. Like, this might be like an anime fan.
Anime.
Give us up for Hasan. Hey, just enter chat. What's up? Hi. I hate most of your fan base, bro. Toxic. No, I think he would. I do think this person was being sarcastic when I showed the black white thing. I think he was saying, like, he was making fun of. Yeah. All jokes aside, I think he was saying, like, what do you call it? Like, he was saying, he was responding to something in the video. Like, yeah, right. Black people shit cry throughout when they're called the N-word. I'm banned. Hayır. Niye? Biteceğim. Yeah. 7. Yarım saat Murat. I'm banned. Your mental health, your choice. No more stun lock. Why are you promoting extremism?
What was the extremism?
Context: quietly banned after this. Wait, what the fuck is this? Last message wasn't directed at Hasan, but mid stun lock. Wait, uh-oh. What the fuck is this? Let's see. Guys, if I don't go on LSF every day, a lot of those deranged posters, they're gonna have to find a different outlet. I'm the hero here, okay? What? This is how you... It's not gun control, okay? This is how you stop further atrocities from happening, by making these fucking psychotic, deranged incels hyper-focus on me. That's right. I am the hero here. I gotta keep them fucking hyper-focused so they don't do some crazy shit.
Best moment in my gaming life?
Got banned for this? What does that mean? Guys, if I don't go on LSF every day, a lot of those deranged posters, I don't even understand.
What is LSF?
It's a fucking toxic ass subreddit that is like quietly banned after this context. What does this mean, Blake?
Oh, like the sub? Because you were talking about it?
It's the raid arc. I don't know why I banned this person. I'm looking at it now, but they were baiting most likely. LSF is a Twitch drama subreddit. I'm going to unban him.
Didn't even need to say anything. That's how good I am.
They seem normal otherwise. Maybe it was a one-off. I must have... What is this? She's innocent. Comment about Ghislaine.
Oh, God.
Okay, read it.
I have memed too close to the sun. I am utterly lost and broken without chat. In the name of Allah, I promise to never joke about something so serious. I do not support or condone Ghislaine Maxwell at all. Please save me from the path that has been laid before me. I will inevitably become a hate watcher and brigader, and I really don't want that. I love this community. I am a lost puppy dog.
This person's probably already a hate watcher. It's been 2 years, but hey, what do you think about this? How would you defend this chatter?
I mean, at what time was this?
Too late. Unbanned.
Because it is
Dude,
innocent
you're so
until
good. You're so
proven
good.
guilty.
You're fucking so good. It's crazy. How?
That's right.
How do you keep doing this? That's what doesn't make sense. I don't know how the fuck you keep. You just keep popping off. Nicki Minaj, Stan Chat, LolW. Why is he talking so slow? I'm calm. You seem the angry one here, bro. You are misogynistic. I banned them. What is this? Image. Does HasanAbi really make misogynistic jokes? He said ironic, but like, isn't that always the excuse though?
He's cooking. Or she's cooking. They're cooking.
Queen Esther. What? Ironic misogyny is still misogyny discussion?
Hell yeah. Cooking you. I made that comment when I was 14. That's so sad.
That's it? That's your defense?
They're a child. And they apologized. And also, maybe you were being misogynistic, you dick.
They're 15 now.
They're even older. They're like, this isn't 2021.
Yeah. They're 17, I guess.
Who knows what you could have, what this developmentally could have done to this child? You banned them. You're their hero.
I'm banned. Fucking juicers, dude. Myth is so white, Lamau.
Oh my god.
Myth saw this message while Hasan was IRL streaming basketball, and Hasan said to ban him.
I didn't mean for Myth is so white to come off as offensive. Oh my god.
Go on, read it.
It was at a moment he said something as a joke that was a pretty white thing to say. Sorry if I offended everyone. As you can see, I've only sent 3 messages max, and I hope to send more. Parentheses, positive ones.
Kaya says unban.
Let's go. Thank you, Kaya.
It's impressive he's still alive. I bet he could fight an elephant and live. Okay, making fun of Marvel movies is too far. Why are you supporting a TERF? Context, Dave Chappelle. Read it.
I'm sorry for accusing you of supporting a TERF. I know you're an ally to the trans community, but my anger towards Dave Chappelle just got the better of me. I still don't agree with your take on Dave Chappelle, but I will not talk about him in your chat anymore. Please let me try. I think unban. What was your take on Dave Chappelle? Or
I don't remember. It was probably
it was. You were like, I love Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, I was like, I love Dave Chappelle. I don't even like his old stuff. I only like when he said I'm a TERF. Like that, I fucking laughed my ass off.
Okay.
I thought that was the funniest you could be.
Okay.
Here's the Ace Attorney jazz album. What the fuck is this?
Oh hell yeah.
Okay. That's so cool. So this being a safe space justifies not giving a trigger warning before you talk about rape. Fuck rape victims. In general, not that hard to say trigger warning. All you have to do is say before, though. Some people who are victims of rape also would like to know about abortion laws, etc. It's not unreasonable to say trigger warning before. One comment is not derailing, though. I said, I can tell this person was like doing trigger warning discourse and is like, again, let me look up, pulling up the rap sheet. It says, Radlib woke scold who intentionally tries to derail the stream in an effort to be narcissistic, but in like a woke way. When there's 30 to 40,000 people in the chat and we're covering serious matters such as the criminalization of women's bodily autonomy.
I think when you are in your position, which is you have a lot of people watching you, a lot of eyes on you, and a lot of chatters, like it becomes harder and harder. Like it becomes more depersonalized. But I think you should give people a little bit more grace. And maybe in this situation, this person like was being sincere and look what they said. I was a bit upset. Without the trigger warning, it kind of triggered an upset.
Chat's ruthless. Chat's like,
no, get out of here.
No, because we see annoying chatters all day, every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I don't know. I think
bad.
giving people grace.
You did a good job. you defended him well. If you guys are annoyed by these Radlib woke skulls in the chat,
it's all my fault.
It's his fault.
It's my fault. Sorry, chat.
Okay, IRL trigger warnings do exist and they are valid. That's harmful to deny the trans and POC communities. Why don't you have on Bench Beer to debate you? IRL trigger warnings exist and are valid? Question mark. I want to apologize, HasanAbi. I was brainwashed. What? Oh, this is a debate lord too. See?
Oh no. It's a
Context,
capital
Christian
offense.
Walker stream. I was being satire and mocking the ultra liberals and conservatards in the chat. Please free me. It's been too long. Hasan, I will not do again. I am pogging so hard for an unban.
I mean, you heard them. They're pogging so hard.
That's a funny. This is a funny. I mean, they were. You know what?
No debate pervert.
Sarcastic debate lording is still debate lording. True. Abi DC'deki mesajlara bakıyor musun? Discord'daki mesajlara bakıyor musun? Spam yaptığım için scam yap. Okay, whatever. This is a Turkish guy who was like asking me to check his Discord messages. Is it weird that the two black guys are the worst? Who's doing all the slurping sounds? He's got a dump truck. Read it out loud. Come on, go ahead.
I'm sorry I made a bad joke. I will think more of how a text can be taken out of context in my future chatting, as I don't think this would be a reaction to my words if you saw my skin color. Okay. I'm a 35-year-old boomer and Canadian. I don't mean to offend or harm. I come for the politics. Was surprised to see my boys on court not holding it down again. I'm sorry. Will not make this mistake again. I mean, I guess.
Mod comment. Racism. Banner Hasan's basketball stream where the 24K Golden and Myth were playing said, is it weird that the two black guys are the worst? First of all, Myth is not very good, but Golden is actually pretty good. So it's also not valid. You know? All right, how would you defend this one?
The transracial, if you saw my skin color. I mean, it doesn't make it okay, what they said. But
you're supposed to defend them.
I am defending them.
Oh, this is how you defend them?
Well, sometimes maybe. I'm not saying what they said is okay, but I think they've, said that they've done something wrong, that they're not going to be doing that again in the future. And then maybe they were playing a little bit.
My brother's bike.
Fast and loose.
A lot happens in. Okay, you know what? Fucking unban. A lot happens in this space. You guys get to hear all of it now because the noise gate is off.
Sorry.
How do you guys like that? Do you understand the space that I operate in all the fucking time? Yeah. You can't hear it. You can't hear the bike? That's not a helicopter.
Woo!
Please, this guy says, please ban me. Ban me, please, for a game show. Show feet. Ban me. Please, please ban me.
So I think, obviously, the most egregious thing that Notice the Z did was request you to show feet. And now that I'm more familiar with the laws of this jurisdiction, I understand that is a grievous offense. Kaya agrees. But I would notice in the appeal, Kaya is really not into the feet stuff.
I think the bike freaked her out.
But
read his defense.
I know the ban is 100% justified because I was being a little shit. Okay, they knew what they were doing, acknowledging the wrong. I was doing it for a game show, which they did say, and the goal was to get banned in the largest streamers chat. So I did what I had to do to get banned. Other than this, haven't been a nuisance at all. Would pretty please like to return. So this is a more recent offense, but I think considering the context, and also maybe if we scroll up a little bit, see is there any history here?
I mean, it's not that recent. It's still last year, January.
Sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right.
Dude, these are, this is it. This is all we got.
Notice the Z. Unban. Let's go.
Dude, your rate of like getting people
It's high,
off,
dude.
It's never been higher.
We're cutting deals.
Countdown explosion. What the fuck? Gay? No, he isn't. Anyone could. He's just black. ... Context. The fuck is an MP4?
Dude, he's so good. He fucking nailed the Eric Adams last week, and everyone was like, his Eric Adams sucks. And he's nailing Stephen A. Smith, too.
I stayed up all night wrestling with it. But today, there is no doubt that Tom Brady is an exceptional quarterback, like the great Peyton Manning. And to say anything more would be blasphemy. Period.
Excuse me, Stephen A. Tom Brady is very exceptional, okay? And Peyton Manning, please. Tom Brady would beat Peyton Manning in a cakewalk. It'd be more than a cakewalk. It would be a cake run, a cake swim, and a cake road trip.
He's just black? No, dude. He is like, what? What the fuck does that mean? Like, that's a self-report. Gay? No, he isn't. Anyone could. He's just black. Why are you like this? How do we get to this situation where we just have like such fucking weirdos, dude? It's just like a self-report, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? Dude, he's so good.
Dude, I ban so many people like this all the time, and then they become like lifelong haters. This is perhaps the main. You are getting to see why there are so many like leftist people on Twitter that like are agitated and constantly like Hasan actually sucks really for no discernible reason that I can come up with. But like I'm just gonna latch on to whatever the fuck. Yeah, you overreacted. I don't think I overreacted. How am I supposed to understand from the context, like, of what he's saying?
I think the reaction is understandable. Chat is my community. I miss being a part of it. I'm usually with you about 90%, but that day I detracted as my legitimate opinion was opposite, even flippant. You should know that Chris Red is just a black man in the context of how my mother and I joke. Humorless sarcasm. This explains it. A black player that isn't in any manner unique to SNL. I don't think that's true. Also, Jay Farah's shoes aren't easy to fill. His interpretation felt in my enjoyment of Stephen A. Smith's imperso ravings. Thanks, Hasan. Yeah, I'm defending him.
Yeah, go ahead.
I love that you've put me here today. It's great. You know, the fans at home. He's a fan at home, and he's a fan of you, who's with you 90% of the time. He's a chatter. He's a member of the community. The community matters to him, and he's got strong opinions about Chris Red. Okay, that's it. That's all I got.
Dude, that was so ass.
I know.
Dude, you got nothing on that.
I know, I'm losing it.
Okay, what are we thinking? Yays or nays to the beautiful members of the jury? I have unbanned way worse shit than this, to be honest, but
it seems like a split decision here.
All right, unbanned. Kai didn't like that.
Sorry.
Kel oluyorsun abi. Balding fez var mı? Kafana koysana pogyu. This is a Turkish chatter who says you're becoming bald in Turkish and also in English. See, this is a defensible one. Go ahead. Read it out.
I feel rather sorry for being a bully. A message in chat is still a comment on an individual. Facts. It makes sense to get this banned in the first place. My apologies for making the stream a less fun place.
Unbanned.
All right. Hey. What up?
She's just trying to get attention. That's why you can't.
Oh, I can't.
No, you can't. Not when she's barking. Don't look at. Don't even look at her.
Oh, I'm not looking.
She's in the doghouse.
She's beautiful. We need to free her.
She is beautiful. Okay. Okay, now. Okay, she's gonna go wild now though. You don't pet her. Okay. No, don't pet her. She's barking.
I love her.
I know, but she's barking. She's gonna do that so much worse now. Watch.
I am against.
Watch.
Keeping. Hell
yeah.
She wants to be free.
Oh God.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. Does she have fleas? No, she doesn't have fleas. She keeps scratching because this is the first day that she's had a collar on. She's never had a collar on before, so she doesn't like it. But she'll get used to it. Okay. We're gonna do 10 more, and then we're gonna end it there.
All right, great.
Sorry, this is coming to an end. Your torture will end here. Don't worry, they have other white women. Context: Ethan removing Jordan Peterson interviews videos from the H3H3 channel. Here. Look, man, at the time of my ban, I was pissed at Ethan and his history of slur flinging. The comment that got me banned was an attempt to make fun of him for saying slurs. I get not to use even censored slurs in chat. Now 100% my bad. Won't happen again. Check my history. Okay, that's an unban. You're a fucking joke, you know. Fuck all except your own ideals and values that you try to peddle on everyone. Good on American justice. Much love from the UK. He's British. So that's another crime.
That's tough.
Crime number 1. While moaning about homelessness, then begging for your $4 sub in the next sentence, ban me. I don't give a shit. I'm done. You're a joke. Why is it that they always fucking say ban me? I don't even care. Like they think that they're a fucking hero and then immediately ask for an unban.
Because you're their father figure.
Let's hear what they have to say.
I thought I would give this unban thing a go. Firstly, I would like to apologize for my comments targeted at Hasan. I was out of order, and I don't have a real excuse, nor do I wish to try and blame something for my actions. All I know is I've learned my lesson. Will keep any negative comments that target individuals to myself and will not be toxic in this chat. Again, I apologize to Hasan for my comments. If I do not get unbanned, I still hope this message reaches Hasan so I can apologize. That's very nice, Hasan.
Damn, dude. Is he good? He's annoying, but whatever. Okay. Hey, look, it's the Latina that loves telling people she's proud Latina because she's proud to be Latinas because Latina. Also, I am Mexican, so I can bitch about it, you dumb bitch.
God damn, dude.
Purified rage experience. What?
Oh my God. I like.
Okay, read it out loud.
I haven't really found a reason why I should even be banned. I shouldn't have spammed, yeah, but I don't think it deserves a full ban unless you think I was being racist, in which case I wasn't. Hasan even stated that Claudia from MasterChef was too focused on making just Mexican food. Seems like you got your answer right there. She seemed really focused on the Mexican food, so.
That's your defense?
I don't fucking know, dude. They're not not having it. I don't.
Wow, chatters want a Flexican to be fucking banned in the chat. It's fucked up. Being trans is a choice, not like being black. Lol. What the fuck? Okay. Context: Dave Chappelle.
Oh, stuff. Sorry, I'm sorry for being transphobic. You know what the real bad thing is? Ostenox is going to have unfiltered access to me reading all these things. I'm sorry for being transphobic. I had a bad day and couldn't resist typing brain dead shit. I'm going to think twice in the future what I'm typing in chat.
Go ahead, you going to defend that?
I mean, it's my job to defend it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
How would you defend this guy?
I would say that he's recognized the harm that he has caused, which is transphobia. So I'm sorry for being transphobic. And, he had a bad day, which is not an excuse for transphobia, but I guess it made typing brain dead shit irresistible. But they're going to think twice in the future about what they're typing in chat. So they have learned from their mistakes.
Right? Did he fuck someone for drugs? Does he want to kill someone? Someone said they smell Balkan or Eastern European. Well, I mean, look at the fucking PFP.
Yeah, that guy. I know that guy.
4chan op, as you said, because he got shit on Trump too. But comics work like that. You got heroes. What are we thinking?
Irresistible transphobia. So what's that?
A lot of yays in the chat. Okay, we're gonna do something here that I haven't done in a minute. I'm gonna add a monitor for transphobia and I'm gonna unban him.
Oh yeah.
Later, nerds. I just attacked you, but check it. Much Japanese people run. Yeah. Oh no, the fuck is that?
Never heard that one before.
Yeah.
I was watching Pokemon late at night, and there were a bunch of Zubats on screen, and I made a dumb comment. I'm sorry about that. My apologies. I request an unban because I want to see chat and also make channel point bets.
Fuck, they want to make channel point bets, so they're fuck. The rules say that means he's a gamer watcher. That gives him extra points in the court of law, in the HasanAbi court of law, because gamers leave. Like, I mean, a lot of people don't watch me play games. He's a Gamba Frog and a gamer watcher.
And he likes Pokemon.
And he was watching me play Pokemon. Fuck! I'm banning him.
Known anti-Semite. Hasan. Do not do anti-Semitism. That's what this is about. Monitor for anti-Semitism.
He's a game watcher. He's a gamer watcher. He's a gamer watcher. He's a gamer watcher. If he's anti-Semitic ever again, we'll ban him. That's it. He's a gaming watcher. We need listen. They're gamers. Gamers are all fucking. I'm sorry. Gamers are all racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, transphobic pieces of shit.
Kaya agrees.
That's part of the. You know what's funny? That's the reason why half this fucking community leaves when I game. Because I've banned all the gamer watchers.
That's right. She knows.
At least immensely lame unban man. Okay, I need you to understand something, okay? The stakes are not as high as you think they are. What do I mean by that? Because if that person is ever fucking anti-Semitic ever again, we ban them. Like, you know that this is just for fun, right? Like, we're doing unban requests here just for fun. I don't know if you're like noticing that this is not like real. That's not true, brother. You have issues, my man. This is what I deal with every fucking day. The moment that this is the worst part about it is that the worst part about it is that like chatters do take it seriously and they lose their minds. Oh my God, I'm going to take Kaya out to get her a bark collar. She's being annoying. What are you, fucking insane? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, a fucking 10-week-old puppy. Let me get a bark collar for her. She's a child. She'll learn. Anyway. The wild card. Ring, ring. Hello, sir. Ruba coming by your house in 2 hours. Can you be ready for us to search your house and arrest you? Context, Amir lock, no knock raid. Here. Hold on. I'm gonna take her. I'm gonna take her to pee, poop, and then crater. But we're actually, you know what? Let's just end it on this one. Mr. Piker and Mod Team, I'm reading my chat. I think it was banned due to a comment about warrants on the day you discussed the man shot by the police in his apartment. I was not trying to be insensitive to the situation. I know my sarcastic statements come off as brash and rude. I'm very sorry if I took it too far and offended anyone or made it seem like I didn't understand the unjust nature of the situation. Also, most of my chats are sarcasm. I'm sorry I say dumb stuff too often. What do you think about this? How do you defend this?
I just think it's important for chatters who think that they're like being, edgy or whatever to recognize that, edginess can still be hurtful and harmful and everything like that. It's not always good or funny. And I think maybe this person sort of has an understanding of that and will gain a better understanding of that as part of the community. Maybe. I don't think, it excuses it.
I'm banned. Chat, report him to get his badge removed. What the fuck? Okay, well, that'll be all for today. Okay, Alex is going to have to come back tomorrow because I baited him into thinking that we're going to do a fundraiser today and unfortunately could not facilitate the actual fundraiser on the back end, like the Tiltify, like all the stream-related aspects of a fundraiser in time because it was over the weekend. It's my fault. I take ownership of that. It's completely my responsibility, my fault. But seems like everybody loved him on the stream, so we're going to have him on tomorrow. Obviously, I'm still going to do my news coverage, and then we'll have him on later in the broadcast to do the fundraiser portion. This took a lot out of you, I feel like.
I'm a tired boy, dude. I don't know how you do this every
day.
day.
This is a short stream. This is only... I played basketball this morning. I woke up at 5. I played basketball. I took Kai to the vet. And, and this is a shorter stream. I would probably go on till like 8.
That's crazy, man. I don't know how you do that shit.
Yeah. But, I mean, you did it. You did a 6-hour stream.
I know. I'm tired.
I can tell. I was looking over at you, and I'm like, fuck, this dude's dying right now. I feel bad. Weak TikTok elitists, not used to long-form content. Exactly. Not used to the fucking brain rot either. But, yeah. What is the fundraiser for y'all? Alex, what are the charities that we're raising funds for?
I think, we can talk about it more tomorrow, but we're focusing on the Atlanta Solidarity Fund, and we're focusing on the Releasing Aging People from Prisons campaign. And we could talk a little bit about that more tomorrow as well. But I think they're really great organizations that do important work, getting people out of jail and also, you know, helping elderly people who are incarcerated to have their sentences commuted or get, you know, just getting them out of tough situations. They do really, really, truly incredible work, and I'm super excited to support them tomorrow.
Where can people find you also?
Oh my God. It's LolOverruled on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere, and YouTube. But don't go on my YouTube unless you want to develop a parasocial relationship with me.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Alex, for coming on, and love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. You have the capacity to absolutely fucking destroy a man who works in the legal system, in the criminal justice system, as a public defender.
Yes, thank you.
Every fucking day, and this is more gruesome. You guys are dealing with you, all of you savages. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mess pen.